My name is Alejandro Andrada, and I'm here with Joseph Enriquez, Director of Resource Mobilization in IDB Investment. We are here to give you a little bit of strategic insights on the agenda for the day, so that you see the lines that connect the different topics that we are discussing through the session. We will start with a plenary session discussing ways to involve private finance into supporting biodiversity conservation and forest regeneration. And then we will break into parallel sessions that will explore the different topics of the agenda of the event. You know that we have 5 lines of conversation: impact investing, Amazonia, bioeconomy, inclusion, and climate change. And this can sound like a lot of separate conversation. So I would like to ask Joseph, from the perspective of global investors, you as head of mobilization have always conversations with them. What is important for them, and how these themes feature in their decision making?
Sure, thank you very much, Alejandro. So from the get-go, when I started in this business, whenever you talk to an investor, it comes back to risk return. A lot has changed in the investment community, but risk return still remains first and foremost. But on top of that came other things. And we're looking back to, for instance, if you look at what the development banks were doing, back in the day, ESG was something, that's what development banks do. But that has become more important for the investment community as well. And why? Because they do realize that ESG risk does translate at one point into credit risk. So for example, if it's, let's take social, if you don't have the proper consultations for a project that you're doing, you may face protests in the community as you're building the project, which then turns into delays, which then turns into cost overruns, which then turns into credit risk. In terms of environmental, if you don't have the proper safeguards in place, should a flooding occur or something like that that you need to react to, if you're not properly prepared for that, again, it leads to the cost overruns, which then leads to credit risk. Governance, having the proper governance in place. How many times do we see that lack of a proper board oversight leads to problems in management? And it's been proven over and over again that having a diverse board leads to better decision making. So these are all the things that investors are looking closer at. But let's take it one step further. It's not just about ESG protection and safeguarding. Let's talk about impact. More and more investors then are looking for that impact, because there is a realization that bringing people out of poverty in the long run is good for business. There's more economic activity, more people that buy your products, the more you bring them out of poverty. I'm from the Caribbean, so climate change is real. So from that perspective, making sure that there are proper seawalls in place around islands, things like that, and if you're investing in a port and you're not doing the proper planning and adaptation investment to protect your port investment, that again can turn into real credit losses. So that's how all of these things they're factoring in for investors. And we had an example yesterday with 3 of our partners. We had Citibank, Blue Orchard, and Blue Like an Orange. Today you will hear from other partners such as BNP Paribas about the importance of sustainability in all of their financing. So, but again, I want to accentuate, first comes risk return, and everything else, it all works together.
Thank you, Joseph. And with that, I invite Helen to join us on the stage. Thank you all.
How should we see the Good morning, everybody. First of all, thank you for joining us here and those connected online to follow and to listen to this interesting conversation about unlocking finance and nature-based solutions. Before we start the discussion today, and before I present and introduce you this great panel that we have today, I wanted to start framing the conversation of what we're talking about today. We all know that we need to decarbonize our economies. But while increasing renewable energy and increasing electromobility and doing energy efficiency, including energy efficiency in our buildings, or even fuel switching in heavy industries, there is still hard to abate sectors, and there are still emissions that we need to reduce. We need to do carbon sequestration and carbon reductions. And nature-based solutions come as both in conservation, restoration, or reforestation become a key activity to removing carbon from the atmosphere. Not only that, with new technologies like we talked yesterday, renewable energy, energy efficiency, and even new technologies like green hydrogen, you have a just transition component, an upskilling or reskilling of people that you need to do with new technologies. With nature-based solutions, you also have the opportunities to increase the jobs of vulnerable populations. You have the possibility of supporting rural areas and even coastal zones. But all these activities require upfront capital. How do we mobilize capital for these activities? They are not activities that are necessarily generating revenue per se. So a lot of people are trying to think about, yes, we have good activities, but how do we provide flows, financial flows to these activities? One option is public resources. We do public programs, the ministers of environment do programs. That's not enough for the scale that we need. Other things that we can do is switch or change subsidies, and you know that that has a social cost. So one of these options, the options to mobilize resources, is carbon credits. Carbon credits has been part of the UNFCCC, the Convention of Climate Change, for a long time, the Kyoto Protocol I'm sure you've heard about, and now it is embedded in the Paris Agreement. But let me be honest with you. In the climate world, there is a heavy discussion about the role of carbon credits. Many are questioning if we even have to praise them or all incentivize the use of carbon credits. Why? Well, last year you saw a lot of scrutiny around carbon credits. We have articles in The Guardian and other media suggesting that resources were provided, but the methodologies were wrong. The baselines were suggesting that the impact was greater than what actually was. The communities were not receiving the benefits of the carbon credits, and there was not an equitable sharing across different communities and landowners. There's another question at the climate level saying, well, if you use carbon credits, then you don't have an incentives for governments to ratchet up the ambition of the NDCs, and they will not necessarily get more ambitions in their commitments. And there's finally a question that says, if companies are using carbon credits, they will not do what they're supposed to do in reducing their emissions. However, there are recent studies, a publication that was launched last October, that actually show that companies that do use the carbon credits are twice as more effective at reducing their own emissions than those that do not use carbon credits. So what's the bottom line? The jury is still out. There's not a definite answer. But do we wait until the debate is settled? Do we have to wait until we have robust evidence of the use of one mechanism over the other? My suggestion to you is that we don't have time to waste. We have only 6 years until we get to 2030. And we have, by some estimations, to be needing to reduce between 0.8 to 2.9 gigatons per year if we want to, until 2030, if we want to keep within the below 2 degrees. So we need to act now. And we have to do all hands on deck. We have to use all the mechanisms that are out there. And nature-based solutions plays a critical role in this conversation. And it's not that we haven't learned from these articles and the pilots that we have done. Actually, the market has corrected itself and is creating principles of integrity, and the voluntary carbon market is issuing more and more principles that are the core principles for integrity, trying to adjust or correct what has gone wrong before. So today we want to talk about that. We want to talk about how do we do projects that are technically sound, that involves communities. How do we channel resources? How do we choose who issues, or the companies or the projects that are issuing the credits, but also who buys those credits? And finally, carbon credits is not all. We also have to put front and center nature. Actually, today you're going to see a press release that the IDB group is publishing its recently approved action plan on biodiversity. That biodiversity action plan is promoting the mainstreaming and the value of nature. And that's why this conversation doesn't limit to carbon credits, but goes a step further to biodiversity credits. So with that framing of what you will see in this panel, let me introduce you to these distinguished guests. First, we are going to hear from Tom Mombach. He is the responsible for originating and approving all Mombach investments in the Amazon. Prior to this, he was the global head of FP&A in Nubank, instrumental in the company rapid growth and $40 billion IPO in the New York Stock Exchange in 2021. Previously, he held executive roles in Kraft Heinz and was a trader at commodities giant Glencore. Tom holds a bachelor's degree from the University of Cambridge and an MBA from London School of Economics. He's basically representing the sourcing of the deals, right? Now let's talk about the financing in the middle. We have Blue Orchard. Martin is responsible for Blue Orchard's corporate development activities. In his capacity, he drives strategic growth initiatives and forest innovation, playing a key role in the introduction of new investment strategy. He leads Blue Orchard Natural Capital and Carbon Markets activities. Before joining Blue Orchard, Martin was a project manager at leading international management consulting firm. In the role, he provided strategic advisory services to clients in the energy and transportation sectors. A holder of a CFA character, Martin brings a wealth of financial expertise. He holds a master's degree in energy science and technology from ETH Zurich and wrote his master's thesis at US Berkeley. And later we have, who buys the credits? Amazon. Anastasia is part of Amazon's carbon neutralization team, which is responsible for the long-term company-wide strategy and science-based standards for investing in climate mitigation beyond Amazon's value chain as part of the company's commitment to the climate pledge. Just so to clarify, I'm not talking about the Amazon, the region, I'm talking Amazon, the company. Okay. Prior to that, Anastasia has worked with government institutions and third sector in Brazil and Australia, designing and implementing public policy and market-based mechanisms, such as payment for ecosystem services. She holds a Bachelor's of Science and a Master's degree in Biodiversity, both from the University of Espírito Santo, Brazil, and is completing her PhD in Conservation Science at the University of Queensland, Australia. And last but not least, we have Ilona. As you saw probably in the pictures, we were supposed to have Dame Amelia Fawcett from the independent panel of biodiversity credits, but unfortunately she couldn't make it. So we are thankful that Ilona joined the panel last minute, and she will talk about her company and biodiversity credits in particular. So with that and the framing, let's start with Tom. Tell us a little bit about the success of your projects in terms of environmental outcomes and financial performance.
Sure. Maybe I'll just start, if I could, by talking 1 or 2 minutes about Mombac. Our company was founded 3 years ago. Our goal is to be the biggest carbon sequestration company in the world. We chose to do that via reforestation because we believe it's actually the most scalable and low-cost way of doing carbon sequestration today. And we chose to do it in the Amazon for 2 main reasons. One is if you want to sequester carbon through reforestation, you need fast biomass growth, and tropical forests provide that in abundance. And of course, there's a huge amount of degraded land available in the Amazon also. And secondly, because they're areas of extremely high biodiversity, and so the second-order impacts of restoring forest for carbon sequestration have many really, really exciting benefits from a biodiversity perspective as well. Our company is structured today as an investment fund. So we have a fund here in Brazil. We're grateful to have many fantastic investors from outside of Brazil investing in the fund. We use the fund to develop projects, either purchasing land or partnering with local landowners. The land is degraded pasture, so it's basically devoid of any forest at all. It's just grassland. We take that and we replant native forests, leveraging industrialized techniques borrowed from the cellulose industry in Brazil, which is a huge industry here. And then we sell those carbon credits to our partners, the likes of Microsoft and hopefully Amazon very shortly, etc. So that's kind of how the company works overall. How do we think about evaluating financial outcomes of our projects? Well, quite simply, we want to deliver risk-adjusted returns that are market competitive. So in the case of our fund, we're looking at delivering double-digit dollar returns, which should be highly competitive with similar assets in similar asset classes. I say similar asset classes because we're kind of creating something of a new asset class in terms of carbon-backed NBS. In terms of environmental impact, we look at a few different things. So the first thing is, I would describe as like do no harm. So we are conducting large-scale restoration projects. We have to be very careful when we're making applications of fertilizers, herbicides, etc., that we're not doing anything that would damage either the ecosystem directly that we're operating in or downstream, literally downstream projects from our areas. So firstly, do no harm. Secondly, we measure, of course, the carbon sequestration of the projects. What is really important is that the carbon we're sequestering is additional and there is no leakage or leakage is mitigated. Additionality means how much carbon are we sequestering relative to what would have happened if we hadn't done our project. And the main way that we measure that is by, rather than just simply measuring how much carbon is sequestered inside of our forests, we also look at what we call control plots. So we look at other pieces of land within a large radius that have similar characteristics of the land that we've purchased or partnered, and we track over time how much carbon is being sequestered there, and we deduct that from the amount of carbon that we've sequestered on our projects. This is important because if we were entering into an area of degraded land and other areas of degraded land were being abandoned and were naturally regenerating, that would mean that our impact had been lower, and so we take that into account. And then leakage is the concept of we're buying a piece of land here from a cattle farmer and we're turning it into a forest. There is potential that another piece of land gets opened up to graze cattle, assuming that the demand for beef stays the same. So the way that we address that is actually by investing in intensification projects, whereby existing cattle producers will produce more cattle on the same land, and we ensure that the total amount of beef supplied to the market does not reduce because of our activities and doesn't cause a risk of leakage. So that's how we think about carbon sequestration and what we think about when we're measuring it. The third thing we think about in terms of environmental outcomes is forest health. So we're not in the game of just maximizing carbon blindly. We actually design our forests in a way that they are biodiverse and they're resilient, and as much as possible over time, they will come to mimic a piece of original primary forest. So we look at a number of metrics to understand if the forest is developing in a healthy way. And the last point is biodiversity, which I referenced at the beginning. So we measured biodiversity. It's a fantastic, secondary outcome of our projects. We take baseline metrics before we start a project, and we measure things like environmental DNA and acoustic soundscaping to actually understand how much flora and fauna have we attracted back into the forest, aside from obviously the biodiversity that we've introduced through our planting activities. So yeah, that's kind of how we think about overall the environmental performance and the financial performance of the projects.
Thank you. I mean, you unpack the process, and I think it gives a clarity of how you're responding to basically all the scrutiny that we have out there by tackling each one of the points to make high integrity process and also including the community. But I also like the fact that you're also tracking already biodiversity and the impact on biodiversity. So Martin, talk us about Blue Orchard before of anything else, so people understand what Blue Orchard is, and we are very excited about investing in students investing in Blue Orchard, and why is it that you're creating these nature-based solutions?
Yeah, thanks a lot for the question, and good morning, everyone. Briefly recapping on Blue Orchard, we're a national asset manager focused on impact investing, that is generating market rate returns together with positive social or environmental impact. We've been around for more than 20 years with the mission of fostering inclusion. It's primarily financial inclusion, also gender topics, education topics. And the second big pillar is climate action. We're addressing this through debt investments, public or private debt investments, private equity investments, infrastructure investments, and we also want to be active in a new asset class for data-based solutions for natural capital. Blue Orchard is investing in more than 80 countries globally, all growth markets, emerging markets. We have deployed since our founding more than $10 billion USD, and with that we're reaching more than 300 million people. We see a lot of interest in the space of natural capital or nature-based solutions, and in order to scale it up, we want to approach it with a blended finance fund, something that we do quite a lot. Blended finance is basically using public money to be catalytic and bring in more private capital from financial institutions, banks, pension funds, insurance companies, and that public money has a catalytic effect in a way where it enhances the risk-return profile for senior investors. The other thing that's what we want to do is generating high-quality carbon credits, such as what Tom has outlined. And these carbon credits can then either be distributed back to the investors as in-kind contributions or monetized and then returned as typical financial cash dividend. So that's kind of the idea. We believe that this is something that the market really needs. As outlined at the beginning by you, Helene, we need to do everything we can, from technical solutions to nature-based solutions. Nature-based solutions are quite cost-effective, so it's a natural way we should address climate action. And at Blue Orchard, we're keen to do our share and contribute to climate action and carbon sequestration through a fund.
Thank you, Martin. I think you basically, coincidentally, you sat in the middle. You have the project developer, you have the financing, or basically to be able to channel the financing, but you also have the corporate that buys a lot of these credits. So, Anastasia, I mean, I don't think you have to introduce Amazon, but tell us a little bit about what Amazon has been doing in the nature-based solutions space as a company for all these years.
Good morning, everyone. So there are things that are very important to us when we consider nature-based solutions. And two of them, the main things are we always follow science and we are dedicated to scaling up. And this starts with the climate pledge that Helen has already mentioned, under which we have a commitment to reduce our own carbon footprint by following science-based pathways that are aligned with the Paris Agreement. In the restoration, the nature-based investment space, we're focused on landscape restoration. And that's again because science says that if we are to mitigate climate change, we have to restore degraded land. And we do that despite of the high price that these credits have in comparison to all the segments in the voluntary carbon market. We are also driving more rigor to the carbon standards that we use. And our investment strategy is designed to achieve the scale that we want. And I can give some examples on that. The LEAF coalition is one of them. It's a coalition that we, Amazon, helped co-found in 2021 with Norway, the US, and the UK. LEAF stands for Lowering Emissions by Accelerating Forest Financing. So the main goal here is really to foster large-scale forest protection, because we believe that if we want to stop deforestation, we have to have governments that are able to attract financing for the activities that they need to do to protect forest, and that they have to reinforce the government policies dedicated to that. In the restoration space, when we started in 2020, we were unhappy with the approach that the voluntary market was taking for that segment, because a handful of reasons, but I think that first one is that corporate buyers were required to invest upfront in projects. The projects were really focused on small private properties, and the landowners, they were required to sign long-term agreements that were very restrictive. Also, the carbon standards, they at that point, they lacked the rigor that's needed in baselining, these things that Tom mentioned before, like leakage mitigation and durability. All of that together was not really conducive to scaling, to the scale that we wanted, so we shifted and we started signing long-term off-take agreements for the carbon credits, similarly to what we have done before for the renewable energy sector. We know that by doing that, we are unlocking finance from the financial sector to this kind of projects. We also partnering with the public sector to restore public land. And we are partnering with smallholders to include them in the restoration economy. Finally, our science team has partnered with external experts and developed a market label that's called Abacus, that really raises the bar on quality for this kind of carbon credits. And this market label has been adopted by our peers already.
Thank you, Ana Celia. I think it's interesting the comparison or the lessons learned from the energy sector to the nature sector. We actually see that the conversation of renewable energy has already advanced. We all know that if you have a PPA, it's easier to finance. And so that lesson was taken, or you're adopting that lesson to the nature space, which is very important. We have to see what other roadblocks we may have to have financial sector understand exactly how to read those PPAs, right? But I think it's a good approach to learn from other sectors and bring them to this space. Ilona, tell us about your organization, because you're presenting or coming from a think tank perspective to create that science that Ana Celia was talking about. So tell us about the organization, and then tell us about the biodiversity role that Tom was also mentioning.
Sure. So thank you so much. I think I want to make the case for nature, and actually this is the name of a very good book that I recommend to everyone that doesn't understand why we have to invest in nature and value nature. And also just to start by saying that it's very complex because nature has an intrinsic value that we can't ever pay for, but that we need to make sure we don't call the damage that we do to nature as externalities anymore. So we're in a conundrum. We need to find ways of pricing natural capital, understanding that we're going to never be able to pay for the value of nature because we're here because there is nature. Otherwise, we wouldn't. So I'm the co-founder and president of Igarapé Institute, which is a think and do tank that comes from public security, digital, and climate security. And on the climate security field, we understand the importance now of facing the challenge to build new economies, new nature economies, to tackle what today we see and we map that are the illicit economies that are actually destroying nature and biodiversity. So we have a big program in the Amazon basin where we understand actually what is the driving forces of the destruction. So we map all the environmental crime and other activities that are destroying. We work with public policies to, of course, improve the rule of law, what we call here command and control. So jurisdictions, different state agencies, different partners, private sector. But we also understand that if we don't give alternatives to the people that live in these biomes where biodiversity needs to be preserved, we're not going to be able to face the challenge. The illicit and the informal will always be there. And I come, from my previous life, 20 years ago, I was in investment banking, and now I'm coming back to finance because of nature. And I'm actually, I want to say, we have to square that, and it's beyond carbon. Carbon is just the start, and we can't throw the water with the baby, the bucket, everything away. We have, of course, to correct the market. We have to look into a high-integrity market, but I would say we're just starting. There's so many other things that are not priced or valued yet, and then there's the biodiversity need. And why is biodiversity important? And I think the first thing, I recently joined this international advisory panel on biodiversity credits, especially to think through what's already happening in terms of biodiversity. We have another member sitting right here that will speak in the next panel, Mariana Sarmiento from Terrazos, who is actually already implementing biodiversity credit schemes, and she'll explain how she does that. And I think the first thing is to understand that our lives, but also our economies depend on that. And the case for the International Advisory Panel is to already look what's happening, but also provide a roadmap to how to actually scale up and form new markets for nature and for biodiversity. This is backed by the UK and France initially, but it's an independent panel, and that it's now building on the studies, but also forming hopefully a coalition by COP16 to take this, let's say, this challenge with the urgency and with, let's say, the diverse stakeholders that we require to really stand it up. And just to say, if we don't do that, if we don't find ways to price our natural capital and really regenerate nature, there's no chance. The emergency you mentioned is really linked to that. So economy depends on nature. And we can discuss this further. Thanks.
Thank you, Ilona. Tom, back to you. What are the engagements, the critical collaborations that you need to foster to generate the type of projects that you're generating?
Sure. Just before that, I'm going to paint a little picture of what our projects look like, because I think that will help to understand, how we interact with our partners. So I'll give you an example of a project we have in Pará. It's called Turmalina. It's a 3,000 hectare cattle ranch, so a 30 square kilometer cattle ranch that we purchased. It was an area that had primary forest around 30, 40 years ago. 70% of that forest was cut down in order to graze cattle at a very, very low density. So it's a very inefficient cattle ranch. And it's inside it sits within a community that is extremely poor. So unfortunately, cattle ranching is not an economic activity that brings much wealth to the local region. What do we do with that project? We planted 3 million native seedlings of more than 100 species. And this project will sequester more than 1 million tons of CO2 over the next 50 years. So I just wanted to give you paint a little bit of a picture of what the projects look like. And then, so who are the partners that we need to collaborate with to be able to get these sort of projects delivered? The first one is our investors and our customers. The activity I've described is very capital intensive. And so we're very, very fortunate to have fantastic investors, Bain Capital, Canada Pension Plan, AXA, Rockefeller Foundation, who are supporting these projects and seeing the potential, given the large amount of investment that is needed. And of course, our customers. I mentioned Microsoft as an example. There are many others, and they don't just bring us financing. They bring us deep scrutiny, which we welcome, because we firmly believe that the most important thing in carbon markets today is quality. The markets are very heterogeneous. There have been lots of issues and negative news flow around quality. And really, our investors and our customers help us to keep developing a product that is of the maximum possible quality. So we're really grateful for that. The second group that's very important for us is our local partners. So I mentioned we have two business models. One is we buy the land and to develop the projects, and the other one is we partner. Of course, in the partnership model, our rural partners are super important. They're landowners who have entrusted to us part of their family assets. Their land in general is their largest asset. And we develop a project together, hand in hand with them, to make fantastic restoration projects that will sequester carbon and will last for a very, very long time. So those are really, really important partners for us. The third one I'll talk about is our suppliers. These are industrial scale operations. So we have very, very large service companies that actually provide us with reforestation services on the ground. I'd call out Mflora is a very, very great partner of ours who helps us with that as an example. And also, I will call out our nurseries as well. Native seedling supply is somewhat nascent in Brazil. We're developing the supply chain together with nurseries. And so they're really, really important to supply the amount of seedlings that we need at the scale we need, millions and millions of seedlings for the projects. And then I think that the most important one really is the local communities. We don't see these projects as we don't see any way that you can sort of wall off these projects and hide from the outside world and put guards there and stop people coming in. That doesn't work. You were talking about 30, 40, 100 square kilometer properties. There's no way that you can operate with that kind of model. So we operate a model which is very, very heavily based on community engagement, which takes a number of forms. But from the first moment that we start to look at a property to potentially buy or partner, we begin a very, very deep process of engaging with local neighbors, law enforcement, community groups, etc. And we see that as a fundamental part of the business model. That is not a nice to have. If we do not have the buy-in of these groups, and if we do not have strong relationships with them, they will be a threat to our projects. They won't want us there. We won't have a license to operate there. And if we do a great job of engaging them, they will be guardians and protectors of our projects. So it's something that we take incredibly seriously, and we invest a lot of time and money in ensuring that we have that right to operate, buy-in, and great relationships with our neighbors.
Thank you, Tom. And I think two takeaways there. First, congrats on the business models and adjusting to get greater impact. And the second, the community engagement is something that we talked about yesterday. There was a specific panel because we do need to engage. Otherwise, if it's not for the benefit of everybody, then we are not doing things right. So thank you so much for that, Tom. Martin, I want to come back to you to talk about the role of private companies in nature-based solutions. Do you think private companies understand the role of nature-based solutions? Do we need to do more trainings? Do we need to do more awareness? What do you think?
Yeah, I think they do understand the importance of nature-based solutions, and we see a lot of interest. Quite often the discussions are still more on an educational level. but nevertheless, I think they really understand this and want to do something. I think the role is manifold. I think first of all, private companies act globally and have a global footprint. They also have the financial means to invest, and so first role is really the financial investment side, whether it's through offtakes or upfront investments. I think this is really a key role they need to take. But then secondly, also it's on the innovation and technology side. A lot of these companies have, again, the means and work in this space, and having technologies that can easier and more efficiently measure carbon, that can help measuring biodiversity through eDNA. I think that also really helps. Then thirdly, I think it's more a collaboration and partnership role. So really bringing together all the players along the value chains, from suppliers, investors, buyers, all the components, players that also Tom has mentioned, I think is another role. And then lastly, I would say a key role is also around reporting and transparency and really putting out there what is the plan of the company, how do they want to tackle reducing and offsetting their emissions. What we are trying to do is really working with companies that have high integrity standards, who have net zero commitments in place in the short term and long term, and who really want to use carbon offsets really to offset the remaining hard to abate last 10%. I think mentioned in the first question, it's not just about the private sector. I think our role as Blue Orchard is bringing together private and public investors, because it is still a nascent asset class, something that is new to a lot of companies, and so blending public capital and the catalytic effect with private investors, institutional capital, we believe can really help move the needle in the space.
Thank you, Martin. Ana Celia, Martin was just talking about reporting and tracking and transparency. What does Amazon do to ensure long-term viability and the reporting of the results?
So I think that's all interconnected, because long-term viability for us doesn't start with metrics. It starts with the objective, which is we have to benefit local people. So if we believe that for the project to be viable, it has to benefit local people, it has to benefit the landowners, their communities, biodiversity, it has to be good for food production, food security, for sustainable economic development of the region where the project is happening. So one thing that's fundamental for us in the projects is that they have to improve livelihoods of the people that are working with us in the region. It starts from there. And then once the project is really thriving because we made sure that livelihoods are improved, then we have to cover all the areas such as cutting edge science to measure the returns from the project in terms of carbon. The ABAX label that I mentioned before introduced dynamic baseline that makes sure that the project is delivering carbon results that are above and beyond what's being seen in the surrounding area in the region of the project. It also requires that we mitigate leakage by making sure that the project results that are net positive in relation to agricultural production in the region. We are also, a good example of what we're doing and how we're doing exactly this is the Agroforestry and Restoration Accelerator that we have in the state of Pará, here in the Amazon region in Brazil. There we support farmers so they can change the common practices that Tom was talking about, and like very low productivity cattle ranching, and they switch it for something that improves their livelihoods and their income, such as agroforestry production, which is also good for carbon, for biodiversity, and for the environment. And we do that in a way that they are involved also in the project design and the project operation. So there, for example, we established advisory councils where the communities participate and work with us in the project design and the operations. Now, we make sure that the decisions are run by these councils, that they're heard, that they're participating throughout the process. I think this is it. There's also are you here? There's also we're trying also to partner with the government to make sure that we're measuring what's important for public policies as well, making sure that we're all aligned in relation to gaining scale in these efforts as well.
And thank you for bringing that point up, because this doesn't occur in a vacuum. There are national policies, there are regional policies, there are state policies that are also establishing the framework for this type of action, and the relationship between the private and the public bears a lot of importance here. Ilona, what is the most exciting model that you're seeing in biodiversity right now that can maybe also shed light on the innovation that is happening in this space?
Sure, I think there are several what we call archetypes of projects that are already valuing and like trying to support biodiversity. First, like the conservation and preservation projects that generally are in the realm of philanthropy. But you also see mandatory schemes. So for instance, if a company's operation disturbs an ecosystem, there's already many countries that demand that let's say, compensation is done in a similar ecosystem where biodiversity can be enhanced or restored. You also see what Thomas was saying in terms of biodiversity linked to carbon credits, where you already see a premium being paid to carbon credit companies that actually are concerned and are doing the ecological restoration. And I think this is a very important point, because we're in a region that is very biodiverse. So if you want to restore, you cannot do eucalyptus to restore a tropical forest. And if it's only carbon that you're looking, it's the wrong metric, because yes, to deliver you carbon, but what about the ecosystem services? So I think that's a very important conversation for restoration and regeneration of like biomes that are like really close to a tipping point. Another archetype that we see are companies that are already doing the insetting. So they already try to deal better with their the use of natural resources throughout their supply chains. And I think we're still not there, but the way I see this is that we're going to a way that we are going to actually have biodiversity as a financial asset, a new financial asset class. And there are today different metrics, and I think what you're saying in terms of how already this carbon is doing, we have many lessons from the carbon market to be able then to square how we're going to do with the biodiversity credits. But there is, of course, the species, there's the ecosystem, so it's a more complex measurement. So this panel that I'm part of is dealing with the questions of measurement, supply, demand with high integrity, but also governance of this market, but especially how actually this is an equitable market that doesn't incur in the same problems that you said in the beginning. In terms of not giving back to the people that should be included at the first time, and should be also, let's say, they will be responsible for the permanence of those ecosystems in the long run. So if you do it wrong, you're threatening the whole project, right, from the beginning. And I think the final point I want to say is that none of the sectors that we know today from our economy came in a vacuum. And you say, the plans, the regulations, but we're not seeing the incentives moving into supporting nature-based solutions, into supporting nature markets, and incentives, subsidies from high intensity carbon industries are not shifting there. So this is a conversation that people say, oh, but this is just again criticizing the new markets without understanding that let's say the political forces are like to be pushed to actually allow these markets to flourish. And we don't have time, and we need to do that, apart from, of course, decarbonizing. It's not either, or it's like and urgently. But nature for us, I think, can restore the well-being, can restore the balance of actually our relationship with our planet, and can just, as a moral, I think, like a duty that we have, leave a planet for the next generation. So the case for nature meets, I think, all the boxes, and we just have to really square and incentivize that it happens.
Thank you, Ilona. I hope you all had a sense of optimism, even though I painted a, urgency, action, and geared toward action at the beginning picture. I do see there are things happening, and we wanted to bring the examples that are creating and having such an impact. But before leaving the panel, I'm going to ask you one more question to each one of you, just to conclude in a positive note in terms of what would you expect if we were to have the same conversation in a year? Let's meet in 2025. What would you be telling us as a successful achievement that you had done in this last year? So Tom, let's be the first one.
It's a great question. Are you going to hold us accountable for this in a year's time or not? Okay. Look, I think in terms of specifically Mombak, we would like to have planted something in the order of 10,000 hectares by next year, which is 100 square kilometers, and have successful first projects in place that attract more capital and sort of starts a snowball. And we would like to actually see other people coming into the market as well. Competition is a double-edged sword, right? It makes your life harder, but it makes you better, and it makes the industry better and more healthy. And so, we feel that we're working on our business model, and we're proving out a business model that these reforestation projects, with the right financial backing and the right customer support, can be very lucrative financially as well. Every day that goes by, that becomes, I think, more proven. And we hope that opens the floodgates. Whether that's going to happen within a year or 2 years or 3 years, that's really what we want to see. Much more capital coming into this market, many more project developers developing projects, because that's the only way that this is really going to make a dent in climate change. Today the carbon sequestration markets, deliver something in the order of 3 to 5 million tons of CO2 sequestered per year. To get back into planetary balance, we need 10 billion tons a year until 2050. So we need this market to be, several orders of magnitude bigger. So I hope next year it will be maybe an order of magnitude bigger, who knows? But certainly to see the progress and the growth would be really exciting.
Thank you, Tom. Martin?
Yeah, thanks. I think I follow that path. And voluntary carbon market is still very small compared to other financial markets, 1 to 2 billion range. So tiny compared to other asset classes. And so we need the scrutiny needs to continue. We need the high bars. But at the same time, I think we need optimism to invest into the space. And I think from a Blue Orchard side, I'm more than happy to contribute to this. I think it will be a success in one year from now, if we can show investment examples, if we can show a fund with high quality, high integrity investors, and really be active in the space.
Anastasia.
So if we see us as having a key role in buying the carbon credits, I think that success in a few years means the market has answered to the demand, and we can find these projects with the quality that I mentioned before, science-based criteria supporting them, and long-term offtake agreements that we can make for this kind of projects. But also, we are very excited to see the progress that it's being made here in Brazil at the federal level for forest concessions, and also in some states such as Pará. We believe that these type of projects, the forest concessions can be the backbone of the restoration movement. And we're looking forward to supporting this part of the segment.
Thank you, Anilona.
So since we're here, I would say that in 1 year, I would love to see the new strategy of the IDB pushing also other public banks to price in action in the risk and actually take risk in new financial instruments that can then mobilize private capital and can not only, I'd say, de-risk finance, push regulation, shift incentives, and from our side, we'll keep also looking into how to de-risk the territories where these projects have to be scaled up. But to say there's a huge role for public banks, and I think IDB should lead because we're part of a region that really can lead by example, as the panelists were saying here. So I would love to see this strategy in place.
Thank you, Ilona. So with that, let's conclude this panel. So I'll ask you for a round of applause to our incredible speakers.
Thank you, Ilan. Thank you, all the members of the panel. So now I'm going to switch to Portuguese. Agora nós vamos ter diálogo muito interessante.
We're going to have interesting dialogue about bioeconomy in Amazon region. It's a critical theme in order to conserve biodiversity, generate economic alternative. People who live in the region. I'd like to invite Alexandre Rosas, manager of strategic planning and effectivity in development of IDB, and Fabio Maeda, director of Amazon Bank.
Muito obrigado. Bom, muito bom dia.
Good morning, all of you. This is a panel. It is a privilege to most of the conversations we had on the Sustainability Week, they go around building value chains around biodiversity, especially biodiversity of the Amazon region. In other words, how can we transform this gigantic asset this region has and opportunities for the people who live in it? So it is about this, about the development of this bioeconomy, that I want to talk to Fabio Maeda, because this process pretty much depends on some important actors, especially the entrepreneurs, investors, research and development, the academia, but also the state. The state in the regulation, the state in fostering institutions such as the Bank of the Amazon that has a role, the IDB, the Bank of the Amazon, has a very important role in supporting, especially at the beginning of this process. So Fabio Maeda, who is the Director for Risk and Control of the Bank of the Amazon. Fabio, tell us a little about how you, in the quality of funding bank, how do you see those opportunities for the development of value chains around biodiversity, bioeconomy? Alexandre, first of all, good morning, all of you who are here. I need to start by thanking IDB, Paid Invest, for the promotion of the event, for inviting us to talk here in the Amazon from the Amazon Bank, but especially thanking you for bringing the event to Manaus. Having brought this event to the Amazon, we are at a very special moment for the region. We have our headquarters in Belém. The head office is in Belém do Pará, and next year we have COP30 that we the same way feel the host just like we feel as a host here with you as well. So first of all, I think it's very important for us to highlight here. I guess the eyes are turned to the Amazon. It's something we had never before. So this fact has to be highlighted, and it's a special thinking. I'd like to start by talking about the bank itself for us to contextualize and see how we can work on that and how we see this process and how we connect to bioeconomy. It's a federal bank for many years working in the region. We are present in the 9 states of legal Amazon in Brazil. We have many friends here from Latin America. We have other parts of the Amazon, but we are working here in all the states of the legal Amazon. And it is a work that goes from the infrastructure project going to the mid, large produce and microcredit. Then we get into this issue of the daily basis of the challenge of bioeconomy, whatever it may present of opportunities as well. So in a nutshell, coming to your question, what we see here as bioeconomy opportunity, I guess these are cases that are very interesting for us to talk about because it makes tangible how this works on daily basis and what it provides us to think about expanding to millions of cases, hundreds of other cases, hundreds of other ideas that may also be mobilized. So yesterday we were talking to a businessman, a client of ours, another client of ours. He is a producer of acai. He is going to a sense of a verticalization that we go to circular economy. It is a verticalization that started him producing his acai. He processes it, and yesterday he was talking to me about taking the next steps. What he wants to do, lyophilization. He wants to make it in powder. Then you generate a whole level of export for you to potentialize what is the economy of acai already. But the next step when we talk about bioeconomy is to bring that into a sustainable economy using the whole seed of acai. Those who have been through Belém, I don't know how many of you have been to Belém. If you drive through, you find bags of seeds of acai in the middle of the street. This is the leftover, and all of that can be used as fuel. This is a product that can be used as a biodiesel, for example. So he wants to do it for that, to use this product to go on in 100% use of what we have. So the sort of case we face on a daily basis, it goes from the small ones that have other cases, and then we get into talking about the challenge. This is a very nice case. It's productive, economic, and profitable for the businessman, profitable for the bank. We, as the major funding bank of the region, this is a very simple case in our conception. It's in our daily base, and that's what we pretty much promote there. But what are the cases when we have them? We have this difficulty. First of all, it is the micro and the very small one the governor was mentioning yesterday. We see the canopy of the tree. It's also important for us to see what's underneath the canopy, which are the people, millions of people who live in the Amazon. So we start our daily basis in this work. Many of that we face difficulties. Go figure with a microcredit of 2,000 reais for a client who is extension of the Amazon region. We do. We have 120 agencies spread out all over the Amazon region. For you to reach that customer who is at the edge of the state in the innermost border area, it's a major difficulty, but that's what we have done. You have solutions, you come with technology, you come trying to do innovations, so you may potentialize this sort of action. But even though, what's the difficulty? There is no point in trying to take 2,000 reais for a microcredit and put it in the hand of the person who is doing extractivism. The management of Babasu B, there is no point. We need a technical assistant. Technical assistance. So this is an interesting work of technical assistants to promote, to foster this whole activity that he is doing many times, but he does it a better way from the point of view of following a more sustainable management, but also the same way under the economic point of view. It's also very much potentializing And we recently carried out a study on the impacts on microcredit as how those 2,000 reais potentializes the quality of life, and even in terms of the GDP of the city, the state GDP. So you indeed have a change in the level of the people, which is very relevant. We have a change in the step, but we need to make it happen. And then it's not just money, you need to potentialize training. So for you to have not just technical assistance, you must find this technical assistance, which is not easy in the region. So we also start getting into this sort of challenge, but this is some performance that at the end of the day, it compensates when we find that sort of case. I produce that sometimes he starts collecting aside, and he eventually becomes a businessman. Just like I just mentioned, this is the type of funding, how funding brings development of a sustainable economy, an economy from the financial point of view, and also for the environment and climate issue. You raised several interesting issues. I'd like maybe to focus on one or two that you mentioned. You mentioned training, technology as crucial, more than financing itself, in the role of the funding bank, training, and being a vector for that technology. Tell me, how do you see the importance of research and development? The R&D, how can you make that connection between the research, technological development, and the entrepreneur in bioeconomy? I guess we can pretty much split technologies two ways. Technology and innovation two ways. I guess we have the most obvious one. We think about technological solutions. The bank itself, in order to work in such an extensive region with economicity, we count on technological partnerships, technological solutions for us to do this follow-up. And since the small to the largest, we do the credit follow-up to see the applicability, to see the criteria of sustainability, to do the prerequisite of sustainability for us to release the credit, to release or not, to see if later he is still following all sustainability standards we track. So for that, we have technological solutions, satellite, geographical reference. We have been doing that even in the market, several solutions. Several architects they are coming with many solutions in that sense. That's very important because it potentializes. Let's go to examples again. We gave you this example of operational. There are clients that sometimes need to take about for 3 days to go to some agency and sign something and get a credit, and that's technological solutions that you can make feasible to do that digital. You don't have to count on this whole difficulty in order to have access to the credit he needs. So that's a technological niche that we see the potential very easily. This is happening. This is a reality. It's a reality in the bank and other places. So I guess this is a very important area. And there is another one we are talking about, not just in tech but innovation, that exactly are techniques for you to do technical assistance. So things may happen. And then there is another example. It's 10 years ago. It has many fruits. We see this case very positively. It's Cacau Floresta. It is something that we supported in an innovation point for technical assistance for a more sustainable cocoa stewardship. It is under sustainability. It is the aspect of profitability for those who do it. It's interesting how these initiatives of innovation and for you to train the edge, they yield. And then the Bank of the Amazon promotes a product in the last years, the green stock breeding. What is green stock breeding? It is a different rate with technical assistance. It's very important, this technical assistance aspect. And then we do the whole induction of, for example, doing stock breeding activity, but it's more sustainable, or from sustainable to extensive, and then stock breeding and crops integration techniques that are created and then gives you an effect from the point of view, environmental point of view, and the profitability for the ad for the client at the end. That's great, Fabio. Unfortunately, our conversation will be a little short. Maybe there, if you could make a reflection about our immediate future. In our other panel, you asked an interesting question to your lecturers. What do you expect from your business? How would you define success for the next year or 2 years as a funding bank in supporting bioeconomy? We have a major expectation in terms of the funding agenda bioeconomy sustainability, that is, for example, value in the biome. We had the example of people from Mamba, regeneration, carbon credit. It's very important for us to advance an agenda in relation to value environmental agenda, payment for environmental service. The Congress has made some work on carbon credit. All those agendas are very important for us to effectively take off this pressure in relation to deforestation. The examples I give you, how we work with bioeconomy and how that could help at the edge doing the extractivist that is doing it the bad way, that he could do it the good way, but we must and will include that they will survive in a better way. Value the environment while he detains what? He detains that region when he lives under the tree. He'll never have a registration number, but we must value the service for the environment as a whole. So this is an agenda that is very important for the client to see on the debate, how that removes the pressure in relation to deforestation and environmental degradation. So we have the expectation that this agenda will advance. I guess it's necessary, it's a call. So it may advance with the support of an ideal audience for everybody to get involved and advance, because we who are there on a daily basis, we see the importance of this advance of this type of agenda. Fabio, thank you very much for the reflection. I also would like to say the IDB recently in the prior panel mentioned and approved the traditional tools for the conservation of biodiversity, and as a consequence, the development of a sustainable bioeconomy is one of our three transversal objectives. And here in Brazil, the bank has a special focus on the Amazon. So I hope IDB and IDB Invest and Bank of the Amazon, we work together for many operations in the Amazon supporting those common objectives. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Good morning. Thank you, Alexandre, Fabio. And to take advantage of the bioeconomy topic, I'd like to let you know tomorrow that there will be a session of discussions about the initiative of bioeconomy in G20 here at the event in Murupi room from 12:30 to 2 p.m. for those who are interested. And now it's the moment of the day when we will split into groups. We'll have several moments of discussions in different rooms. This room goes on with its event. This room, which is the plenary, is a SAI room. It is a SAI room, and you may follow it in the app and in the website of the event. And we have other two rooms here in the convention center, Tucumã e Cupuaçu, where you can attend to other agendas and other plenaries. And from now up to the end of the day, the sessions are split into the 5 topics of the event. So we have impact investment, bioeconomy, social inclusion for the Amazon and climate change. So this is going to be the division of the topics. The agenda is updated in the app and website. So if you could please see which sessions you are more interested in. And we'll have a coffee break by 11:30. Lunch will be served at 1 p.m. Then we will have another coffee break in the afternoon at 4:30. And this coffee break will have a networking. So this is a free moment for you to interact with the other participants. And at 6 p.m. we will have the transportation for you to go back to your hotels. So we wish you all an excellent journey today with very enriching discussions. This room, which is a SAI room plenary, goes on with simultaneous translation. The other 2 rooms, they will not have simultaneous translation. Just to make it clear, depending on your interest in relation to the topics, this is the distribution we have at the moment. And now the first panel of this room.
And inclusion through financial products and performance-based incentives. So I'd like to invite the members of the panel and Cecilia Prieto de Rebassa, Division Chief Portfolio Management at the IDB Invest, and the other members of the panel. Please join us to the stage.
So good morning to everybody, and welcome to day 2 of Sustainability Week. We will be today talking about a topic that is very important to IDB Invest and in general to the IDB Group. It's a topic of inclusion. And we will be approaching the topic from 2 angles. On the one hand, we will talk about how to reach vulnerable populations and micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises through financial products and services. And on the other hand, we will also talk about how to use performance-based incentives to get companies and financial institutions to finance women-led enterprises and also to promote and hire more women throughout their enterprises. So we have a very exciting panel today, and we have an across-the-board representation from foundations all the way to multinational finance institutions and multilateral institutions as well. So I'm going to introduce the panel, beginning from the left. Manuel Borja, who is at City Social, I'm going to read my notes so I say it all correctly with my glasses. Okay. So he is head of structuring and Latin America and the Caribbean at City Social Finance. He leads the resource mobilization through innovative financing structures. Citi has financed 1.5 billion in sustainable investments across the region with a focus on increasing financial inclusion, particularly for women-led businesses and access to basic services. Next, we're going to move to Camila Larrea. She is joining us from Fundación Capital. She manages a variety of entrepreneurship and financial inclusion projects for poor and vulnerable populations, including recent work with indigenous communities in the Amazon regions of Colombia and Ecuador. We now go to Dorte Werner, who is representing the World Bank Group. She is the lead economist for agribusiness and food at the World Bank Group. She's also a development photographer. And welcome, Dorte. And on the far right, we have Patricia Llanes from the IDB Invest. And Patricia Llanes Pagans, in fact, she leads project evaluations and the knowledge agenda related to impact measurement. So she'll be talking to us about performance-based incentives and the strategies to put these into work and generate more inclusion and impact. So thank you all. We will begin now, and we will start setting the stage with a question for Borja. So Citi issued its first 1 billion social finance bond, with the proceeds financing a range of projects in emerging markets, including financial inclusion, basic infrastructure, health, education, and others. Can you tell us about the projects that these funds have financed, and what impact are you seeing to date?
Perfect. No, thank you very much for having us here today. Maybe the first thing to explain in just 1 or 2 minutes is about a bit of a history about social finance, because although I have been in the team 2.5 years, so I'm relatively new to this team, this is not really new for the bank, right? This has been an activity that Citi has been doing for the last 20 years. It started at Citi Microfinance, providing liquidity to microfinance institutions across more than 45 emerging markets. And as you say, in 2021, there was a strategic decision for the bank to issue a 1 billion social bond. So the treasury of the bank issued the bond. And this bond worked on the same way that all the thematic bonds, like green bonds, gender bonds, in which now we have a framework which is public. And because of the bond, the mandate of the team was expanded. So in addition to financial inclusion, which is all the activity that we used to do with microfinance, now we have access to basic services, so health, education, agriculture, and also access to basic infrastructure, so water, sanitation, transport, and telecommunications. And this was mainly because we want to be a bit more intentional of what we do, obviously with the local presence that we have. As I mentioned, in more than 45 emerging markets, we are really well positioned to really connect investors to mobilize capital with the local capabilities that we have, being close to our clients. So as a result of this strategy of being a bit more intentional, only last year, we closed 28 transactions in Latin America, mobilizing more than 1.5 million, and which is more important, impacting almost 1 million people, of which approximately 600,000 are women. So giving some particular examples with a focus in women. So last year, for example, we closed a transaction with Simply, which is an inclusive fintech in Colombia that provide liquidity to this small and medium enterprise, and 60% of the loan has to be toward women. Also in education, we have been closing transactions in education with Innova Schools in Peru, which is a very innovative model to provide education at an affordable pricing and with high quality. So we closed our first transaction a couple of years ago in Peru, and now we are supporting Innova to expand that education to other countries like Mexico. And even here in Brazil, no, I think that we also closed a very important transaction with IDB, particularly to fund a project here in Manaus, and this is for providing water and sanitation to low and lower middle income population, right? So I think that, yeah, it's more like the summary, like a bit more intentional strategy of really try to mobilize this capital toward this project with the social impact.
Thank you very much, Manuel. That is a very broad description of what Citi can do across the region. I'm going to move now, thank you, to Camila. Camila, you've done a lot of work in the Amazon, and could you talk to us about what strategies financial institutions could use to reach these groups, and what could be the value proposition to make sense to the indigenous groups and have a connection and be able to address their needs.
Okay, so good morning to everyone. First of all, thank you to IDB Invest for inviting Fundación Capital to be here today. For us, as an international development organization working on financial, economic, and digital inclusion of vulnerable communities, it is very important and enlightening to be here today. So, Cecilia, to answer your question, we've learned first that it's not solely about the financial products that are being offered to indigenous people, but it's about the services that are behind these financial products. So first of all, building trust is one of the key issues that as a financial institution you need to work with indigenous peoples and their businesses, and that has to be mediated by the understanding of diversity within and between the indigenous peoples. So indigenous peoples' livelihoods are often combined between market economy and reciprocity principles, and that's not something that financial institutions often understand. So taking the time and the money and resources to understanding the community's relationship with each one of these, then you can understand how to tailor products and services to meet their needs. So for example, if you're relying on traditional lending technologies, that does not allow to have a complete assessment on the repayment capacity of indigenous communities. So maybe you can understand how to complement your traditional lending technologies with alternative data that includes non-financial income and expenses that are directly related to the reciprocity economic principles of indigenous people. Cultural proximity is also a key issue. So this can be done by including bilingual commercial teams or hiring people from indigenous communities, and that can only reduce the barriers caused by language, by clothing, or by understanding the cultural context. So financial institutions should tailor their products and services to meet indigenous people's needs. But that has to be going towards the growth and the achievements of their own goals of the indigenous peoples. And this can be done, like if banks are relying solely on documents to make their decision, for example, of giving a loan or not, then this will affect indigenous peoples disproportionately because, well, they do not have those documentations that they need to ask for a loan. But high operational costs need to be considered as well, because indigenous peoples are often located in highly secluded areas with no roads or transportation systems, or even some of them do not have internet or telephone access. So if we are talking about indigenous people's involuntary isolation, then you need to bear in mind that that has to be respected above everything else. So financial institutions should assess, evaluate where they have their impact and how that's actually impacting these communities. So implementing environmental and social risk management systems is a must.
Thank you, Camila. And what you mentioned is very aligned to what we've heard earlier this morning and yesterday about not trying to impose a solution, but to really sit with communities to understand what they would want and what they wouldn't, and try to build bridges. I'd like to turn now to Dorte. She has a wealth of experience working with the most vulnerable populations, not only in Latin America, but also across the world. If you could talk to us a little bit about some of the examples of the work you've done and how that relates to having inclusion of women and indigenous groups and vulnerable populations.
Thank you. Yes. Before I start, I would like to remind everyone we have the biggest food insecurity crisis of our lifetime. And by 2050, we have to feed 10 billion people. And we have to do that without destroying the planet. We have to preserve the last remaining biodiversity and the standing forest. That's going to be hard, right? But we need a food system transformation. So all people need to be involved in this process. So the way we produce, we have to move away from the linear production model, from a production, waste and pollute, to one where we produce, we include the waste, we recycle the waste, and ideally, we also use waste from other sectors. And I'll get back to that. Some of the most vulnerable and food insecure people on the planet are actually refugees. It's not only Palestine and Ukraine. There's 108 million people, according to UNHCR's data, that are forced to flee their homes. And they are some of the most food insecure people on the planet. It's not only in Europe and in Africa. In Latin America, according to UNHCR's September data, there's 21 million people in Latin America and the Caribbean that have been forced to flee their homes. It's in Mexico, that are internally displaced, it's Central America, it's Haiti, it's Venezuela, and so on. Most of these people don't have access to arable land. So how can they actually produce food? Well, we have a solution. Use frontier agriculture that doesn't require arable land and water. We can produce it pretty much everywhere. Parking lot, roofs, next to homes, you tell me, even in deserts. So, what is this frontier agriculture? For example, it's novel protein, micro livestock. Not everybody thinks that micro livestock might be insects, but insects are actually a super nutritious animal. We can produce black soldier fly, we can sow mealworm and cricket. Most insects have more than 60% of their weight that is protein. I don't think there's any other animals that has that. Most don't even get to 20%. And given with the hunt for protein and nutrients, particularly for refugees and other undernourished people, insect is amazing. It also has zinc, calcium, omega-3s, and other things. And just 5 grams a day in a child's diet can reduce malnourishment and protein deficiency. That's not even a teaspoon, right? We can sprinkle it on the child's meal, and the child will be able to learn and become a productive adult. So, what do we feed insects? We can feed them waste. We can feed them organic waste, household waste, brewery waste, agricultural waste, all these agricultural waste and household waste that give out a lot of methane. And while doing that, when we produce, we get the protein, we get chitin, we get oil, and we get fat. Fat is a biofertilizer. It's one of the most potent fertilizers that exists. And given that insects, they have an amazing appetite. They eat their weight 4 times a day, meaning that we produce a lot of fat or fertilizer. So we produced a book like this, come to me and I can give you the link, on insect farming. Because we want to see if it was actually possible. It's possible, and we proved the concept in one of the most difficult conditions in South Sudan, in an area that is flooded, had been flooded for 5 years, meaning we couldn't bring in any inputs, and it's double FCV, so it's double fragility and conflict, meaning it's a country in conflict with spillover from the conflict in Sudan. We did it there in 5 months. Now we're producing in 4 countries in Africa. We have 5 more countries in the pipeline, and 1 is in Latin America, and that is Mexico. So how quick can we produce protein? We can produce it in 2 weeks. This is what the refugees are doing in the 4 countries we're working. And that is amazing, right? Because not many other animal protein you can produce, and even beef you can produce in 2 weeks. So these vulnerable people, the refugees, are included in the production project. And it helps both the people, because it gives them a livelihood, it gives them food security, and also protects the planet, because we can keep our biodiversity and the forest, because we don't need to cut the forest down to produce more soybean to feed animals. 60% of the global agricultural areas today are used to feed animals. That is not sustainable. We all know that. And many populations are actually collecting insects in the wild. For example, ants. I had some fantastic ants with the Tucana people here in Manaus on the weekend. And that is not sustainable either, because we can over-harvest them. So by producing them, we reduce these risks. And then let me just give you a few big numbers. If we take organic waste from agriculture in the top 5 countries in Africa and take the biggest crops, 30% of that organic waste, how many jobs can we create? Our calculations in the World Bank show we can create 15 million jobs. And given that the insects are absorbing the organic waste, they absorb the methane. So it's equivalent every year to taking 18 million cars off the road. So we can feed all people a nutritious diet, and we can include all the most vulnerable people in the process. And I'm super happy. I met Yuri and other people from Ecuador yesterday, and they told me that their people are starting to look into producing beetles. So many indigenous people are actually on the front of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorte. That's certainly a very different angle to what we've used to, and something that I'm sure will be an important topic as we move forward. I'd like to move now to Patricia. She's going to be talking to us about performance-based incentives. So could you tell us about what these are, to explain to the group, and how IDB Invest uses them to promote gender equality with their clients?
Thank you, Cecilia, and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here today, sharing a bit of our experience using performance-based incentives to promote gender equality, which is definitely a key priority, not only for IDB Invest, but for IDB Group. So let me explain briefly what performance-based incentives are. They are transfers of capital or the provision of material rewards from an investor to an investee, so in our case from IDB Invest to our clients, and they are given conditional on the achievement of certain outcomes. We have several years of experience implementing performance-based incentives, not only to promote gender equality, but also in the space of climate. But I'll focus today mostly on the gender equality, as we recently published a report sharing our experience and taking a stock of more than 20 operations where we have given these across different sectors, and that were spread across 14 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. But the way we provide performance-based incentives is through mechanisms of blended finance. Basically here, what we are doing is that we are combining concessional finance coming from donors or third parties alongside our financing or credit, that where we use our own capital or we use capital from other commercial sources as well. So to give you more concrete examples of how they could look like, in the majority of the cases, we are providing incentives, for instance, through a reduction in the interest rate of the loan. And let's say we provide this to a financial intermediary where we ask them to, based on the projections they give us about how the portfolio of credit to women-owned, women-led businesses is going to grow. We propose to them that if they overachieve those targets and meet others that we set together at the very beginning, we can offer reductions in the interest rate. Another modality that we work with is through the provision of performance grants or lump sum transfers. So for instance, we could work with a corporate company where we work with them and ask them to source more their inputs from women-owned, women-led businesses, and if they achieve the targets that we agreed to, they would get a prize, a monetary prize when they achieve this milestone. So they could get different, these incentives could be delivered in different ways, and I'll share a bit of the lessons that we have learned as we have been implementing them in the past years. So something that we have seen across qualitative evidence on 7 case studies is that they are creating powerful incentives to change the mindset of these companies. We have seen that they are accelerating the timelines in the case of companies that were already working on gender programs, but these incentives are accelerating the timelines. In other cases, it's actually creating a culture of gender equality within these companies and bringing teams together to work on this topic. As soon as you touch the core of the business through the provision of a financial incentive, they start really prioritizing the topic more. So that's been a very positive change. Another lesson that we have seen is that these incentives can have positive spillover effects. What do I mean by this? They can not only create the impacts that we are looking and we are paying for, but they can have effects that go beyond those that we expected. So to give you some examples, in some cases, companies where we provided incentives to hire women in male-dominated sectors, for instance, when we work with infrastructure companies, we see that through these incentives, they create networks with academic institutions or others to recruit talented women and also to recruit talented employees. We have also seen, for instance, that companies that started thinking about how to procure more from women businesses, they implement gender strategies as a whole for the company, not only touching on the procurement department, but more broadly on the company. So very interesting cases of spillover effects. And finally, we also see that incentives work differently under different conditions. So it's not a one-size-fits-all approach, and we need to understand very carefully the context, and I can share more about the challenges as well soon.
Thank you, Patty. And indeed, from my experience working on the side of portfolio, we see those incentives really working, particularly when they're positive. So if the clients see that they can get a better rate or some sort of income or something, that really incentivizes towards these. That can be sometimes difficult, and they need to change the way the companies work, but they're really making a change for us. I'm going to turn now to Borja. Citi was one of the first commercial banks that signed into the 2X challenge, that is to promote investing in women. I wonder if you could tell us about why this was important to Citi and how you are incorporating gender-led investing into your operations.
Yeah, maybe as a way of background, the 2X Challenge was an initiative created by DFIs and multilateral development banks 5 years ago with the main objectives to mobilize capital towards gender-led investing. So in the last 5 years, all these DFIs mobilized more than 5 billion of capital toward gender across emerging markets in Africa, Asia, Latin America. And a couple of years ago, there was a decision to create the 2X Global, which is now an institution which comes with more than 60 institutions, not only DFIs or IDBs, but also from the private sector, asset managers, financial institutions, credit funds, to work together to try to mobilize capital toward gender-led investing. So for Citi, obviously this was very important, and I'm proud to say that we are the first commercial bank that joined the initiative. And it was very important because gender for us is basically in everything that we do, right? What we say is that we always need to apply our gender lens in the different sectors that we cover for health, education, financial inclusion, water and sanitation. And this is basically what we do. We have a public commitment of mobilizing more than 1 trillion in sustainability projects by 2030. But in the particular case of social finance, we wanted to go beyond that and put a bit of some numbers to measure the impact in people, right? So we have now a public commitment of supporting 50 million people in low and lower middle income households, of which 10 million are going to be women, right? We always say that if you are not able to measure impact, there is no really impact, right? So this is why in all the transactions that we do, we apply the 2X methodology, which is really good to have a like international standard on how to really measure the impact and to account the impact that you are having in the project, right? So this was the main reason why we joined the 2X. And we are also part of the board, CIT is part of the board representing the private sector, driving the strategy of the organization to mobilize more capital toward gender-lens investing.
Thank you, and really walking the talk on inclusion. Thank you so much. I'm going to turn to Camila and go back to the Amazon. If you could talk to us about the challenges in reaching women-led businesses, and what strategies would you recommend for other financial institutions in the audience to better address and better reach that particular underserved group? Thank you.
Okay, so this question actually has a lot of elements. So I'll begin highlighting the barriers that financial institutions face when trying to meet the needs of women entrepreneurs. So first of all, as with indigenous peoples, we need to have a wider comprehension of the different characteristics, needs, interests of women during or along the different stages of their life cycle. It is important also to identify the barriers that women face for their financial institution and where does these barriers are being caused. So some of them could be in regulations, some others could be in biases or like or of stereotypes and biases in commercial teams, financial commercial teams, and others might be internal barriers of women, and that has an effect. So what barriers are we talking about exactly? So first of all, social norms. There are some social norms that do not promote women's active involvement in financial decision making. Some of them do not allow women to have privacy over their finances, and some others have control over their movements, their physical movements on their networking, and that's affecting their financial and economic inclusion. Lack of collateral is also an issue that has to be addressed by financial inclusion. So, for example, complementing these traditional scorings that are based on capacity to repay with alternative data that maybe assess personality traits is one example of doing this. But what about the Amazon? The Amazon also has unique barriers to attend the needs of women entrepreneurs working in this region. So first of all, we have environmental issues. We know that these environmental issues have a greater impact over women, so it increases their vulnerability and therefore their businesses. But this also creates an opportunity for financial institutions to create innovative solutions to increase resilience and preparedness. But also data is one of the barriers as well. So we know that decision-making processes need quality and reliable data to inform those decision-making. So for example, in countries like Colombia, the Amazon does not have statistic representation in national official data systems. So this is a barrier for financial institutions to tailor their products and services to meet the needs of the population living in this important region. But finally, I would like to close saying that we have been speaking about the business opportunity of investing in women's financial inclusion for a very long time now. So we should not be trying to convince financial institutions that this is a good business opportunity. It is not the time either to think about what we can do to meet women's needs. It is the time to assess what has been done and identify what has been done right to increase the impact of those initiatives.
Thank you, Camila, and certainly very challenging questions to ask the audience as well. I'm going to skip now to Patricia, since we're on the topic of challenges, and just ask her about the challenges in putting in place these performance-based incentives in IDB Invest and some lessons that you could share with the audience.
I want to emphasize three challenges, Cecilia. The first one is on calibration. As investors, and when we design these performance-based incentives, a key question is how much do I have to pay a company to switch and to change behavior and practices? And there is not a clear answer yet on that one. You don't want this incentive to be too small so that it doesn't encourage the change that you're seeking. But at the same time, as resources are still scarce, you want to make sure you're taking the most out of them so that you are not also overly paying. So finding where that sweet spot is and calibrating the size of the incentive is something that we are continuing to learn. The other is on target setting. This is also connected to calibration. As you are talking to these companies, how do you set these targets against which you are going to pay the incentive? It's also quite challenging. You want to make sure that these projections or targets are reasonable. Again, you don't want them to be too high, so the companies get discouraged because they cannot achieve those. But at the same time, you don't want them to be too low so that even in the absence of the incentives, they would have achieved those targets. So we definitely need to continue working and gathering more evidence on the calibration part. The other is in terms of standardization, and this also guides the calibration to the extent that we have more and more data, and that this data is standardized across operations, we can start creating benchmarks to guide these targets and the size of incentives. But there is a trade-off between how much you standardize and at the same time how much you tailor these incentives to each specific client. Every context is different, every client is in a different stage in their process of achieving gender equality. So once again, you cannot propose the same type of incentive always. So how do we strike the right balance on standardization? And last, and I think one of the most important ones is on capacity building, internal capacity building on these companies. What we have learned is that these incentives need to go alongside technical assistance or advisory services to be fully successful. And the way advisory services is provided, in our case, we are providing it through our team. It can be in different ways. It could be upstream to prepare the client to be able to engage with us on a discussion about incentives. So from very basic things about having sex disaggregated data. If we want to incentivize a client, let's say, to grow the portfolio of women-owned, women-led businesses, but they don't have the segmentation today, we need to first work with them on having clear those definitions, making sure that they have the capacity to collect the data, so that with that capacity, they can understand where are we in the baseline, and now I can tell you what are the reasonable projections moving forward. And then capacity building also comes when we are providing the incentive itself. So as we are providing it, they may need support to do some of these engagements, to build gender strategies, to engage with other external stakeholders. So I think those three would be the key ones.
Thank you, Patricia. I'm going to turn now to Dorte. If you could tell us some of the factors to consider when you want to include women into economic opportunities in these vulnerable settings?
Thank you. There are many factors. Let me just think of three and share them with you. It's time, participation, and thinking. Time. For women, also for men, but for women, time is really a scarce resource. Women are caretakers, not only for children, but also for older family members and people that are potentially disabled and not able to do what others can do. So we need to make sure that whatever is done, taking time into consideration so they don't get more work. For example, many conditional cash transfer programs that have been implemented in Latin America demanded a lot of time. Government wanted to do well by distributing conditional cash, but the women had to stand in line for this. So at one point in Brazil, it's not now, at one point in Brazil, some women had to stand in line 5 times a month. They need to get Bolsa Familia, Vale Gás, Bolsa Saúde, PT, and I forget the others. So by making sure one think of women's time as a very valuable resource and using all the new technologies like digital, we can maybe help women and other vulnerable populations to do the things around their timeline during the day, so they can do the work when they are available to do so. Then the participation. We need to listen, we need to ask the people. People know what they want. The thing is, did they get a chance to be heard and provide voice? And finally, we need to think outside the box. We need to find alternatives to conventional finance and implementation mechanisms. For example, all the applied behavioral economic work that have been done in a number of places now show very clearly that rotating funds are a key instrument for women in poor communities. Who would have thought that 5 years ago, right? Refugees included. Quilombos, Quilombolas, Ribeirinhos, other communities, same thing. And we can also assist them by creating, for example, cooperatives. So I'll just give you one example. If a woman has one animal, just say it's a cow, and the neighbor also has a cow, and the next neighbor has no animal. When you come in, you probably think, there's not much here in terms of dairy, right? But what if we help the women, all of them, to get 2 cows? Well, that's 6 cows, still not a lot of dairy. Many of the dairy factories will not come out there and collect the milk. We did this in India. Women, on average, with 2 cows. But we created a cooperative of 2 million women. So all of a sudden we have a big chunk of milk, and all the dairy factories wanted to come and get it. It changed the life and the well-being of these women and their families. They were really empowered. They no longer had to walk to the market and sell the leftover milk. All of a sudden, the buyers came to them, and they could do other things with their time.
Thank you, Dorte. I will move now to Borja. Can you tell us about some of the lessons you've learned in working with women across your operations and what you could share with the audience?
Yeah, very briefly on that, but basically I think that's something that is really important for us, particularly when we're doing, working, for example, with financial institutions, is the importance of data, no? Because something that you realize when you are doing your due diligence is that in many cases the clients already are having the impact, the clients already have that impact in the community and society, but they don't know how to measure it, right? So for us, it's really critical to support the clients on that journey of understanding the data. I think that is connected with what was mentioned also by the colleague from the IDB about the importance of measuring impact. And this is the critical part for us, right? This is why we joined the trades, why we have specific methodologies for each of the sectors that we cover as per the framework, the social framework that we have. So I think that the importance of data is something critical in the process of the due diligence and how we do it, right?
Thank you, Manuel. I'll move to Camila. I know we have a few minutes left, but just a few more questions. Can you tell us about what best practices you've seen financial institutions implement across the Amazon and the work you've done?
Yes. So first of all, I would like to highlight that we need to be more intentional on serving sustainable businesses in the Amazon. But there are some good practices being done here. But one of our findings are that the most interesting experiences come from credit unions that have been born here in the territory. So one of them is the credit union in Colombia that was born and based in the Amazon and specializes in financial inclusion of underserved populations, such as indigenous peoples or ex-combatants. And what they do, they aim at strengthening local economies by offering financial and non-financial services that tackle different social and economic problems. However, their operational costs are higher than other financial institutions that are not working in the area. Therefore, they have not had the chance to access funding from development banks.
Thank you. And Patricia, finally to you, can you share with the audience some of the best practices you have seen in performance-based instruments?
Yes, thank you, Cecilia. I wanted to emphasize three best practices or recommendations I would give to other investors thinking about using these incentives. The first one is on building in flexibility. When you're designing these incentives, building flexibility and be ready to adapt if needed. So we sign contracts with companies when we provide incentives, but for a few cases you realize that external conditions may change. So for instance, during COVID, some clients were finding it very hard to achieve the targets that were set before we knew the pandemic was coming. So that required revising some of those timelines to make sure that we still keep them engaged, but we give them some flexibility. Or we could also discover as we are executing this that they need extra support. It's also very important to define the impact logic of these incentives when you are designing. And by this I mean, how do we expect the incentive to lead to a behavior or change in the company? What are the assumptions, the conditions that need to happen for this to really be observed, and make sure that you're ready to be able to support and meet those conditions. And the other one I wanted to emphasize is that it's very important to select carefully the clients. You want to work with companies that are not too green or it's not too soon for them to engage on this, but at the same time, you don't want to work with companies that are so advanced that regardless of the incentive, they would do so. So the way we think about these incentives is only as temporary subsidies. It's an incentive that's given on a temporary way, and once the company switches and changes, they see the value of promoting more gender equality, they are ready to do so without our incentive. So finding those companies is key, and we need to very carefully select those. And finally, I think it's very important that if you are new to this or if you're working on this, that you really work together with a community of practice, that you continue collecting data, systematizing, share your lessons with the audience, with external people, because the more we exchange experiences, we will learn more and we will continue improving the work in this area. And if you are new to this, there is definitely multiple resources. There are the impact principles to follow. And actually tomorrow we'll have another panel where you can learn more about this. So seek for your partners and other institutions working on this for support, for sure.
Okay, so we've run out of time, but before finishing, we wanted to have a call for action and wanted to hear from all the panelists. I'm going to ask Dorte to share some of the strategies that potential investors or institutions could consider when working in inclusion and across vulnerable populations.
First of all, it's very important to listen. Listen to these populations. Go, spend time, talk with them. Even if you speak the same language, you pay attention to the words because they might not speak the same business language that you do. When I go, this is what I love to do. Go to the communities, learn from them, talk with them, let them share ideas. Because I learn, I become a better professional, and I think we all become better professionals if we actually listen. Because many of these underserved, underprivileged groups, they have a lot of solutions that we need for both for people on the planet and for the planet itself.
Thank you so much. We're going to conclude here. Our time has run out, so thank you for all the panelists and all the good ideas, and thank you for the audience as well for your patience.
Thank you, Cecilia. Thank you, all the members of the panel. What a great discussion. And now I'd like to invite to the stage Carlos Takahashi, Vice President from Ambina, who will be moderating a panel with all the other members of the panel about blended finance, a tool to scale up funding for Latin America and the Caribbean. So please join the stage.
Muito bem. Bom dia a todos.
Very well. Good morning, all of you. It's a pleasure to be here at this IDB event, important year in the eve of an important year at an important region to have this conversation. Fernanda here, my guard angel, sure just reminded me today is Valentine's Day. So it may be a day of love and affection to everyone that makes a huge difference in our lives. So let's start now our panel. We're going to be talking about blended finance. It is a topic that has had a huge importance in several agendas of several organizations, by the way. This is in OECD, Agenda, IDB, World Economic Forum, and other institutions as well as one of the mechanisms we have to look at very carefully to do the level up we need for all the projects that bring social and environmental impact for us to effectively build up this agenda we are making. When we talk about social environmental impacts, we talk to a region that has a huge relevance in this aspect, not just in Brazil but in global scale. So we're here with very special people for this panel, people who have a long history working in this market to make it actually happen. I'm here with Fernanda Camargo, a long time friend and BMA director, partner of White Capital, who is in this struggle for quite some time, all over Brazil, all over the world. So she's going to be here with us in the panel. There are people I'm meeting today. So I'll take my paper. I have Fernando Camargo, who has double citizenship. Fábio Fagundes. Fábio, double citizenship, and who leads here in IDB. He is the chief for financial product and also service, and he has a long history. He works at a bank which is reference to sustainability, ABN AMRO. He worked in Europe and has been in IDB for over 10 years trying to help with solution for this market. I have Andre from BNDES with a long history and a long journey in sustainability. Besides doing the development of solutions in practice, he has a relevant academic work, and we know this is very important to develop the markets, this connection between academic production and the market practices. So Andre will be with us at the panel. And Mario, who is from Mexico, he is Mexican but lives in Bogota, Colombia, with Financial Motion Company, who is also a major collaborator of IDB. CAF always work with inclusive financing and solutions in this space we're going to be talking at. It's a pleasure to have you here with us. So let's get started with our conversation. I'll get started talking to Andre and Fabio Fagundes. We all know the blended financing involves an hybrid structure with several participants, with several stakeholders. So we have multilateral banks, we have public and private. You have a philanthropy with important role in blended finance. And when we're talking about these structures, we are talking about different interests and finalities, governance, even if with the same purpose. So that is a major challenge. I'd like to hear from Andre and Fabio about what each one of those organizations. And we are talking about an organization bank and a multilateral organism, what each of these initiatives has done to lever up the blended finance agenda. So make yourself comfortable. Andre, Flavio. Just a last disclaimer, the other participants, you can interrupt and participate actively of this conversation. That is always very enriching. Thank you very much, Kaká and Andre, for the opportunity to start first. So let's face this together. It's a pleasure to be here again. Yesterday you must have seen the logistic panel.
They say I don't speak the Portuguese they taught me a long time ago, no, after being 20 years abroad. So I wish I will go in English and hopefully I will do a better job. So blended finance, IDB Invest, we are just looking forward to the latest reports from Convergency. We have been a leader in this market in Latin America and the Caribbean across the 26 countries. To give idea about numbers, we manage more than $1 billion in funds, and I will detail a bit more of what we have been doing with them and where they are coming from. And we deployed more than $600 million across more than 100 projects. We just celebrated a milestone of 100 projects in Latin America and Caribbean recently. And we mobilized, thanks to those blended finance and funds deployed, we mobilized more than $20 billion of private capital to those developmental projects in Latin America and the Caribbean. IDB Invest, and it's actually a very good segue, explaining a bit more of, and my colleagues here, they will go further in terms of the importance of the transparency, the integrity, the becoming an honest broker as in blended finance. No, at the end of the day, we are managing taxpayers' money. Very challenging nowadays to with all the washing around the globe. So we position ourselves in IDB Invest as an honest broker that will maximize those taxpayers' money in attracting and mobilizing private capital to the very developmental projects in Latin America and the Caribbean. The way you do it is really focused on frontier of development finance. So many of those projects, as we shared yesterday in the panel about originate to share, how to have a bankable pipeline of projects, how we can make sure that we are mitigating the risks linked to ESG safeguards, linked to sovereign, linked to corporate and other risks related to the structures that we put in place. So blended finance is one of those instruments that we use to make sure that we build that bankable pipeline that will meet the trillions of dollars needed to develop the region or the sustainable development goals in the region. So very quickly, I would like to say thank you to Canada. Canada has been, as a country, has been one of our greatest partners. So we manage more than $400 million in 2 funds that we have with them. We just closed another close to 400 million, so it's at the 3rd fund for $370 million in dollars equivalents in Canadian dollars, half a billion Canadian dollars, that we expect to sign in 2024. Then also United Kingdom, we have phase 1 and phase 2, close to $200 million. All those are reimbursable funds. So when you understand the deployment of the funds and the recovery, this UK SIP can get to close to 160 million dollars equivalent in British pounds. Then there is a 3rd one from Finland that we signed last year of $50 million. So there are many countries across the globe and many funders to those the blended finance initiatives that we have. So I've already talked about the frontier of developed finance and how we are mitigating those risks and scaling innovative business models and technologies across the region. So I would like to give 3 examples very close to our heart. Here in the Amazon, for example, you have heard about Tembisi. That is a leading regional and actually I would call international bike sharing company. It's operating in Argentina, Brazil, Chile, and Colombia. We have invested in equity, so IDB Invest plus blended finance. So we utilized our own capital from IDB Invest in a $5 million equity investment, and we added $3 million from the Finland LAC blended finance client fund we manage on behalf of Finland. So it's basically we're expanding the fleet of electric bikes and that they operate in those 4 markets that I mentioned. So we are expanding, the goal is to expanding sustainable mobility and decarbonize the transport sector. Our investment in Tembisi is support the vertical integration of the company, enabling it to grow and assemble its plants in Extrema, Minas Gerais, and here in Manaus. Support local employment and the scaling and competitiveness of a regional company and participating in bids across the globe. The second example that I would like to do is to give and share is Bansicredi. It's a women-owned SMEs portfolio in the Amazon region that we are financing via this cooperative in Brazil. It's a performance-based incentive from WIFI. We heard about WIFI before through many of the panels that we have here. And we are focusing business-led, small businesses led by women and other vulnerable groups, Afro-descendants and indigenous communities in Brazil. Often they experience greater limitation accessing finance to their businesses. And that's what we have been doing with Bansicredi in this. And my last example, and sorry to have taken so much time, Kaká, but the last example that I would like to raise here, it's with Sicredi, another example in Brazil, in gender diversity and inclusion, also with green and corporate targets. replicating what we have done across the blended finance portfolio. So as I said in the beginning, we have more than 100 projects across Latin America and the Caribbean. We're looking forward to working with you and your businesses to make them bankable and attracting private capital and mobilize those private capital to grow that bankable pipeline that will meet and bridge the developed gaps of Latin America and Caribbean. Thank you. Thanks, Kaká.
Perfeito. Muito obrigado, Fábio. Passar agora para o André. André, o BNDES tem...
Thank you, Fabio. André has had a very important role in the Sustainable Development Agenda, either through studies or lab or concrete actions. Last year, you launched the call for bid of blended finance. If you could tell us a little about the initiative, that would be nice, please.
Fica à vontade de ir em português ou como você quiser, tá?
Slowly so that everybody can understand. So thank you, Kaká, and my colleagues in the panel. Congratulations. And thanks for the invitation, IDB, to putting together this seminar here. So my idea here is to share some information about our blended finance. So how we at the bank are dealing with blended finance structures. So as you know, back in 2000, 2 years ago, we launched a public call to select blended finance proposals. We received at that time 50 proposals, most of them very good ones, and we selected 11 at the end of 2022. So what we have been doing since then? First, very recent news, we set up a dedicated team we call a blended team because we needed a blended background to deal with all these structures. So it's not easy. And I can share some of the challenges that we have. Many of the sponsors of these 11 projects are here. So we have a constant dialogue. Out of these 11 proposals, we have approved one in 1 year. So now we are with this team, and what we have done is putting employees from the bank that understands capital market structures, especially funds. So the department deals with funds and blended finance, because we need these two type of people at the same department. Because many of the proposals, they involve capital market instruments. So funds, credit funds, private equity funds, securitization instruments, guarantee funds. So we need to deal with all these structures. So why did it take so long? So why 1 year for one project? So if extrapolate, okay, so if I do one project per year, we have 11 projects, so we are going to do it in 11 years. No, it's not that case. So now we are working on, in parallel, 3 projects. Out of these 3, as I mentioned, the sponsors are here. On that call, we selected 11 in 3 basically areas: bioeconomy, urban development, and circular economy. So we are dealing especially with the first 2, so bioeconomy, that's crucial, and urban development. And why it's taking so long? I think it's important that as soon as we think about, okay, blended finance is going to be part of the solution, but we have some challenges. First, when we consider these 11 projects, each one has its unique structure. So there is no similarity. One uses private equity, the other one uses debenture, the other one uses CRE, I say real estate receivable certificate, the other one will use CRA, the other one uses all of these instruments. There is one that involves 3 CREs, 1 debenture, 1 guarantee fund, and 1 subordinate. So each one requires a lot of attention on the analysis, on the due diligence as well. So what we are trying to do with the sponsors is make it simple. So on the first meeting, we launched an idea, okay, instead of having these 5 or 6 instruments, why not having just one? And the idea, I think it's going to go ahead. So this is one lesson that we are learning by doing, right? So instead of having a lot of complex, because blended by nature is complex, but sometimes you can make it simple, or at least simpler than the original idea. So the other thing is that taking probably more time and more difficulty is mindset. Mindset. Because it's, imagine you have a project of, let's say, 1 billion reais using a debenture that we can do very fast with a lot of local and international investment banks. And I have a blended finance project of a couple of million reais that involves a lot of discussions that our engineers, economists, lawyers are not to it. So what's easier to do? A 1 billion capital market plain vanilla transaction or a blended finance 10 million transaction? So it's the normal mindset, okay, let's, and the team is doing the same thing, right? The team is building funds and building blended finance. So we put all together and say all of them are important, no matter if it's going to last 6 months or 1 year or 8 months. So the mindset is very important because you have to try to convince that this is important, and although it's complex, it's so important as probably more, say, the easiest one. So what we are doing with this 11, and our goal is to do as many as the projects in the next, say, 1, 2, 3 years. We cannot say, okay, you have 11. I'm not sure if we're going to do all the 11, but the pace is increasing, right? So with all this challenge and difficulties, the structure and in the mindset. And I invite all of you to join us. So in our call, we just required a total leverage of at least 4. So for each 1 real of BNDES, at least 3 from the market. From the market means from the concessional and the commercial source of funding. So together with the sponsors, we are really open to not only the money, but the expertise. Probably the expertise is even more important because on the commercial source of funding, it's very easy because the projects are very good ones. But the expertise, I think, it will be very welcome. So I invite you to contact us at the bank, contact the sponsors. All the projects, they are published in our website, the name, of course, not the details, because of, let's say, all of that stuff, but the sponsors, and we can set up different meetings, because there is plenty of room to collaborate. So our goal is to at least have 2 or 3 projects in the next couple of months ready to go for the approval, right, from our board. Basically, this is some initial thoughts, and we can discuss later some of the challenges and possible solutions.
Ótimo, obrigado, André. Obrigado aí pelas suas considerações. Agora eu vou falar um pouquinho com a Fernanda.
Speak a bit with Fernanda Camargo. Besides the many hats that she wears, she's got one hat of a leader, a network that was recently created, and she leads it vertically, especially blended finance. And I'd like to Fernanda Ambima, from Ambima. It's been very vocal, very active in this space, and Fernanda, as I said, has been responsible for bringing this discussion about blended finance, besides the whole experience she's got by the white capital, very close to the investors. Could you please speak a bit about the initiatives of Ambima regard to blended financing and sustainability network and your perception about the challenges we have ahead?
First of all, congratulations for IDB and the whole event. It's really great. Thank Ambima for the invitation and for taking care of me here. It's been very good. Well, I guess it's a very important topic, and I have to speak in Portuguese, but I can only talk from the heart. We have been talking about that at Ambima for some time. First, because we were watching an investment in the world of almost $2 trillion in climate finance. And there was an anguish to see the check, and we here in Brazil not getting paid. The blended structure at the right, we got to know some time for bench philanthropy. That impact Carol is here. We have been working on that for quite some time, and we understood that was a way to unlock capital. We have invested in impact for over 10 years, and we could see that additional investors could not take that risk. So it helps decrease the risk of those structures. So when we look at the size of the possibility, it was an anguish to see Brazil not participating. So I guess over this time, Ambima has done a great work because the Sustainability Network brings experts of blended from several places to teach the capital market. We are also part of an impact, which is an interministerial strategy, and there are several the Alliance for Impact too. So those Ambima strategy has a major role of educating the market. From the investor point of view, I'd like to say this one thing from my heart. I participated at BNDES since 2018. Some people who are here, Kaká, Denise, we would sleep on the floor of our houses up to 4 p.m., structuring what blended CVM would be. Those were years thinking about that. I would say the capital market, we talk about scale, market rate, return, and you're able to reach scale if you're talking about climate. Climate transition, hard to obey. Then we're talking about energy. You're gonna have larger checks. Brazil needs the regeneration, forest system built to terra. What people are doing in Valmy, I give you them to Valmy. The agroforest system, small things that sometimes will take quite some time. It requires a level of detail, and that the capital market needs to learn how to deal with it. So we see this way of the market of coming, and we want large major things. But what we need is to be dedicated, is to listen to the small producers at the edge, understand how difficult it is to stand them up. They have no access. We need lots of technical assistance. We need long terms. I think blended brings this look, and we have seen the recent blended structures. Activists have come, the major foundations, especially international. TSCs is coming, but the market has still not got the traditional capital market is still not here. So we need lots of help from BNDES. In that sense, I guess it's vital. The BNDES case, I say we need to take one university and write the case. Because when we talk about the several structures, it's very important. Structures that one has to do with the other, but it's a major learning for the whole sector. The more this is spread out, the more it is for other places. In Brazil, the other thing we keep looking at when you see these days of climate and everything, the part of the social, it's almost forgotten. It's very difficult. We have heard a lot about gender equality. But when we talk about education, for example, it's very small. For you to have an idea, the climate check is 2 trillion. what we had of blended structures, correct me if I'm around 200B since 2018 to now. Latin America is less than 10% of that. And agroforest and nature-based is 10% of 10% of the 10%. It's very little. We need this patience and the US. I'd like to give you as an example. The stimulus is here, for example. It was a nice structure that was born the opposite. It starts with the pandemic, with the donation of major donors for small entrepreneurs, and it was supposed to provide credit for the entrepreneurs to survive. But it came complete. This part that returned was subordinated to a FIDIC that is still doing loan for small producers. So I guess the IDB is the largest one in blended. I guess we have the double of all participants. But I invite us to talk and listen more. Territory, in at least IDB level, has done that a lot. Do small things. I guess we must be very humble when you get into those territories, learn how to listen with those who are in the field. When we talk, we understand how difficult it is to do the agroforest system, how that's going to need technical assistance, but it's necessary to exist. So we need to bring the investors to this place and explain it's going to take more time. We at Right have some investors who are impacted first. It is a privilege to have this look. And I know the general market is not like that. But I guess this is the effort, the work we're doing. This translation for the market as a whole is very important. So I'd like to thank you. Thank you, congratulations for the work there. And IDB also is great. Thank you very much. So Fernanda wanted to talk in Portuguese because she wants to talk from the heart. No, Mario will speak in Spanish, right? So we have a diverse panel here. There are people who speak in English, others who speak from the heart in Portuguese, and now Fernanda will speak in Spanish. But I can ask you the question in Portuguese. With your work, both in the company, but more specifically in IDB and CAF, there is a topic I find to be very important, which is the transparency of the information. Recently, we have the try of standardizing the information of FRS, and in Brazil specifically, our regulators, CVM, we are normative, and in a new way, Brazil is launched as a country that sets up a deadline for this to be endorsed by the public companies, which is a major challenge. And when you go to blended finance, as Fernanda said, we're talking about care of another size of product. I guess the scale is the quantity, not the size. I guess we needed to reach that and impact more, but for them it's a challenge. If you could let us know how do you look at that, at those challenges of transparency, information, integrity of the information, which is very important for you to have the necessary credibility for projects of this nature to advance. So please, Mario, go ahead. Thank you, Mario. Yes, I will complicate my Spanish. First, thank IDB for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here in this great country, city with so much history. Just to put into context, the financial motion for us blended finance is a mixed finance. It has been very good. The company manages 9 management funds with different topics, using public resources. These are European development agencies that have tried to impact in some sector, in some geography, in some resources that are subordinated. There will be another panel explaining the structures of blended financing, and this has been very successful in lever up those public resources, attracting private financing. There are many challenges. One of them is to align the interests of the different actors because the public development agencies, they have their own interests, and then it may be very strict. So you have to encompass other private finances. In this alignment, it comes the same challenge. And second, there must be transparency and be able to measure the results. So blended finance will not need to have with the objective of being permanent and getting and fostering private investment and then make the investments. And I guess it has lots of transparency because each project and fund has its own challenge and of course good practices, some income that will help the objectives from the very beginning, which was very difficult to find the specific indicators for each project. In our case, we have funds directed to renewable energies and other conservation of biodiversity access to finance. It is to set those indicators in a clear manner is a challenge because many times it's suggested by the public fund and then adapt them and change and make it complicated. There is another practice that finance motion has. We have the scrutiny of the German government, public entities. There is an obligation from a report frequently that has been assessed by an external party. So it obliges us to establish standardized practices and many of the discussions that will generate more taxonomy and standardize the methodologies and multilaterals as we have generating those spaces for discussion. This is key. With this I finish because it's simply available in showing the results, so it may be criticized, commented, and there may be suggestions to improve the report. Thank you, Mario. So there is a watch here. You can see what there is a watch here. Our time is almost up, but I'll ask a question to all lecturers. The 4 lecturers, it is a wider question. Later on, how we see in this panel the future of blended finance. Brazil has the chair of G20 this year, and one of the priorities is blended finances for the instrument to effectively bring the environmental and social impacts that are necessary. But I know, on the other hand, the blended finance on its own will not account for that. We need all the instruments. If we don't have other solutions, if we don't have many initiatives, we will not do that with the present emergencies. We have the truth in our face and we need to act. If we look at the volume besides the initiatives of IDB and the initiatives of BNDES, Fernando was talking about that, we still have a very small volume of blended financing here in Latin America and the Caribbean. And this we compare to some geographies, such as, for example, Africa and Asia. They are advancing a little more than us. So we have a challenge, a huge opportunity that coming to this auditorium. Brazil has a huge opportunity, but we need to know how we will grasp this opportunity, how Blended can help. And then I'll pass it on to you. And Fernanda is looking at me as she looks like when I'm talking. Then first Fernanda, and then the others to talk about these future challenges and opportunities we have. Thank you, Kaká. Very quickly, a year and a half, 2 years ago, I was invited to participate in the Global South Impact Community, which of High Impact Rockefeller Foundation organizes, and there were all Global South countries. And it was very strong for me to see when you look at the world, all those countries, Brazil, Africa, India, is where the food is, energy, work, but money is not. So you have a global richness. I always bring this number. It's around 500 trillion. And when you look at Brazilian capital market, 9 trillion reais, which is around $2 trillion. So you're talking about 500 to 3 Brazil, but Brazil is one of the major capital markets when we compare to others in Latin America, the emergency market. So a request we made in this group of Global South in the last G20 was 1% for Global South, 1% for Global Wealth, that is of the 500 trillion for Global South, to be directed for blended for those climate issues. It was post-pandemic, health, education, inclusion, and then we made a paper on data. How we can use it? When we think about the size of the volume, it's 1%. That would lever up a gigantic volume of capital. The last thing, Brazil has to value. We have a capital market that works, which is extremely modern, that always come ahead. It has admiration for CVM work of Ambima. So we have that in Latin America. Is a little different. When you go to other countries, we use a structure that is based on philanthropy. In Brazil, we can use a structure that we use the capital market. So we have this advantage, and we have lots of learning that we had with Mexico, Colombia. There are several structure learnings that we learned from you. I guess this is it. 1% for Global South, and what we're saying, what we need in Brazil, which is this part of regeneration, agri-forest, and US, social. Please, Fabio. Who goes first? Well, for the future in the micro level, it is the daily routine of the operations. On a weekly basis, we get, besides the bid, the idea for new products. Every week or every 2 weeks, we have a new idea. And what we say as a public bank that is 100% public, first we have to analyze the publics of the bid. It is a public bid. They are classified. So there are many opportunities. So looking at the future, we'd better assess each proposal individually, 11 one by one, or make a structure of funds and channel each one of them with their particularities in a global manner to assess, given the quantities of opportunities organic one by one. We eventually work in partnership with several of you. We analyze a portfolio. That's one point. Second one, as I mentioned in English before, today, and that's a new agenda for me. Capital markets I know, but blended is new. At least in the bank, when you talk about blend, it's a synonym of something that is complicated, takes time, priority will not be placed. So what I've been trying to do with the sponsors is simplify the structures. Blended cannot be a synonym of complex things. Although it is, we must have adaptations that I have 10 instruments. Let's do one or two. The great and good. Great would be 10, but eventually if it's not doable, you can do 5 instead of 10. And third, which is macro. Today a blend operation takes much more time. Of course, it would be worth thinking about a specific regulation for blend, some sort of regulatory benefit, tax benefit. We cannot do the subordinates with the capital consumption changing. Eventually for blending it would be different. Of course it's much wider, but looking at what we have of opportunity that would facilitate, unlike some discussions that we have in the level of BNDES. Some ideas for us to think about. Fabio, please. I can see already. I'll pass it on to Mike. Bom, this is just a comment. The only way to scale up what you mentioned is through the private sector. Brazil has an advantage that have the most developed capital in the region, and that may evolve a lot in the market. And then we should go on working in the methodology and create trust for the private sector. That's the only way for the capital to be invested for the objective of development. That has to come from the private sector. There is no other way to go on working and encourage the private sector for this. Okay, thank you, Mario.
Very much aligned with my colleagues here. So going back to what Fernando and André said, how to become part of the blended finance roadmap, and how we. So I had a couple of points here. One is the blended finance principles. There is a very strong rationale when you think about concessional funds, taxpayers' money to be deployed, is how we make sure that we have transparency, integrity, and we are deploying those taxpayers' money smartly to, again, the goal is to make those projects in a given moment in the future to attract private capital to do it without the concessional funds. And that's our goal. No, we are not going to put taxpayers' money forever in subsidizing projects. So the goal is how we can make that pipeline and that understanding, so accessing that capital markets that we are lucky that in Brazil is very well developed, in Mexico, Colombia, in some other places, but not all 26 countries, Latin America, the Caribbean. So how we leverage that? So I think the very first point is blended finance principles, and how we can make sure that we are transparent in the way we are using those taxpayers' money so we can attract those to deploy. The second one is the coalition between governments, multilaterals, private sector, debt capital markets players, the associations, the ANBIMAs, the CVMs, and so forth. I think, again, what André said is very important. It's already complicated enough to make a project viable, bankable, and to be financed just by a bank. Think a project that is not viable financially and needs concessional funds. So we are adding complications and complications project after project. So going back to Fernando's point, how to become part of this global map of of trillions of dollars, no? And a couple of ideas to leverage that capital markets, and so the instrument of FDIC, or securitization, or fund of funds, aggregators. So the way that we have been succeeding in this, and I invite you to visit our website. We have many, when you search blended finance there, you are going to see many of those examples, you know, of the way we are succeeding in many other markets. What I would like to invite us is to think about clients or sponsors of companies. I gave the example of Sicredi here in Brazil as an aggregator. When you think about FDIC, how you can aggregate that multiple, André was talking about multiple projects that are smaller projects. Fernando in the beginning was talking about the challenge of very small projects that you have across the country. We can aggregate those projects when we work with companies that are specialized on that. And then we can securitize, we can leverage FDIC, and then we can issue leverage that capital markets, because what the market's looking is at paper that is tradable and liquid. They don't really look at each project under the aggregator or the securitization. So I think a way to really spread this opportunity is to start working for those aggregators, as we have been doing, securitizing those portfolios and use blended in that first or second tranche, the junior tranche, taking the first, second loss, and then making that portfolio viable to access the depth of that capital markets, that's where the trillions are, to invest in those papers and in those projects. So, again, looking forward to working with all of you. E muito obrigado pela presença, muito obrigado pelo painel.
Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for the panel. Thank you for the participation. Thank you, Kaká, for helping us organizing it. So we're here finishing our panel. I'd like to thank all the participants, Fabio, Mario, André, and Fernando, for the great panel. We would stay here for a longer time debating this relevant point, and this is a major learning, and the blended is part of this learning. It is a structure of collaboration with parts and different objectives, but of the same proposal. And if there is no comprehension and collaboration, we will not build those agendas. Thank you very much. And let's go ahead. Thank you very much. To hold an inspiring lecture about empowering communities by means of technology and investment, we'll get to know the case of black money with Mina Silva, member of the board for the World Economic Forum and co-founder of the Black Money Movement. Be welcome. Hello, good morning. I'd like to invite those who are standing up to leave. 15 minutes only, it's going to be important. So I'm Nina Silva. I have 15 minutes to talk about the main problem of the structure of the country for the blended finance to be implemented here in Brazil. When we talk about communities, I have to talk where I came from. I was born and raised in the largest flat slum of Latin America, São Gonçalo, in the municipality of Rio de Janeiro. I am now administration counselor in some boards. I am also a professor of the administrative councils. I am 24. I've been in the technology for 24 years old. I am the founder of the economic case movement I brought to you today. But for me to bring this structure to you and this conjuncture on the black money case, I must bring to you what structure of country we are talking about. I am a representative of the largest population of the country. Black women are 28% of the population. Black people are 56% of people that are self-declared according to the IDB. The same population that is over 30 million in business. We turn the market of small and medium companies. It's also the population that unfortunately, in the context of access to credit, their credit are 3 times more denied in traditional financial institutions. And this is not Dina Silva who says, it is the Business Administration Council. Just like globally talking, they have limited access to capital. When we talk about city capital, when we talk about venture capital, people from different areas that have a startup, for example, from different ethnic groups and races, they only have access to 1% of the money that goes round in the capital market. So for us to be able to talk about the case of Black Money Movement, which is a hub of innovation for the institutional tool of blended finance today in Brazil, we must contextualize. I'd like to mention Maria Conceição Tavares. We cannot go through this stage without talking about Maria Conceição Tavares and her statement, nobody eats GDP, people eat food. So I talk about structure to talk about solutions. It was because of this structure of understanding that 1.9 trillion reais that moves most of the population today is not bringing growth and opportunities the most of this population could have. This gap the Black Money Movement has today in 3 lines of work, a hub that brings financial capital, social capital, and intellectual capital. When we talk about black money, generating more wealth in the black community, we're talking about a community that is 75% of the 10% poor in the country. So I'm talking about the base of the socioeconomic pyramid. We know there are many economists here. When we foster the base of the pyramid, what happens? Economic development and productive inclusion for the whole pyramid. When we do that at the top of the pyramid, we know what happens. More inequality and more places on where the money will be. It's not going to be inside the country. It's going to be out of the country. When the Black Money Movement brings the structure of the 3 pillars with free of charge courses for black community, a majority of black women attending to our courses aiming at inserting this population economically, not just in education, but connection with getting jobs and work. When we talk in Brazil about GDP, we are saying the salary inequalities among men and women, let's it flow, it doesn't go into the GDP, about 500 billion reais. When we talk about salary inequality and income among white and non-white people, there is inequality that is not in our market. 800, does not insert 800 billion in the market just because they do not pay people who have the same knowledge, the same training to have the same roles. And when we talk about the supply market, our entrepreneurship market, companies, it's not different. We are talking about a market that does not invest and finance business of several people because of an account that is wrong. In Brazil, we have, and I think it's important for us to bring this number, 6 people with no income out of 6 million. It's half of the population. 6 people have the accumulated wealth of the income of 100 million people. Which people are these? 6 white men. So I bring this. It is to bring the possibility of talking about the inclusion of all the people for the actual productive fostering for a sustainability that doesn't have to go to social. Fernanda thought about those inequalities here. In the Black Money Movement, in the pillars of education, of this movement of bring more black professionals into technology, we have courses from the introduction of programming to data science. We have courses of business acceleration for black people, not just in the part of management, but also access to financing and to technological tools to scale up their business. We say we are in the middle of the way between small business and medium business that must be levered up and they do not access capital of CIS or venture capital in the market. The Black Money Movement is a blended for instruments directed intentionally for capital and bring seeds for those accelerated business. We have the acceleration. I have today courses for entrepreneurs of productivity with artificial intelligence, up to access to resources, and then development with players, Gaia, BNDES, and other players of economic development in Brazil. When we talk about the gap of access to this credit, when we talk about this gap of access to education, we must connect the accounts. Besides leveling up the business of black people to have access to certain knowledge and the tools of the new economy, it's very easy to insert women and black people in black economy, incentivizing international spaces at a time when we are discussing the intelligence and what the generative experience will bring of opportunities. This was our question. After we made the business acceleration black money, black people and entrepreneurs in the country were in the same market niche. Clothing, aesthetics, gastronomy. So when we said we need to create businesses innovation, and then we had another hack that takes those for youth and adults, black people to create business, mainly of black people, thinking about jobs, employment of our people, and researching this new economy. It happened in two editions. There are some invitation at the end of this talk, but especially it is a space where we start thinking with technological tools. We made editions where we distributed this and the knowledge for black professionals about digital assets and capital market, which is a market that is still in the small letters when we talk about the most of the population. So how we are here at this sustainability event at the Lungs, in the Lungs of the World. As I said, I am a counselor of the World Economic Forum. I am the only person out of the US of America's counselor of this forum, counselor in this council, and I represent here the lung of the world. I am representing it, and I must bring the understanding that there is no ecosystem that will never be blended, as I was said, 10 instruments, without the necessary connections among those instruments. How the digital transformation makes the black money and other transform agents that always felt the pain, but they are creating solutions will connect to the development bank, will connect to the major external funds, and change that percentage and the percentage that were set at the beginning. So we have a partnership with Vivo, where we bring connectivity, connection for black people with rates and low cost. We also have cards, financial services, and then we have a marketplace with over 5,000 business, all of them selling online since 2020, when we started a prototype that came to the pandemic. And then we went to 30 shops, we wanted to insert, and then it was 1,200 for 6 months, because we had our closed doors when we made the research of our entrepreneurs that were just had an income of 500 reais during the pandemic. And that's when we launched our emergency assistance based on donation and philanthropy. And then all those philanthropy arms, the possibility of external funds, of major banks and civil society. It donates the time, knowledge, and resources to form a new economy that is more diverse. This partnership in the future, we must be attentive to the future. In 2021, I had the honor to be awarded. I think most of you don't know I was considered the most disruptive woman in the world, including 100 countries and 1,000 candidates. I got my award in the Web Summit in Lisbon, and you don't know that. Thank you. 10 reais for the one who started the applause. You don't know that because I am the face of Brazil. I am the face of this population that we don't see in those spaces. Let alone now we are building new futures and new possible realities. So we can make our own funds, manage our own funds. It is the black money movement that must manage the fund to support business of black people and several people in Brazil and not banks because they are not going to know how they could do that in Grand Bank. The necessary revolution in the structure, in the protagonism of the structure. And then we have make the change in the continental country. We will continue having and running after the possibility in the developed country. And then I invite you into the future and to join the business opportunities of the Black Money movement that is open to a much more expanded ecosystem, an ecosystem of power that needs to gather government, civil society, each business that thinks they're using this for the reputation reparation but need to use SG in intelligent manufacturing transformation. And to invite for the future nothing better than the artificial intelligence of Black Money movement, Alina Verso, that told you, hi, I am Nina Verso, the avatar of Nina Silva. It is an honor to be here with you today. With the new Free Tech platform, we'll certify 20,000 people in technological ability here in Nova Hack that started in São Paulo. Now we want to impact the Northeast. In the last year, we reached over 7 million accounts in social media, and we actively involved over 100,000 people in our base of leads and groups. For 2025, we want to Nova Hacks improve the currency with tech, and then our production is seed capital and microcredit. We have already impacted over 50,000 people with acceleration of business and career. But we wanted to go much further. Let's do this together for the future. Thank you very much, all of you. And to build this future, we need several players. We are open to that under development and the transformation. This is our social media. As an investor said, we have this incredible mission for 2025 that we're launching now in June. It is a platform that will impact over 20,000 people in education. The time of black women being cut on stage. But this space that we have today, this platform of education, it must reach more people because we'll all be free of charge from programming to data science. But we needed to do that for the base of the country that still has 35 million people out of the internet. And there are many people out of an old economy. What we do integrates new intelligence, new opportunities bring connecting education, business access to credit for our businesses, especially the ones that foster our country, and especially visibility, more Nina's more voices in our reality so the transformation may be real. So let's not leave the, this is my social media thing. I'll wait you for the conversation. Thank you.
I invite to the stage Alejandro Prada, Director and Head of Corporate Affairs and Transparency at IDB Invest, who will be moderating the panel Promoting Digital Economic Opportunities for of Underrepresented and Vulnerable Groups. Thank you.
Hola. Vamos a hablar en esta ocasión en español. Y es difícil.
We're going to be speaking Spanish. It's difficult to follow this energy because we know lunch is coming. So we'll try and have a beautiful conversation. Thank you, Nina, for your words, the level of energy, and we're going to have a conversation about promotion of the generation of economy, the digital economy, for underrepresented groups. I have a luxury panel. I have Transito Rodriguez from the Association of Women, which is a community of handicrafted businessmen, and from the community Xingu in Leticia. I also have Teresa Gomes, the CEO of Internet para Todos, which is a company of digital community in Peru, and André Borges, director of High Food Impact Solutions, which is a digital platform of food, especially sending food, especially to Brazil. Now we will talk about how to promote opportunities for underrepresented groups, and for that I'd like to provide the context to the conversation briefly to gain time, talking about a study the bank is about to publish on opportunities of for the Afro-Brazilian community of Brazil. The digital inequality is a problem. It is an economic problem because we lose the economic capability of the world and the people who are not connected to economy. It's not just a problem for the people who have no access, but for the companies who have no consumers. This is a problem for the markets that have no product because they are not getting to the market. The study we made is that around 30 million people, Afro-Brazilian people, lack access to quality connection, and that limits their possibility to actively participate in the economy. To approach this gap, we have first connectivity and accessibility. This is to invest in infrastructure and invest in disposals that may be more accessible and that can be paid, that may have a price and people can pay. That's supposed to work on one side with the providers of infrastructure and telecommunication, and one side the providers of equipment. A second type of measure are the digital transformation. It's important to support the companies of needy companies for them to adopt new technologies and that is the digital economy, especially for the electronic trade that on one hand allows that they will reach the market, on one side that the products that are culturally relevant may be available for all consumers. And finally, a central topic, the development of digital abilities and competences. You will have access to the technology. It's important that technology will allow us to connect. And for that, it's necessary that the companies, businessmen, including underrepresented populations, will acquire the ability to develop this sort of knowledge to participate in the economy. The calculation we made is that the potential increase of income if we close this gap of digital access, especially in the Afro-Brazilian community, it would be around 362 million reais. This is this is coming to Brazil at $67 million. It's a meaningful quantity of income that is not being produced or that people have no access. And if we consider this is the Brazilian community, it applies to other populations that are represented, indigenous community, the population that live in other areas, people with disabilities. What I want to impress you with is that the digital economy is not just a social issue, it is an economic issue and of high business importance. And with this, I'd like to open the conversation, the panel. Without further ado, if you would like to start with Teresa, introduce yourself. First, thank you for the invitation because it's always an opportunity to get to know our model with the expectation of accelerating our impact in Peru and Latin America, and it has been a journey of knowledge. To talk a bit about what we do, it is a company that was created in 2019 from the alliance of 400 partners, Telefónica, Meta, Bidinvest, and CAF, four partners that came together with a purpose and objective that is very ambitious, which was to close the digital gaps of the rural areas, and with this purpose of providing the same opportunities, improve the lives of the people through this access to the digital platform. The model had to overcome the barriers exposed. These are characteristics of these rural areas. The low population, complicated geography, services that do not exist, and it had to be a very different model from the conventional models because for some reason the companies of telecommunication had not been able to get with connectivity to the rural area. So we created a model based on three main pillars. One is innovation. We cannot leave aside the technology that allows us, we have heard here that allow us to make it more efficient with the solutions that may be cost effective. Much better. The second pillar is collaboration. That is very important. And the third one, a sustainable model for this update and the continuity of the service. And this is the same. This is how it initiates for all. And then what we do is take the infrastructure of mobile access and 4G in the rural areas, and this infrastructure is left at the disposal of the mobile operators of the country in a shared manner. It's not the traditional model that each operator will have with its area. We'll have only one area, and for them, we'll do that. We'll use it through a major model and then extend the coverage in this area. Effectively, the model in the last 5 years that we have advanced a lot. What we did in Peru was connect over 18,000 centers, impacting 3.6 million people in all those rural areas. about 2,300 mobile 4G aerials. So the model could even be replicated in the rest of Latin America because effectively something should have to be customized because of the regulation of the other countries, but we have an experience that has generated result. Andre, hello. Pre-lunch. My name is Andre Bosch. I am the director for Impact Solutions with iFood. iFood is the largest company of delivery of Brazil, of food delivery, not just restaurant but also market. And we have a strong view of sustainable delivery. I believe the successful companies, all the generating, they don't have to worry about the positive impact both in the social and environmental aspects of sustainability. We have been working on that, and I'm here to tell a little about social projects that we have carried out since 2021. But I guess that's a strong view, and we have been working on that for good results. That's perfect. He's speaking in her native language. Well, my name is Trânsito from the IDB community. It is our work with women that we are in Brazil. We are from Colombia. We are in Brazil, and we have been working with the NGOs without the support of anybody of our heart as indigenous women. When our project is based on leaving a legacy for the new generation in the modern language of Miranya, Mulani, Bora, Andoki, and Onui. And this process that we take how to work since 2017 legally because we have been struggling on how to put this knowledge in the digital part as an ancestor work with the digital work. This is what we did in the past, our grandparents with no knowledge, and what we learned with our grandparents that we have, we want to strengthen so the new generation may work in the digital part. Beautiful, thank you very much. Let's start with the question for you. All the you work with rural communities. The question is, which specific analysis? How do you work with Internet for All? Remove the specific access faced by the communities in Peru. Which challenges have you found and what lessons have you learned in that process? Thank you, Alejandro, for the question. Yes, actually, Internet for All is getting to underrepresented populations in Peru. And then this is the richness, indigenous, that we use, that is, we talk about this community. And those are communities that are far, they are isolated, we can say so. Effectively, when we get to deploy infrastructure, technology, cell phone antennas, as any new thing, what we have is a rejection because we can say it's 100%, but there is a rejection, so we may take this technology. And there is a lack of trust, and we have to work on that to actually generate and get to know what means the technology. So I see that as a threat for the education of their kids, and we understand what is happening. And then on the other hand, we also do that by laws and hierarchy and governments that are fully different from what the state is doing. So understanding these two areas, one is the lack of trust in technology, and then we have the selection that we have in the larger cities, and then accessibility. Social science for them to use our infrastructure. In order to make it sensitive, what we have learned is to hold meetings with the whole community. We look for more participation, and then who will finally decide if we can do that. Other of the things, and then showing the testimonies of other populations. And this is the impact of the other opportunities through access to digitalization or technology. We also do that in the language. And this is the way that we will get closer in a better way. It is by using and talking, speaking the same language with Internet for All. We have a social return that we have done. If the other language, because not kids that we speak in Peru, Emara, and other impact, we look for video where we can transmit the information that we'll be able to get, for example, provided the opportunities that we present for sure, education access, that there may be education. They suffer with the credits that we try to find with the high interest rates, people from other population, and so we also sell or we provide everything we can with the digitalization more effectively. It's not an easy task. With approved projects in some communities, we have to live there, but there is always something with discontinuity to continue and try to be there again, always showing with the transparency in order to adopt these technologies. And something else that is very important in the technology that we can see that as a part of the cell phone, either associated to disease or not. That's also one of the things that we do in the Internet para Todos. We also count on the support of the state, which has a program and some complications that are very intensive about the topic of the radiations, which are indications for the same state, and we are not updated, so we also present that there are radiations these antennas have that will be no disease because of that. So this way we are able to access those populations, opening the door, because what we want for us is just to provide the continuity, because otherwise we continue in the social permission to the community, and that may unlock the services, and so we will not provide the service in the long term. So thank you very much. Andre, we believe we have these platforms, digital platforms. It's very easy. It's what we think about, but it is some work. There is some work involved in the inclusion, taking food options that may be diverse, culturally relevant, and appropriate to the different people. And on the other hand, several populations may be providers of food. Can you talk a little about what you do in that sense? to promote this inclusion?
I see that the new economy, the digital, came to break the barriers and democratize the access. If you imagine 10 years ago, if you open to start a shop, a clothing store would have to rent a building, buy the stock, wait for the people to come. Digital, it is easier. You can open the shop in Instagram and start selling and send the merchandise products to the people's house. We cannot think in the trap that people people start at the same point. In the iFood, we are conscious of that. And last year we started a project called iFood Believes, iFood Acredita. So we look at restaurants, in our case here in Brazil, black people, the social part, we have to understand what is the local vulnerability, and we have a look at this. And we made in Salvador, Bahia, a pilot in order to prospect and see the possibilities, amplify the potential of these restaurants. Many of them didn't have even a computer, and then we promoted the digital inclusion. And besides that, training, how to manage a restaurant, how to use digital platform. And the results were very good. All the restaurants remaining in the project had an increase of selling, a significant increase. They increased their income, and we were very happy with this result. Of course, but we learned a lot with that. I cannot say that was a bed of roses. We learned a lot, we suffered a lot, and redesigned the project. Now we are together with CUFA, which is the Central Única das Favelas here in Brazil, focus is the slum. So the first project in Salvador we had a racial focus, working with the black people, basically. Now we have a more social. So inside Paraisópolis, in Gianópolis, there are more than 300 restaurants participating in this program, and it's very kind, very nice to see, to have the opportunity of learning more than teaching, is to learn with them about their needs for them to advance to. And here we can offer to them digital tools. For example, how can I make a digital market? How can I use IA for my menu to be more attractive? How can I make a better photo for me to sell, to be more attractive to my customers? How can I, besides selling to my neighborhood, how can I reach my other neighborhood, more distant neighborhood? So in the slums in Brazil, there are more than 18 million people that movement more than 2 billion reais. Well, if you do not pay attention to these communities, it's something like the oh, it's stupid. So the companies need to help this kind of project. I believe that people from Stimulus were here. They are NGO who perform this kind of project, and they are assisting us in having the profile of each entrepreneur and the tools they need to grow. So it has been a learning. We are growing this agenda. I believe that many other people should invest on that. It's an important segment for business. Traffic.
Your way is an example of empowerment of indigenous women and especially approach and respect to the ancestral culture to demonstrate this is a world adored to the world. There are many questions about what is the balance between digital technology and preservation of culture. On one hand, How can we have a collaboration among the communities and the private sector and the public sector in order to get this balance and provide digital solutions, culturally appropriate. And on one hand, the question that is a threat to the traditional culture with new information that you may lose the language or change the language. I'd like to listen a little more what do you have about this. About how to connect to technology, because for us it's very important that this is this international one. Our knowledge, our ancestor knowledge, we are working with new generation, and at first our grandparents who know that, which was the cell phones, because the youth cannot concentrate in the cultural part. But by talking well to the grandparents, they allow the cell phones to be the tool for us to be able to disclose our knowledge. This was beautiful for me because I am the legal representative and the direct representative of the community, and I am touching the basis so it's going to be possible. We were 32 women, 132 women who are in the communities and association. We see this importance that we may leave a page where our young people of the new generation may see that when the grandparent is no longer there, when it takes a step ahead, if the grandparent left that history and seeing, then we can find it. So we can see truly it was a tool for our work, and that we are doing for the work we are doing. The mother language of the five peoples I mentioned before is in the risk of no longer exist, but areas that are still working. And then I talked to the formation school with the five grandparents without anybody's support with the creator father of the ancestral medicine. And so far, I wish we had this opportunity of support people who cannot see the importance of what we're working on in the community. And if I say I know how to talk, I know how to dance, this legacy for the five people, it's beautiful because I am enchanted with my posture and I feel proud to be an indigenous woman and be a woman who struggles to have a legacy. A second round of questions, a little about innovation and collaboration, and I start with Teresa. We need to talk about access and infrastructure. Now we would like to talk about alphabetization, on how to make those resources are available so it may be accessible and culturally relevant for us of the communities, and if that could be done at other location. How could you reply on that and to continue of our answer of the other question. The internet part of the realized when we talked about the opportunities we were providing to those rural communities. Telemedicine, improving education for kids, the power to sell their products in the market will be their culture, access credit. We realized that for sure we were placed in the window of the house. But we're not teaching how to open the window, but not just open, but we were not making it a stand or giving it a tangible way of develop the connectivity, as we always say. It will not provide you for this as a vehicle to be found. Then later you have to help the scale and put the programs to be potentialized with this connectivity. And we also realize we alone, we cannot do that, which is what we so call inclusion. We would never do that on our own, and we need everybody's help. But we also realized we had many people who were doing things for them, and we needed to do a circulation, having everybody at the same table and work for those people. And then the very interests and the people in the middle. And we created the internet, but it's a program that together we connect, which is a collaboration and alliance, private and public partnerships. What they do is create a digital ecosystem where we have on one side people, organizations, private sector, and this case that effectively may provide connectivity or may have connectivity or even finance a projects internet para todos with something we can't do because it would not be sustainable and they have this opportunity of doing new things. And then we have specific examples. On the other hand, we have the disabilities organizations, we have educational program, medicine, health, and also financial. That for sure they could not take to those places. It was difficult, or it was an exception because it didn't have the digital issue, the connectivity. So what we did was to place in this program last week, Internet para Todos got an award in the Samlata agency for social impact with this program. And then we are very proud and we would like to do that. And we got to those communities when we hold the meetings. It's no longer to be just in opportunities, but we are also doing the closing. And I believe in this room it's not just to give, but to receive and give, but demonstrating we are doing it and then showing something tangible, which is not a cell phone antenna, but also the service of the program. Example. So you realize what we did. It's been 2 years. We had a partnership with an organization with said that works in the forest of Peru. With the financial services, it was a perfect marriage with Internet para Todos because we already had the program, the training, such as the centers and forest, but effectively we had no access to internet, so it was perfect. The partnership with them in connectivity in other places. And so far we hadn't done that, and we counted on a program and this training. They make that the very people from the community may be the ones that will be the ambassadors of telecenter We are responsible for the telecenter, not the municipality, not the mayor. These are the continuities. We have mining companies over there, companies, remember, in Peru. The mining sector has 90% of the GDP. They are interested in getting connectivity in the sustainable development. So they managed to get this opportunity of getting to those people. These populations are very small, and effectively they had the time to look for this connectivity, but they did not want to get this connectivity to have their dependents to have a continuity to the service. So they didn't find this exists to the initial leveraging for the project, for the structure, and then internet for all continues with the service examples of the same sector of the state, where the municipalities have the budget, but they also may put into practice for the basic services effectively, and the private sector to set what is the project, how they can do that. And Internet para Todos is getting closer to the communities to effectively talk about a proposal value project to generate service in those communities. I could tell a lot more, but I believe we don't have the time. What we demonstrated is that together we can talk about something very good and provide value to the community, and the shared value we try to do. Andre, in the first intervention, you told a little about your experience, the commitment of social responsibility. What are the future objectives? What are the initiatives that we have in that sense? What I said, we have the principles that people live the same place. I believe very much in the role of education with social transformation, with action and social progress. A project I like a lot with is technical. Where we create a platform to make available grants for people from the countryside that are underrepresented, so they may graduate in technology. So since 2021, it's been over 12,000 people, and 4,000 of those entered the technology market, and now they're working with that. I am an engineer, but I've been learning a lot. Sometimes we talk about numbers, but I guess the story is connected more. And there are two of these products that have been with us. One was an iFood deliverer. She went through the technical assistance. She became a developer, and then she worked in iFood to develop the app of the deliverer. So go figure how crazy. The person who has the actual experience at the edge on what goes well or not, now she is in the company developing better than anybody. Jennifer, better than anybody, knows where it's more difficult. And then she has been doing a nice work in relation to this. And that was this other guy that when he entered iFood, he went through the program 9 months as a developer, and we were able to hire him. And 1 year before, we have the memories from social media, and he was on a rooftop replacing the roof. I'm a developer, and a year ago I was building roof, and he was earning 6 or 7 times more because of this access. So if you can take this opportunity of education to a population that usually has no access, then you're able to transform their lives and provide access to another world of opportunity. So obviously, that out of those 12,000, not all of them are in iFood, We don't even have the capability to observe so many people, but many of them are near the major technology companies in Brazil. But I guess for you to be able to make this investment, provide access with education, we're able to transform the lives of those people. And it's not just specifically, it's general, so the next generations will have more opportunities there. And I guess that's how you make an investment that is sustainable from the social point of view over time. And I hope we may be able to impact much more lives like this. Thank you very much. Uh, Transitive part of what you have demonstrated and teach how the traditional communities you taught us this can be used with electronic trade to create trade commerce to create this economic power. How can you take advantage of these traditional communities? Take that in order to reach the markets and make so your products will generate market without losing remaining authentic value in the ancestral traditions. As part of technology, we have Instagram, we have used WhatsApp, we have a website where we have our catalog in order to sell. This way, we made them sustainable. So we may have them teaching the talents all those women have. This is a voice we do not listen. This is a voice that doesn't help how to make a backpack or a basket where they're talking. They're teaching there to do the words. Here we are making the voice in this channel, this basket, this backpack. It's gonna be the end to finish this. Fill it out with good thinking, because the grandfather says by thinking well, when you observe well, all the other do will be good. So it's something that for us has been a result to work regardlessly we start in the part of Brazil. Colombia does not support us because we are the side of Brazil and we are closing the doors. It's not been open yet. But in the sales of our handicraft, we have been sustained in the community. The training school with no support from any institution. This is nice to be born from our hearts. We are from different ethnic groups. It touches our hearts and say, we want to leave this teaching to the new generation because we will leave our grandkids and kids will remain. And the association cooperative should not be over and should go on strengthening itself. So that's a struggle that we have, how to connect the digital part with the ancestor part without losing the essence to say, this is ancestral, this is cultural. This handicraft belongs to the people when they do the traditional dance. Each people is identified. This is from that ethnic group and this is from the other one. Paintings that we do on our face of what dance and what people. This is beautiful identification that we want to leave for the new generation. And not just that, those people who are interested to get to know the cultural part of it. This is the most beautiful we have, and how to take care of our nature that we have in the Amazon. This is what we have of beautiful. We are doing a reforestation of everything that was destroyed. This is the power and the strength we have. Our community, our association will continue struggling and teaching the mother nature that has kids and grandkids and to take care of them. So those who have cut their arms and legs and given their blood, we are returning to that. This is what I will go on fighting, and I will always be in that struggle to leave this legacy for the new generation. Thank you, Francis. I guess for this. This is Jant. I think it's the end of our conversation. I guess you provided us with many beautiful words and many ideas about how to access technology through connection with this. Thank you very much to all, and we will continue with the Sustainability Week. Thank you. Agora sim. I'd like to thank all the members of this panel. This is lunchtime. Hope you may have a nice lunch. We will return at 2:30.
Economic solutions have emerged, but there's still much to discover and implement. Bioeconomic solutions are transforming industries, from biodiversity resource valorization to eco-intensive agriculture, to biotechnology applications in food production, to biorefineries. In this context, participatory and social innovation initiatives are crucial to ensuring communities are actively involved in sustainable development. By fostering connections between society and nature, IDB Invest promotes sustainability and preservation, supporting innovation and knowledge sharing. Join us in harnessing the power of bioeconomy in Latin America and the Caribbean. Join IDB Invest for an inclusive future. In the dynamic world of impact investing, every decision holds the potential to shape the future of Latin America and the Caribbean. A world of purpose at the intersection between finance and sustainability to achieve greater impact is pushing us forward. Starting at the heart of the region, the Amazonia, there's steadfast dedication to positive change. We need further commitment to ensuring that every investment contributes to the well-being of communities and the preservation of our biodiversity. From renewable energy to sustainable infrastructure, our resolve is reflected in our pursuit of lasting impact across environmental, social, and governance issues. Let's unite to harness the power of investment and drive meaningful change, paving the way for a more sustainable future for generations to come. Join us in shaping the future of impact investing. Join IDB Invest.
Despite the rich diversity in Latin America and the Caribbean, many are still left behind. Women make up 50% of the population, yet significant barriers restrain their economic participation. Afro-descendants, indigenous peoples, people with disabilities, and LGBTQI communities represent another 25% of the population, often facing different kinds of vulnerabilities. IDB Invest promotes gender lens investing to unlock untapped potential by focusing on inclusive employment, value chains, and opportunities in leadership, as well as supporting the rural poor, SMEs, and migrants. In our pursuit of a just transition, we need to address gender inequities and foster inclusivity. By challenging outdated paradigms, we will keep on supporting sustainable and inclusive growth to propel the region's economy for all sectors and all peoples. Starting here in Sustainability Week 2024 in the Amazonia. Join the conversation and transformation now with IDB Invest. In Latin America and the Caribbean, IDB Invest is at the forefront of climate change mitigation and adaptation, fostering resilience across diverse sectors. We are building the path forward by integrating climate action with biodiversity protection and nature-based solutions. Amazonia is a perfect example of that. A place where we have the opportunity to lean into the interconnectedness of nature and communities with innovative solutions to meet our goals. That the future we envision can be real. Embracing new energy alternatives and transitioning to an inclusive low-carbon economy is more than just a goal. It has to be a commitment and the only way forward. We know it's possible. Now is the time to act. Together, we can create a sustainable, resilient future for our region, ensuring that our actions today lead to a thriving tomorrow. Join us in making a tangible difference. Join IDB Invest. If we want a sustainable future for Latin America and the Caribbean and the world, we need to focus on the Amazonia forever. As we build on the progress made by IDB Group's umbrella program, Amazonia Forever, we get closer to making our vision a reality. A vision of sustainable landscapes and bioeconomy through forest conservation, reforestation, and afforestation, aiming for net zero deforestation. A vision where we empower the private sector to support national and regional action plans, invest in bioeconomy, and develop carbon markets. A vision of commitment to urban infrastructure and environments in harmony with the Amazon and all its peoples. And inclusion is key. By promoting microfinance, electronic payments, and tailored credit solutions, we empower local Amazonian communities, ensuring financial access and economic growth. Let the Amazonia be our guide and soul to the future we want and need. Together, we've proven it is possible. Look forward, act now, and join IDB Invest in driving meaningful change in the Amazonia. Latin America and the Caribbean are rich in fossil, mineral, and biological resources that have shaped the region's economy for centuries, especially in the Amazonia. Today, demographic challenges and industrial transformation are defining new value chains and economic models. Several bioeconomic solutions have emerged, but there's still much to discover and implement. Bioeconomic solutions are transforming industries, from biodiversity resource valorization to eco-intensive agriculture, to biotechnology applications in food production, to biorefineries. In this context, participatory and social innovation initiatives are crucial to ensuring communities are actively involved in sustainable development. By fostering connections between society and nature, IDB Invest promotes sustainability and preservation, supporting innovation and knowledge sharing. Join us in harnessing the power of bioeconomy in Latin America and the Caribbean. Join IDB Invest for an inclusive future. In the dynamic world of impact investing, every decision holds the potential to shape the future of Latin America and the Caribbean. A world of purpose at the intersection between finance and sustainability to achieve greater impact is pushing us forward. Starting at the heart of the region, the Amazonia, there's steadfast dedication to positive change. We need further commitment to ensuring that every investment contributes to the well-being of communities and the preservation of our biodiversity. From renewable energy to sustainable infrastructure, our resolve is reflected in our pursuit of lasting impact across environmental, social, and governance issues. Let's unite to harness the power of investment and drive meaningful change, paving the way for a more sustainable future for generations to come. Join us in shaping the future of impact investing. Join IDB Invest. Despite the rich diversity in Latin America and the Caribbean, many are still left behind. Women make up 50% of the population, yet significant barriers restrain their economic participation. Afro-descendants, indigenous peoples, people with disabilities, and LGBTQI communities represent another 25% of the population, often facing different kinds of vulnerabilities. IDB Invest promotes gender lens investing to unlock untapped potential by focusing on inclusive employment, value chains, and opportunities in leadership, as well as supporting the rural poor, SMEs, and migrants. In our pursuit of a just transition, we need to address gender inequities and foster inclusivity. By challenging outdated paradigms, we will keep on supporting sustainable and inclusive growth to propel the region's economy for all sectors and all peoples. Starting here in Sustainability Week 2024 in the Amazonia. Join the conversation and transformation now with IDB Invest. In Latin America and the Caribbean, IDB Invest is at the forefront of climate change mitigation and adaptation. fostering resilience across diverse sectors. We are building the path forward by integrating climate action with biodiversity protection and nature-based solutions. Amazonia is a perfect example of that. A place where we have the opportunity to lean into the interconnectedness of nature and communities with innovative solutions to meet our goals. That the future we envision can be real. Embracing new energy alternatives and transitioning to an inclusive low-carbon economy is more than just a goal. It has to be a commitment and the only way forward. We know it's possible. Now is the time to act. Together, we can create a sustainable, resilient future for our region, ensuring that our actions today lead to a thriving tomorrow. Join us in making a tangible difference. Join IDB Invest. If we want a sustainable future for Latin America and the Caribbean and the world, we need to focus on the Amazonia forever. As we build on the progress made by IDB Group's umbrella program, Amazonia Forever, we get closer to making our vision a reality. A vision of sustainable landscapes and bioeconomy through forest conservation, reforestation, and afforestation, aiming for net zero deforestation. A vision where we empower the private sector to support national and regional action plans, invest in bioeconomy, and develop carbon markets. A vision of commitment to urban infrastructure and environments in harmony with the Amazon and all its peoples. And inclusion is key. By promoting microfinance, electronic payments, and tailored credit solutions, we empower local Amazonian communities, ensuring financial access and economic growth. Let the Amazonia be our guide and soul to the future we want and need. Together, we've proven it is possible. Look forward, act now, and join IDB Invest in driving meaningful change in the Amazonia. Latin America and the Caribbean are rich in fossil, mineral, and biological resources that have shaped the region's economy for centuries, especially in the Amazonia. Today, demographic challenges and industrial transformation are defining new value chains and economic models. Several bioeconomic solutions have emerged, but there's still much to discover and implement. Bioeconomic solutions are transforming industries, from biodiversity resource valorization to eco-intensive agriculture, to biotechnology applications in food production, to biorefineries. In this context, participatory and social innovation initiatives are crucial to ensuring communities are actively involved in sustainable development. By fostering connections between society and nature, IDB Invest promotes sustainability and preservation, supporting innovation and knowledge sharing. Join us in harnessing the power of bioeconomy in Latin America and the Caribbean. Join IDB Invest for an inclusive future. In the dynamic world of impact investing, every decision holds the potential to shape the future of Latin America and the Caribbean. A world of purpose at the intersection between finance and sustainability to achieve greater impact is pushing us forward. Starting at the heart of the region, the Amazonia, there's steadfast dedication to positive change. We need further commitment to ensuring that every investment contributes to the well-being of communities and the preservation of our biodiversity. From renewable energy to sustainable infrastructure, our resolve is reflected in our pursuit of lasting impact across environmental, social, and governance issues. Let's unite to harness the power of investment and drive meaningful change, paving the way for a more sustainable future for generations to come. Join us in shaping the future of impact investing. Join IDB Invest. Despite the rich diversity in Latin America and the Caribbean, many are still left behind. Women make up 50% of the population, yet significant barriers restrain their economic participation. Afro-descendants, indigenous peoples, people with disabilities, and LGBTQI communities represent another 25% of the population, often facing different kinds of vulnerabilities. IDB Invest promotes gender lens investing to unlock untapped potential by focusing on inclusive employment, value chains, and opportunities in leadership, as well as supporting the rural poor, SMEs, and migrants. In our pursuit of a just transition, we need to address gender inequities and foster inclusivity. By challenging outdated paradigms, we will keep on supporting sustainable and inclusive growth to propel the region's economy for all sectors and all peoples. Starting here in Sustainability Week 2024 in the Amazonia. Join the conversation and transformation now with IDB Invest. In Latin America and the Caribbean, IDB Invest is at the forefront of climate change mitigation and adaptation, fostering resilience across diverse sectors. We are building the path forward by integrating climate action with biodiversity protection and nature-based solutions. Amazonia is a perfect example of that. A place where we have the opportunity to lean into the interconnectedness of nature and communities with innovative solutions to meet our goals. That the future we envision can be real. Embracing new energy alternatives and transitioning to an inclusive low-carbon economy is more than just a goal. It has to be a commitment and the only way forward. We know it's possible. Now is the time to act. Together, we can create a sustainable, resilient future for our region, ensuring that our actions today lead to a thriving tomorrow. Join us in making a tangible difference. Join IDB Invest. If we want a sustainable future for Latin America and the Caribbean and the world, we need to focus on the Amazonia forever. As we build on the progress made by IDB Group's umbrella program, Amazonia Forever, we get closer to making our vision a reality. A vision of sustainable landscapes and bioeconomy through forest conservation, reforestation, and afforestation, aiming for net zero deforestation. A vision where we empower the private sector to support national and regional action plans, invest in bioeconomy, and develop carbon markets. A vision of commitment to urban infrastructure and environments in harmony with the Amazon and all its peoples. And inclusion is key. By promoting microfinance, electronic payments, and tailored credit solutions, we empower local Amazonian communities, ensuring financial access and economic growth. Let the Amazonia be our guide and soul to the future we want and need. Together, we've proven it is possible. Look forward, act now, and join IDB Invest in driving meaningful change in the Amazonia. Latin America and the Caribbean are rich in fossil, mineral, and biological resources that have shaped the region's economy for centuries, especially in the Amazonia. Today, demographic challenges and industrial transformation are defining new value chains and economic models. Several bioeconomic solutions have emerged, but there's still much to discover and implement. Bioeconomic solutions are transforming industries, from biodiversity resource valorization to eco-intensive agriculture, to biotechnology applications in food production, to biorefineries. In this context, participatory and social innovation initiatives are crucial to ensuring communities are actively involved in sustainable development. By fostering connections between society and nature, IDB Invest promotes sustainability and preservation, supporting innovation and knowledge sharing. Join us in harnessing the power of bioeconomy in Latin America and the Caribbean. Join IDB Invest for an inclusive future. In the dynamic world of impact investing, every decision holds the potential to shape the future of Latin America and the Caribbean. A world of purpose at the intersection between finance and sustainability to achieve greater impact is pushing us forward. Starting at the heart of the region, the Amazonia, there's steadfast dedication to positive change. We need further commitment to ensuring that every investment contributes to the well-being of communities and the preservation of our biodiversity. From renewable energy to sustainable infrastructure, our resolve is reflected in our pursuit of lasting impact across environmental, social, and governance issues. Let's unite to harness the power of investment and drive meaningful change, paving the way for a more sustainable future for generations to come. Join us in shaping the future of impact investing. Join IDB Invest. Despite the rich diversity in Latin America and the Caribbean, many are still left behind. Women make up 50% of the population, yet significant barriers restrain their economic participation. Afro-descendants, indigenous peoples, people with disabilities, and LGBTQI communities represent another 25% of the population, often facing different kinds of vulnerabilities. IDB Invest promotes gender lens investing to unlock untapped potential by focusing on inclusive employment, value chains, and opportunities in leadership, as well as supporting the rural poor, SMEs, and migrants. In our pursuit of a just transition, we need to address gender inequities and foster inclusivity. By challenging outdated paradigms, we will keep on supporting sustainable and inclusive growth to propel the region's economy for all sectors and all peoples. Starting here in Sustainability Week 2024 in the Amazonia. Join the conversation and transformation now with IDB Invest. In Latin America and the Caribbean, IDB Invest is at the forefront of climate change mitigation and adaptation, fostering resilience across diverse sectors. We are building the path forward by integrating climate action with biodiversity protection and nature-based solutions. Amazonia is a perfect example of that. A place where we have the opportunity to lean into the interconnectedness of nature and communities with innovative solutions to meet our goals. That the future we envision can be real. Embracing new energy alternatives and transitioning to an inclusive low-carbon economy is more than just a goal. It has to be a commitment and the only way forward. We know it's possible. Now is the time to act. Together, we can create a sustainable, resilient future for our region, ensuring that our actions today lead to a thriving tomorrow. Join us in making a tangible difference. Join IDB Invest. If we want a sustainable future for Latin America and the Caribbean and the world, we need to focus on the Amazonia forever. As we build on the progress made by IDB Group's umbrella program, Amazonia Forever, we get closer to making our vision a reality. A vision of sustainable landscapes and bioeconomy through forest conservation, reforestation, and afforestation, aiming for net zero deforestation. A vision where we empower the private sector to support national and regional action plans, invest in bioeconomy, and develop carbon markets. A vision of commitment to urban infrastructure and environments in harmony with the Amazon and all its peoples. And inclusion is key. By promoting microfinance, electronic payments, and tailored credit solutions, we empower local Amazonian communities, ensuring financial access and economic growth. Let the Amazonia be our guide and soul to the future we want and need. Together, we've proven it is possible. Look forward, act now, and join IDB Invest in driving meaningful change in the Amazonia. Latin America and the Caribbean are rich in fossil, mineral, and biological resources that have shaped the region's economy for centuries, especially in the Amazonia. Today, demographic challenges and industrial transformation are defining new value chains and economic models. Several bioeconomic solutions have emerged, but there's still much to discover and implement. Bioeconomic solutions are transforming industries, from biodiversity resource valorization to eco-intensive agriculture, to biotechnology applications in food production, to biorefineries. In this context, participatory and social innovation initiatives are crucial to ensuring communities are actively involved in sustainable development. By fostering connections between society and nature, IDB Invest promotes sustainability and preservation, supporting innovation and knowledge sharing. Join us in harnessing the power of bioeconomy in Latin America and the Caribbean. Join IDB Invest for an inclusive future. In the dynamic world of impact investing, every decision holds the potential to shape the future of Latin America and the Caribbean. A world of purpose at the intersection between finance and sustainability to achieve greater impact is pushing us forward. Starting at the heart of the region, the Amazonia, there's steadfast dedication to positive change. We need further commitment to ensuring that every investment contributes to the well-being of communities and the preservation of our biodiversity. From renewable energy to sustainable infrastructure, our resolve is reflected in our pursuit of lasting impact across environmental, social, and governance issues. Let's unite to harness the power of investment and drive meaningful change, paving the way for a more sustainable future for generations to come. Join us in shaping the future of impact investing. Join IDB Invest. Despite the rich diversity in Latin America and the Caribbean, many are still left behind. Women make up 50% of the population, yet significant barriers restrain their economic participation. Afro-descendants, indigenous peoples, people with disabilities, and LGBTQI communities represent another 25% of the population, often facing different kinds of vulnerabilities. IDB Invest promotes gender lens investing to unlock untapped potential by focusing on inclusive employment, value chains, and opportunities in leadership, as well as supporting the rural poor, SMEs, and migrants. In our pursuit of a just transition, we need to address gender inequities and foster inclusivity. By challenging outdated paradigms, we will keep on supporting sustainable and inclusive growth to propel the region's economy for all sectors and all peoples. Starting here in Sustainability Week 2024 in the Amazonia. Join the conversation and transformation now with IDB Invest. In Latin America and the Caribbean, IDB Invest is at the forefront of climate change mitigation and adaptation, fostering resilience across diverse sectors. We are building the path forward by integrating climate action with biodiversity protection and nature-based solutions. Amazonia is a perfect example of that. A place where we have the opportunity to lean into the interconnectedness of nature and communities with innovative solutions to meet our goals. That the future we envision can be real. Embracing new energy alternatives and transitioning to an inclusive low-carbon economy is more than just a goal. It has to be a commitment and the only way forward. We know it's possible. Now is the time to act. Together, we can create a sustainable, resilient future for our region, ensuring that our actions today lead to a thriving tomorrow. Join us in making a tangible difference. Join IDB Invest. If we want a sustainable future for Latin America and the Caribbean and the world, we need to focus on the Amazonia forever. As we build on the progress made by IDB Group's umbrella program, Amazonia Forever, we get closer to making our vision a reality. A vision of sustainable landscapes and bioeconomy through forest conservation, reforestation, and afforestation, aiming for net zero deforestation. A vision where we empower the private sector to support national and regional action plans, invest in bioeconomy, and develop carbon markets. A vision of commitment to urban infrastructure and environments in harmony with the Amazon and all its peoples. And inclusion is key. By promoting microfinance, electronic payments, and tailored credit solutions, we empower local Amazonian communities, ensuring financial access and economic growth. Let the Amazonia be our guide and soul to the future we want and need. Together, we've proven it is possible. Look forward, act now, and join IDB Invest in driving meaningful change in the Amazonia. Latin America and the Caribbean are rich in fossil, mineral, and biological resources that have shaped the region's economy for centuries, especially in the Amazonia. Today, demographic challenges and industrial transformation are defining new value chains and economic models. Several bioeconomic solutions have emerged, but there's still much to discover and implement. Bioeconomic solutions are transforming industries, from biodiversity resource valorization to eco-intensive agriculture, to biotechnology applications in food production, to biorefineries. In this context, participatory and social innovation initiatives are crucial to ensuring communities are actively involved in sustainable development. By fostering connections between society and nature, IDB Invest promotes sustainability and preservation, supporting innovation and knowledge sharing. Join us in harnessing the power of bioeconomy in Latin America and the Caribbean. Join IDB Invest for an inclusive future. In the dynamic world of impact investing, Every decision holds the potential to shape the future of Latin America and the Caribbean. A world of purpose at the intersection between finance and sustainability to achieve greater impact is pushing us forward. Starting at the heart of the region, the Amazonia, there's steadfast dedication to positive change. We need further commitment to ensuring that every investment contributes to the well-being of communities and the preservation of our biodiversity. From renewable energy to sustainable infrastructure, our resolve is reflected in our pursuit of lasting impact across environmental, social, and governance issues. Let's unite to harness the power of investment and drive meaningful change, paving the way for a more sustainable future for generations to come. Join us in shaping the future of impact investing. Join IDB Invest. Despite the rich diversity in Latin America and the Caribbean, many are still left behind. Women make up 50% of the population, yet significant barriers restrain their economic participation. Afro-descendants, indigenous peoples, people with disabilities, and LGBTQI communities represent another 25% of the population, often facing different kinds of vulnerabilities. IDB Invest promotes gender lens investing to unlock untapped potential by focusing on inclusive employment, value chains, and opportunities in leadership, as well as supporting the rural poor, SMEs, and migrants. In our pursuit of a just transition, we need to address gender inequities and foster inclusivity. By challenging outdated paradigms, we will keep on supporting sustainable and inclusive growth to propel the region's economy for all sectors and all peoples. Starting here in Sustainability Week 2024 in the Amazonia. Join the conversation and transformation now with IDB Invest. In Latin America and the Caribbean, IDB Invest is at the forefront of climate change mitigation and adaptation, fostering resilience across diverse sectors. We are building the path forward by integrating climate action with biodiversity protection and nature-based solutions. Amazonia is a perfect example of that. A place where we have the opportunity to lean into the interconnectedness of nature and communities with innovative solutions to meet our goals. That the future we envision can be real. Embracing new energy alternatives and transitioning to an inclusive low-carbon economy is more than just a goal. It has to be a commitment and the only way forward. We know it's possible. Now is the time to act. Together, we can create a sustainable, resilient future for our region, ensuring that our actions today lead to a thriving tomorrow. Join us in making a tangible difference. Join IDB Invest. If we want a sustainable future for Latin America and the Caribbean and the world, we need to focus on the Amazonia forever. As we build on the progress made by IDB Group's umbrella program, Amazonia Forever, we get closer to making our vision a reality. A vision of sustainable landscapes and bioeconomy through forest conservation, reforestation, and afforestation, aiming for net zero deforestation. A vision where we empower the private sector to support national and regional action plans, invest in bioeconomy, and develop carbon markets. A vision of commitment to urban infrastructure and environments in harmony with the Amazon and all its peoples. And inclusion is key. By promoting microfinance, electronic payments, and tailored credit solutions, we empower local Amazonian communities, ensuring financial access and economic growth. Let the Amazonia be our guide and soul to the future we want and need. Together, we've proven it is possible. Look forward, act now, and join IDB Invest in driving meaningful change in the Amazonia. Latin America and the Caribbean are rich in fossil, mineral, and biological resources that have shaped the region's economy for centuries, especially in the Amazonia. Today, demographic challenges and industrial transformation are defining new value chains and economic models. Several bioeconomic solutions have emerged, but there's still much to discover and implement. Bioeconomic solutions are transforming industries, from biodiversity resource valorization to eco-intensive agriculture, to biotechnology applications in food production, to biorefineries. In this context, participatory and social innovation initiatives are crucial to ensuring communities are actively involved in sustainable development. By fostering connections between society and nature, IDB Invest promotes sustainability and preservation, supporting innovation and knowledge sharing. Join us in harnessing the power of bioeconomy in Latin America and the Caribbean. Join IDB Invest for an inclusive future. In the dynamic world of impact investing, every decision holds the potential to shape the future of Latin America and the Caribbean. A world of purpose at the intersection between finance and sustainability to achieve greater impact is pushing us forward. Starting at the heart of the region, the Amazonia, there's steadfast dedication to positive change. We need further commitment to ensuring that every investment contributes to the well-being of communities and the preservation of our biodiversity. From renewable energy to sustainable infrastructure, our resolve is reflected in our pursuit of lasting impact across environmental, social, and governance issues. Let's unite to harness the power of investment and drive meaningful change, paving the way for a more sustainable future for generations to come. Join us in shaping the future of impact investing. Join IDB Invest. Despite the rich diversity in Latin America and the Caribbean, many are still left behind. Women make up 50% of the population, yet significant barriers restrain their economic participation. Afro-descendants, indigenous peoples, people with disabilities, and LGBTQI communities represent another 25% of the population, often facing different kinds of vulnerabilities. IDB Invest promotes gender lens investing to unlock untapped potential by focusing on inclusive employment, value chains, and opportunities in leadership, as well as supporting the rural poor, SMEs, and migrants. In our pursuit of a just transition, we need to address gender inequities and foster inclusivity. By challenging outdated paradigms, we will keep on supporting sustainable and inclusive growth to propel the region's economy for all sectors and all peoples. Starting here in Sustainability Week 2024 in the Amazonia. Join the conversation and transformation now with IDB Invest. In Latin America and the Caribbean, IDB Invest is at the forefront of climate change mitigation and adaptation, fostering resilience across diverse sectors. We are building the path forward by integrating climate action with biodiversity protection and nature-based solutions. Amazonia is a perfect example of that. A place where we have the opportunity to lean into the interconnectedness of nature and communities with innovative solutions to meet our goals. That the future we envision can be real. Embracing new energy alternatives and transitioning to an inclusive low-carbon economy is more than just a goal. It has to be a commitment and the only way forward. We know it's possible. Now is the time to act. Together, we can create a sustainable, resilient future for our region, ensuring that our actions today lead to a thriving tomorrow. Join us in making a tangible difference. Join IDB Invest. If we want a sustainable future for Latin America and the Caribbean and the world, we need to focus on the Amazonia forever. As we build on the progress made by IDB Group's umbrella program, Amazonia Forever, we get closer to making our vision a reality. A vision of sustainable landscapes and bioeconomy through forest conservation, reforestation, and afforestation, aiming for net zero deforestation. A vision where we empower the private sector to support national and regional action plans, invest in bioeconomy, and develop carbon markets. A vision of commitment to urban infrastructure and environments in harmony with the Amazon and all its peoples. And inclusion is key. By promoting microfinance, electronic payments, and tailored credit solutions, we empower local Amazonian communities, ensuring financial access and economic growth. Let the Amazonia be our guide and soul to the future we want and need. Together, we've proven it is possible. Look forward, act now, and join IDB Invest in driving meaningful change in the Amazonia. Latin America and the Caribbean are rich in fossil, mineral, and biological resources that have shaped the region's economy for centuries, especially in the Amazonia. Today, demographic challenges and industrial transformation are defining new value chains and economic models. Several bioeconomic solutions have emerged, but there's still much to discover and implement. Bioeconomic solutions are transforming industries, from biodiversity resource valorization to eco-intensive agriculture, to biotechnology applications in food production, to biorefineries. In this context, participatory and social innovation initiatives are crucial to ensuring communities are actively involved in sustainable development. By fostering connections between society and nature, IDB Invest promotes sustainability and preservation, supporting innovation and knowledge sharing. Join us in harnessing the power of bioeconomy in Latin America and the Caribbean. Join IDB Invest for an inclusive future. In the dynamic world of impact investing, every decision holds the potential to shape the future of Latin America and the Caribbean. A world of purpose at the intersection between finance and sustainability to achieve greater impact is pushing us forward. Starting at the heart of the region, the Amazonia, there's steadfast dedication to positive change. We need further commitment to ensuring that every investment contributes to the well-being of communities and the preservation of our biodiversity. From renewable energy to sustainable infrastructure, our resolve is reflected in our pursuit of lasting impact across environmental, social, and governance issues. Let's unite to harness the power of investment and drive meaningful change, paving the way for a more sustainable future for generations to come. Join us in shaping the future of impact investing. Join IDB Invest. Despite the rich diversity in Latin America and the Caribbean, many are still left behind. Women make up 50% of the population, yet significant barriers restrain their economic participation. Afro-descendants, indigenous peoples, people with disabilities, and LGBTQI communities represent another 25% of the population, often facing different kinds of vulnerabilities. IDB Invest promotes gender lens investing to unlock untapped potential by focusing on inclusive employment, value chains, and opportunities in leadership, as well as supporting the rural poor, SMEs, and migrants. In our pursuit of a just transition, we need to address gender inequities and foster inclusivity. By challenging outdated paradigms, we will keep on supporting sustainable and inclusive growth to propel the region's economy for all sectors and all peoples. Starting here in Sustainability Week 2024 in the Amazonia. Join the conversation and transformation now with IDB Invest. In Latin America and the Caribbean, IDB Invest is at the forefront of climate change mitigation and adaptation, fostering resilience across diverse sectors. We are building the path forward by integrating climate action with biodiversity protection and nature-based solutions. Amazonia is a perfect example of that. A place where we have the opportunity to lean into the interconnectedness of nature and communities with innovative solutions to meet our goals. That the future we envision can be real. Embracing new energy alternatives and transitioning to an inclusive low-carbon economy is more than just a goal. It has to be a commitment and the only way forward. We know it's possible. Now is the time to act. Together, we can create a sustainable, resilient future for our region, ensuring that our actions today lead to a thriving tomorrow. Join us in making a tangible difference. Join IDB Invest. If we want a sustainable future for Latin America and the Caribbean and the world, we need to focus on the Amazonia forever. As we build on the progress made by IDB Group's umbrella program, Amazonia Forever, we get closer to making our vision a reality. A vision of sustainable landscapes and bioeconomy through forest conservation, reforestation, and afforestation, aiming for net zero deforestation. A vision where we empower the private sector to support national and regional action plans, invest in bioeconomy, and develop carbon markets. A vision of commitment to urban infrastructure and environments in harmony with the Amazon and all its peoples. And inclusion is key. By promoting microfinance, electronic payments, and tailored credit solutions, we empower local Amazonian communities, ensuring financial access and economic growth. Let the Amazonia be our guide and soul to the future we want and need. Together, we've proven it is possible. Look forward, act now, and join IDB Invest in driving meaningful change in the Amazonia. Latin America and the Caribbean are rich in fossil, mineral, and biological resources that have shaped the region's economy for centuries, especially in the Amazonia. Today, demographic challenges and industrial transformation are defining new value chains and economic models. Several bioeconomic solutions have emerged, but there's still much to discover and implement. Bioeconomic solutions are transforming industries, from biodiversity resource valorization to eco-intensive agriculture, to biotechnology applications in food production, to biorefineries. In this context, participatory and social innovation initiatives are crucial to ensuring communities are actively involved in sustainable development. By fostering connections between society and nature, IDB Invest promotes sustainability and preservation, supporting innovation and knowledge sharing. Join us in harnessing the power of bioeconomy in Latin America and the Caribbean. Join IDB Invest for an inclusive future. In the dynamic world of impact investing, Every decision holds the potential to shape the future of Latin America and the Caribbean. A world of purpose at the intersection between finance and sustainability to achieve greater impact is pushing us forward. Starting at the heart of the region, the Amazonia, there's steadfast dedication to positive change. We need further commitment to ensuring that every investment contributes to the well-being of communities and the preservation of our biodiversity. From renewable energy to sustainable infrastructure, our resolve is reflected in our pursuit of lasting impact across environmental, social, and governance issues. Let's unite to harness the power of investment and drive meaningful change, paving the way for a more sustainable future for generations to come. Join us in shaping the future of impact investing. Join IDB Invest. Despite the rich diversity in Latin America and the Caribbean, many are still left behind. Women make up 50% of the population, yet significant barriers restrain their economic participation. Afro-descendants, indigenous peoples, people with disabilities, and LGBTQI communities represent another 25% of the population, often facing different kinds of vulnerabilities. IDB Invest promotes gender lens investing to unlock untapped potential by focusing on inclusive employment, value chains, and opportunities in leadership, as well as supporting the rural poor, SMEs, and migrants. In our pursuit of a just transition, we need to address gender inequities and foster inclusivity. By challenging outdated paradigms, we will keep on supporting sustainable and inclusive growth to propel the region's economy for all sectors and all peoples. Starting here in Sustainability Week 2024 in the Amazonia. Join the conversation and transformation now with IDB Invest. We have the opportunity to lean into the interconnectedness of nature and communities with innovative solutions to meet our goals. That the future we envision can be real. Embracing new energy alternatives and transitioning to an inclusive low-carbon economy is more than just a goal. It has to be a commitment and the only way forward. We know it's possible. Now is the time to act. Together, we can create a sustainable, resilient future for our region, ensuring that our actions today lead to a thriving tomorrow. Join us in making a tangible difference. Join IDB Invest.
Quis amar, mas tive medo e quis salvar meu coração, mas o amor sabe.
Oi, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oi, esse som, 1, 2, 3.
Água de beber.
Oi, um, dois, oi, oi.
have had a nice lunch. In 2 minutes, we will get started with the panel.
Eu quis amar, mas tive medo e quis salvar meu coração, mas o amor sabe um segredo. O medo pode matar o seu coração. Água de beber, água de beber.
Boa tarde a todas e todos. Espero que tenham tido excelente almoço.
Good afternoon, all of you. Hope you may have had a very nice lunch. I will request you to please take your seat for us to get started with our afternoon session. We have a very enthusiastic agenda for this afternoon with several important topics of discussion. We're going to get started our first panel moderated by Massa Viegas, Head of Corporate Governance of Bidinvest. In this panel, we will discuss the role of work members in decisions of a positive impact and decisions for a more sustainable world in our time of dynamism for the business world. So I request for the members of the panel to please come up to the scenario, please.
Pois é, no outro evento do vídeo lá estava melhor, né? Eu anunciava os caras, mas ficava lá, a gente vê no painel. Dona Magazine Luiza.
Good afternoon, all of you. For me, it's a great pleasure to be here at the Sustainability Week of IDB Invest in Manaus, surrounded by wonderful people who are working for a better world, people who are engaged. So actually, for me, it is a great pleasure. I am Marta Viegas, Chief of the Governance Area of IDB Invest, and I have the major privilege, which is the major panel of our event, because it has the presence of the three wonderful women who are truly icons in the Amazon region, in Brazil, and abroad as well. They're entrepreneurs, businesswomen, chairs of the administration council of the companies where they work, and more than everything, they are great mentors and champions in diversity and inclusion. So I guess they don't require introductions, but anyway, let's introduce them anyways. By my side, Luisa Helena Trajano, who is the chairwoman of the Magalu, one of the best companies to work in Brazil for many years. And she was awarded many awards in Brazil and abroad, elected one of the 25 people that are most influent all over the world by Financial Times. Ilana Minerva, who has welcomed us wonderfully here in Manaus. She is the chair of BMO Group Council, which is one of the oldest and most important here, very well-known group that has a wonderful work in the region. And besides that, Elana is a great investor in local startup companies, the most innovative companies, and she has a philanthropic work that is very important. Beautiful audience. And then Gabriela Baumgarten, who you probably know very well. She's the chair of the Council of Baumgarten Group, one of the most important groups of Brazil. She is member of the track and field, the Center Norte, Fábio Castel, and a champion of the good practice of corporate governance. She was the chair of the Council of BCG, and she is also a major supporter of good practice of governance in family companies. So with this panel, my work here is very easy. With this panel, there is no mistake. I'd like to start first with you, Luis Helena, asking whether you have a very characteristic management style, pretty much focused on people, that promotes innovation, creativity. I guess because of this style of management of yours, you are so well known, and of course, because Magalu is also very much beloved by the Brazilians, just 24 years on a row as the best company to work with, and then it has its whole work in causes of women and so many causes. So if you could tell us a little about your style of management in this issue focus on people, especially today. Please, first, it is a pleasure to be here, Marta. I didn't know Eleni very much. She's a great friend of mine. And congratulations from IDB because it's very nice, don't you think so? People from all over Brazil, a round of applause. I guess because it is in Amazonas, we brought more people here. I guess there are two things: you invest in people, either because you believe it's worth it, and you also invest in people. But I guess since I was a little kid, I believed investing in people, in struggle for what I believe, too much transparency and lack of education, because I was discussing causes at school, but when I got the company as the chair, operational president, I understood I could not have a good assistance if I didn't have a team in line. I will repeat because someone said in '94 you told me that I never forgot. In the heart, mind, and pocket. In the mind is when they help participate in the project. When they feel they are the owners, people find me to be very intelligent. I'm not. I know how to ask a question and take things from others and listen to the other. So I'm always in groups asking how I can do it better. In the heart, it is the truth. You can tell that I am true with myself. It is the true attitude. Many times our attitude is not even good. And in the pocket, to do 100% everybody is paid for above 105. It's a world of things for the team. In the countryside, it's not that bad. We do amortic things for that who did 105. All the neighbors know that. So in the pocket, it is something very nice. And my style of administration, which was very difficult to explain, which is chaotic. First, because I create the chaos to make the order, nobody understood that. But it is by doing and learning. Till that I was explaining to Luisa, it's an order and a progress. You put the progress and then the order. Now getting back to that, and then I started doing one thing, where many goes together valuing people, because the last thing people wanted to be is sales people. When they were not writing anything, were salespersons. So how can I do that? I guess one of the things I contributed, my family contributed for the retail is have a career plan, believe in the seller, professionalize it. So I really believe that we have been for 26 years answering questions in the countryside, in the workplace. It is a belief, and today it is impressive. If the shop or the place where we pretty much digital today, it welcomes it, not in the purpose of the company, it will not be a profit. It's the backbone. It's so strong with the purpose, our principles, that there will be no profit. So it's difficult for my head to see a team that has no commitment to the company, to himself, no perspective for the company to be the level of demand we have today, because the consumer changed a lot. The consumer code had a change, and now they don't accept that anymore. So just to end, if a shop of ours mistreats a black person, the person may have 5 followers at the end of the day. Everybody knows the shop and know what they did if there is not a protest opposite the shop. So the world has changed, and the people today, post-COVID, that made us so sad, changed this too. I guess I am proud of have a team. If you go anywhere in our stores, they will say the same. If it's not gonna work, they have to leave and go be happy somewhere else. So now I'd like to take this that you mentioned, but focusing family company. You gotta be the family companies. They represent over 80% of all companies in Latin America. It is a strength, and I see the family companies. They have this issue of the purpose and the facts that are very clear. I guess we talked the other day The family company thinks about generations, not quarterly or annually. It's in the generation. I'd like you to share with us this issue of purpose, value, mission, focused on the companies that you work, the family companies, and how you interact with them. Thank you very much. Marcia, can you hear me well? I talk high, and that it's an honor to be with you, and because I am a businesswoman and be in the Council of Art Organization of Family Control for 15 years, it brought me a great repertoire. I guess a family company, a company with a soul. It's got a taxpayer number, and one of the major challenges that family companies have is to pass on the generation of value from generation to generation. So, in my point of view, it has an initial and values are very important, provided they are preserved as being part of having a way of doing business, of establishing directing purpose, not just for the family, for the council, the group of shareholders, sometimes it's multiple families, or even for the leadership. I guess that's very strong. I don't know whether you know, but there is always research I'd like to remind you about. I don't know if you belong to this world of family companies, but two-thirds of the companies in the world are of family control. They are responsible for 65% of the GDP and 75% of the jobs. So we who are here, counselors, businessmen, technicians, go figure the power they have of transforming the reality of our country. So there is always an advantage. I pretty much believe in family companies, and we have here three examples. There are in a percentage, I don't know if there is another research. In the world, only 30% of the company pass from the first to the second generation. Of this amount, only 10% go to the third, and only 4 go to the fourth generation. For this, they have an initial advantage in a history for purpose, but there is lots of work. There is lots of work to be in line, to deal with divergence, to have a personal agenda, but be able to build a collective agenda with targets, objectives of educating the future shareholders and heirs. It's lots of work, and there is another research. There is a global report of KPMG last year that we interviewed 2,500 companies. 43% of them assured the sustainability is present in the companies that have as success, have a good cooperative governance, have diversity, have innovation accelerating. There's a story of sustainability, have transforming leaders. So I'd like to share with you, because it's not given, but we have seen several indexes. But usually the family companies, they also do not open themselves very much, especially those of closed capital. So in research, sometimes it's difficult to have the actual situation. But I've had great experience. I think the three of us, we are ambassadors of these companies with soul, and we feel there is a personal legacy of delivering something to the generation that is better with our competence, leading with a challenging market. I guess in that sense, how the companies adapt in all the data of the market. I believe very much, and they are partner in this agenda of socio-environmental transformation, in the agendas of reputation and innovation. Great. Companies with a soul. I loved this expression. I'll pass it on to companies with a soul. And Bemol is in the third generation. I'd like you to tell us what is it like to operate in the Amazonian region, exactly the soul, the positive impacts you may generate in people, in the environment, and talk a little about the investments that you do in the startups. Thank you, Marta. Thank you very much for the invitation to be here with the three of you. I'd like to thank the IDB for having held this event here in the Amazon for us to talk about the Amazon in the Amazon. I guess that's another super relevant point. I guess as Gabi said, the three of us, we are three women, three chairs, chairwomen of councils of family companies, and this is responsibility and the proud of take this legacy to another generation. The three of us are co-founders of the Dona de Mim Fund. At the time of the pandemic, through the groups of Mulheres do Brasil supported the microcredit. So there are three equal things. The two of us are retailers. We don't make a lot of money, but we love what we do. So after, with the jokes, I am part of the third generation. It's not a joke that we do not make a lot of money. I am part of the third generation of Bemol that will turn 82 years this year. We work in the Western Amazon. It corresponds to 26% of the Brazilian territory, 4% of the population, and 2.5% of the GDP. So it is a very specific region. My grandfather was, besides one of the founders of Bemol, he was a great scholarship and Amazonologist. He said for the development of the Amazon to happen, we had to see four paradigms. It had to be economically feasible, politically proper, socially fair, and politically balanced. So this approach, these four paradigms, were written in 1985, and there is still something so current nowadays. So through that lens that he gave us, we work in our strategy to take care of people in the Western Amazon. He also said we had to look at people, at the forest, not coming down from the canopy and look from up close, so the people would have the development, because the people in the Amazon, they also want to be prosper, they also want to have a career, they also want to have dreams here. So not just the care for the forest, but for this we would have to develop people. So much of this line of taking care of people in the strategy of Bemol is based on those premises. So today we have some initiatives of diversity and inclusion. I have my team in front of me. They're very proud. In the women leadership lines, we have two programs. Today, 40% of Bemol team of leaderships comprises women. We have two internal programs, one that is called Elas por Elas, that brings this tax, this training for women, also a program called Empreende Mana for our clients who are not employees but who also are with us in their daily life. It's a way to strengthen that other women will reach meaningful spaces in our region. In the line of diversity and inclusion, we have a major look at the indigenous population. We are in the Amazon. It is the state with a relevant indigenous population. A look at the refugees and immigrants who also came from Venezuela to here, and a population of 50 years old plus. In the question of indigenous population, we are now currently with a project with development and technology, so this population may also be in the work market, and then with other organizations, and maybe with culture, the strengthening where sport rescue self-esteem, and maybe some days we have an Olympic medalist that may be indigenous that has bow and arrow in his hands, and to do that in the sport bring the sense of belonging. Another initiative of a line of people, I know time is short, it is a center of informatics in Itacoatiara, which is 270 kilometers from Manaus. We had the information that that was an invasion of land in the School of Technology because of the lack of a perspective of those young people who lived in the countryside of Amazonas. Take this opportunity because we also like those professionals in the technology market. So we created a software technology center in Itacoatiara. We started with 20 young people, now there are 40 And the idea is that by the end of the year, we're going to have 100 students studying that may be hired by you, not necessarily BMO. We'll observe those young people in the market, but the idea is to bring new perspectives so they may dream of a new Amazon. They dream of having a form of work different from agriculture, mining, that maybe would be the destination, which is common for most of them. And then the financial inclusion, which is the credit, our own credit, that today around 40%, 80% of our sales is in our own credit. And thus we bring the financial inclusion because out of the 4 million clients that have BMO card, 1.5 million of them buy with us every year. Half of them have an income lower than 2,000 reais, and many of them have no financial history. So we do a work of bringing to society now with a BMO account. They have a bank, many of them cannot attest their income. It is a work of over 40 years that has been done and that we find to be very relevant. And in the line of investments and the startups, we have Mariano, who is the founder of Amais, which is the major accelerator here. We participate a lot in this regional ecosystem, so we have the opportunity to get to know many entrepreneurs, and what we want is the development of the region. So when we find those who work well and have a good idea, we are very happy to get not just financially but also get knowledge and mentoring. And another initiative that is very important is a river that brings the flying river, making the Shasta shorter in the Amazon. It's another startup we support, and the idea is always to find solutions that will improve the quality of lives of the people in the region. That's great. We're talking about culture, strategy, for you to advance in those terms. Talking about culture and the strategy, I'd like to focus on the administration council. And now we were talking about that the work of the councils has changed. So I'd like to pass on to you, Luisa. What is the concept? Because the way you see the council is very innovative. Much more money. Let's talk about the council. I don't like to be the chair of the council, but because I like to make things happen. And 2 years ago, before the pandemic, I felt the councils need to change. Because first of all, excuse me, women, be careful. I want to go to the council, hold on, work, and then you go to the council. And then the smaller companies that I have a very important role. We have 300,000 sellers that we cover and have some connections that set up a council. Put the money in the drawer and then the council. But what matters the most that I can tell you is that my family, since 1970, when we were very small, we have agreements among us, registered agreements, and very serious that we take very seriously. So I always guide the companies while they are small to set it up because it's easier. And these agreements, they go on till today. And my aunt and the son who were the founders, they were so serious they didn't realize the company if there was some problem. So I guess it's important to take the company, not to be afraid of the confrontation, take this company seriously for it to last. So this sort of council, we are not taking advantage. Then I called Egozenda before the pandemic and said I wanted to make a very different council from what was going to exist. And it started with the same question to do that I would. Let's do something different. Then I mobilized and they were very happy and they made a 1 year research and they presented. Then the pandemic came, I had to stop. So for me, it's not just the council. Even the roles of chair, women, CFO, they have to go to the base. The speed of digital is very big. You can't be stuck in your room watching reports and making diagnosis. Nobody wants to say education is the base of everything, isn't it? When I go to them and say education is the base of everything, I say, I know that. Let's do it because everybody knows. So things are very fast. The digital, it's a culture has changed. So I am having two experiences in the council. One I got started, and another one. The first is before my council. I take 15, 20 shop managers to talk to the councillors to bring the reality that is at judge. I bring 15, 20 sellers for 1 hour to have a conversation because there are so many experiences that they may help much more than we alone if we do not see just numbers from the past. The number from the past will only serve for us not to make mistakes in the present, but I don't have to be the whole day watching the balance. And this not happened. You study before, go there in 1 hour you solve it. So you're trying and now analyze the councils. You will see what I'm doing here. Within 4 years, it's going to happen. And I'm bringing a group I don't like to call council, a strategic group from the whole world for every 3 months in Brazil to talk to our people on what exists in the world on sustainability. So Brazilian people, so we may exchange with the council and the group what's going to happen, this global view of what is happening. Today on sustainability, just because I went to a tribe of indigenous women and talked to the governor, I understood what is the root, but I did not understand in theory. I understood in practice. You see the canopy, what about the root of the tree? How does it happen for the people who live there who have no money, not even to eat? So it's different when you go, so I guess there will be a major change, and I am trying. I will receiving the changes and put into practice. I saw how much it was good, our counselors talking to people who are at the base that bring that simple conversation, but that's what happens. So someone talks to us from the office, open and close a shop, and then you have the whole day and not just 1 hour there. So I feel this change. This is now. You cannot wait. Changes have to be fast, and they are not fast and assertive when we listen and when we observe who is at the base. So it's very important with the client that goes in social media, and then if you lost it, you grow. And then my followers say, be careful. I learned to listen to what I don't want to listen, and we have only 5 direct negotiables. Everybody knows that negotiable circles are forbidden to be done. And I have the people from the base, people who tell us everything, and they say, don't tell my director. I am the owner of the company, and they never tell me. They never asked me to tell that to the chairs of the company. Because the slot is not increasing the total for food, and the council gets to know. We have compliance, we have this compliance, everything it demands. But I have a hotline for 30 years with the client and the base people because I was raised in the counter with the clients. I was 20 years there. I didn't want to be in a dome of glass, Luisa. I want to be in touch with what was good for me. So I believe the council will change. I give them opinion. It's going to work. They will do things, and then the council will come. The council is very good, but there comes a right moment. And then I'm joking. I like to be in the council, but I like to do this. I don't like to be checking the past. The past is gone. The past can only be as a guidance. And I am mad when I have to be 5 hours watching the past. The past is in the numbers. And when I go to the council, I say, how can we change this number? It's very important. When now I'm working in the change of committee, well, then the committee does not interfere because they know that all the time. That will be a major change because the world is demanding, the consumer has the power, and the digital has changed. It's not software or nothing. It's a way to change it. The world is changing. It's changing very quickly, more and more, and not necessarily all councils changed. There is an issue of preparation of the councils and the composition, and then I'd like to pass it on to you, Gabi, again. What you see today in the market, because actually the work of the council changed, the world has changed, it's much more complex. Do you think the councillors dedicate themselves for a strategy, for purpose, for culture? And I'd like to know your opinion about the diversity of the council, the composition of the council. If you lack something, how do you close this gap of work of the councils? I guess the question is very good, and
We have seen, I've heard about greenwashing, grocery washing, talking about. Let us wait just a bit. Hello? That's the sign. Only the sign. I'm going to change the chair. Just a fast adaptation, just to see if it gets better. Thank you for the question. This is the consular life. We have to adapt fast. Okay, it doesn't fit for the council governance washing. It is very difficult to establish, to say that today all the councils work magnificently. It is not a true. As I said, it is a journey. Many companies start in our groups, we started with the consultative maturity. It is important to discuss values with the family, purposes, establishing a strategy to each of the business, to have look for the necessary competence for the councils to take me from the point A to point B, to have a matrix to count on the councillors and members of the families with the competences. And sometimes they have, and they are important for strategic moments of the company. It is a journey. I was talking to Maria Fernanda. Governance is an investment of time, people, resources. We need presently, we live in a moment of having a value of the governance, the value of the best decision making for our business. It doesn't fit to go, they're not get ready, not to have knowledge or being updated. We're talking about the counselors, they have to go to the field. We're talking about overboarding. How many counselors a counselor should have? To have to know the heart of the family. It's necessary to have an action in councils, in visiting fairs, national, international fairs, studying all the time. We are all the time updating. Coming to Manaus for immersion to talk to the community. How can we talk about community? Sustainability there in São Paulo without understanding the systemic conditions that our country is living. This is an adaptation of a modern counselor. All the councils are this way, just like Alana's, Luisa's, ours. No, it's not. We are in a journey of learning, learnership. We all today are influencers of this new good governance. I'd like to highlight a point. We have the image that the governance is just only for big companies. You imagine, sometimes you may think that we are here, that our history was easy. No, it was not. I was the president of one of the unities of business, and I stayed there for some time. In 2017, we decided that the family wouldn't be in an executive position in the business. It was a courageous decision because we open hand of influence, power to be buddy with the business, to be present physically with the business. We don't know exactly. Governance is a learning, all the time learning, and there's necessary a lot of humility. I believe in governance closer to the management, closer to the administration. 30% of administration should be in 17 construction of value, debate. This is an exercise. All the councils happen this way? No. We are here due to this fact. We are resilient, we are persistent, we are informed. I was the president of a council of agency, and they launched the third edition of a code, best practice code. It is the model version of principles because the governance is for any size company, for small, medium, big companies. Governance should have process, control, combine the goals, and to bring the light to what is important in that moment of development of the company, to break the paradigms and risk, exchange experience with other companies. I believe we have important role in network, not only to think in the success of my company, but to share knowledge, to be an active network. We work with the new council that was mentioned here. It's a bit of that. It's a collaborative councils supporting more than transforming and regenerator of our country that deserves all the opportunities it gives us. It is a journey.
And when we from IDB Invest, we will finance a company, we try to understand how the council works. We try to understand the company, the governance of the company, considering the governance is indeed a journey. We do not demand a quantity of structures for a small company or for a medium company. We do demand proportionality of what are the governance structure we expect according to the maturity stage of that company. And we do like to see a council that is a modern council that is in tune and working in the field that goes to the field, as Lisa said, because that makes a huge difference in strategy, culture, in risk supervision the company is doing, the direction of the company. With this, I get back to Elana. Tell me a little about the journey of the mall, the council of the mall, your role as the chair of this council. What was this journey like for you? We started this journey in 2002 when my grandfather died. We lost a strong figure who had the hierarchy and presence. And then we started this process of governance, and it's been 20 years. I say it never ends. When you finish a document, you start looking another document in this consulting government, and then bring in some independent members. Now we have 4 external members, and it has a robustness of experts, of opinions. There is always some points that are sensitive, that are emotional, and then an expert that know about the topic that is no emotional side. And when you are in a third generation that you have more shareholders, it's very relevant to bring this diverse look. So our council has 3 committees of risk, finance, audit, and people governance, and hospitality and the strategy of innovation. When we look at topics such as sustainability, which is something that got into the councils most recently, I always believe the business family, they had a very good look for the ISG issues, but they were not treated in the strategy. They were loose initiatives. When we started having this look, we were brought into the Strategic Innovation Council. So the committee would bring and send it to the council with this due look of expert. So this is an evolution of those risk topics. We made a review of our ethic codes based on the best BGC practices. So bringing new practices such as cybersecurity, LGBT, diversity and inclusion, topics that before were not treated in the ethics code and that must be constantly revised. I guess the role of chair of the council, which is my role at this moment, is to work as a conductor in this orchestra, trying to understand the role of each councillor, what they have of better to be able to contribute at a certain moment. Doing this and bring that person to work at the right moment, because the council has to work as guardian in the strategy, principles, and values of family that are so relevant in a family company. So I guess this is the main role of the chair of the council, besides obviously preparing the whole agenda, choosing the thematic agendas that make sense for that moment of the organization. So sometimes there are topics that are not that relevant. You need to know the moment when to do it and let the council to think better about that decision for the decision-making process. In our council, I'm the only one who belongs to the family, and I do not represent the family. It is a CEO that represents the family. There are 7 councillors. I am the only shareholder, and someone from outside represents the other 2 shareholding families. We are trying to change it to 9. Now we will change it to 9. The company grows. I also agree it is a major journey. We keep on learning, but it's very important to bring at a moment of crisis and difficulty. You have counselors that indeed are with the company and with you. This last year, the retail suffered a lot. Several problems we had besides the high interest rate. Our council had a nice work because we lived all that. When I became the chair of the company, if the young people don't remember that, it was only that in the market. So you've lived this, so I want to rescue that important role at a moment of difficulty, a moment on how the council, there's experience of the council that it serves, it's very important. Our council is very supportive. We have 40% of women. If we didn't, you had to spank me. I cannot talk about women not having 40% in the council, but what we don't have, and that's why we have to change to 9 is 1 black person in the council, because diversity is very important in the councils. If you have no diversity, there is more difficulty to understand. We have a major diversity because the family is not in the council. We have a separate family council. It's only me representing, not the family, representing the shareholders. So this is important. The discussion is very good, and it is a process that you learn. Our first council was when we had a fund in our council, because when you see 12, 13%, I put it only for that in order to provide governance. In the paper they didn't have, but in the council they had 50% of opinion. It was 1 representative, and it was very important for us to have a fund. They are boring, but I give him credit. They are boring. I say they are the first, but they teach a lot. I guess for a family company to have someone in the council with the 12, 13, 14%, you have to be careful with the contract. But when you do it, it was very important for our family to be present there. It changed the conception, something that is also a counselor, but which also has a participation, and the company has to profit. I needed to rescue that. It's very difficult, but it's very good. It was a milestone in our company. We have a fund with 13%. It's a major learning for us. Just to end, being a family company is with the analyst, we suffered a lot. Nor people from GV would go to a family company, only banks. Now we open a training program that will be a world of people. Family companies, now it changes a lot, the ones that grow the most. Now it has to be professional. You can't have the director because it's a son. Our company is very professional since I am very young. A professional family company, a family that doesn't respect the rules. It is a professional family company. It's very important to be here for this. Those who have a company, don't be afraid, and the parents have curiosity. Those who have born to be a manager, you cannot have the son of the manager to be the owner. Some were not born for that. And the same thing to have agreements not to fight. My father was sick. I am taking this as you fighting with your brother, so you can see that everything is going to go right. Because if you fought it, there is a problem. You see Bombril, huge company that started with a family fight. I'd like to share with you, which was a major learning, the sustainability agenda came into the strategy of our business group because of a will of the shareholders, a competence of the council to believe, and because it delivered. We have metrics. This is the management of the executives, and then we faced this journey to have a construction of legacy. Just for you to have an idea, we certified the Vedasit, which has 88 years. It was a big up last year. We have a review of the processes to work with it. It is an important point, which was our technical independent counselor that had the kickoff, helped in our journey, is to help persist, believe in the generation of value. There is no sustainability without innovation, and there is no innovation without diversity. In the family, with the independence, that you can bring a diversity that is right, that I find it to be important. It promotes this promoting circle. Just to end, bring the importance of governance. For you to start the governance back there, but it's also the main thread for us to develop sustainability, for you to make the decision at the right forums, and with that, you attract talents to be connected to the legacy. So follow this trajectory for the next generation. I think all family companies do not want to think about the results of the semester, but the next generation, what I'm leaving, and how I am contributing for our grandkids to plant. What is the change of the companies? The chairman, the person who doesn't look at SG, is not going to be the chairman anymore. SG was a milestone of change in the company, so it's very important to say the change comes from ESG, and it is the financial market, because they're very quick. But it was born like that, so it's very important in a panel like this to value the ESG. ESG is a very strong change in posture, and it's going to be, and it came to stay. I see the GRVSG as the roots of a major tree because they are the base of sustainability of the whole rest. So with that, I'd like to close the panel and thank very much your presence and these lectures. If you don't buy in bemol, buy in Magazine Luiza app, please. Those who are in Manaus buy in bemol first. Yeah, but if you can't, Magazine Luiza app, please. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Marta. Excelente painel.
Thank you.
Our next panel, we're going to discuss corporate governance as an instrument for long-term businesses resilience. So I'd like to invite to the stage Rachel Rovoy, Chief Risk Officer at the IDB Invest, and the other members of the panel. Welcome.
Just a second.
Are you able to hear me? Hi, everybody. My name is... Can you hear me? Hello? No? Hello? I don't know. Hello? Can you hear me?
No.
Now you can. Hi, everybody. I'm Rachel Roboy. I am in charge of the risk department of IDB Invest, and I'm thrilled to be here at Sustainability Week, but I'm even more thrilled that all of you are here, because it means that you also know that sustainability is the key to success. So I have a secret to tell you. After I tell you, it won't be a secret. I think you know it already. As the CRO of IDB Invest, I've seen thousands of deals. I've seen the good, I've seen the bad, and I've seen the beautiful. And what makes it beautiful is truly when you see a successful client that has it right. How do they get it right? Yes, it's climate, it's environmental, and it's social, but I tell you my secret, you already know. The key to success is solid corporate governance. It starts at the beginning, the true fundamentals. And I'm going to give you an analogy that my colleague actually told me. The analogy for corporate governance is that it's like the roots of a tree. Once you have the roots, the tree can grow as high as it wants to. The sky will be the limit once all the roots take hold. And so now that you know my secret, it sounds easy. What's the secret for good corporate governance and how do you achieve it. So now that I've told you that the end goal is good corporate governance, we're going to talk about the path of how to get there. And I brought you the experts of how to get there. So with that, I want to thank my panelists for being here today. I'm proud to call you partners of IDB Invest, and I look forward to your expertise, to sharing with the audience. Peel the onion. The secret is good corporate governance, and we want to teach everybody how to achieve it. What's the path to good corporate governance and to success? So with that, I'm going to ask each of my distinguished panelists to introduce themselves, because I cannot do them justice with their experience and expertise. So as I ask you your first question, please go ahead and introduce yourself briefly and then provide the answer. So I'd like to start to Rosa. Effective board oversight has the potential to transform a company to a strategic advantage. As an independent director of multiple companies, tell us some of the fundamental things about the success. And I would really appreciate if you could bring in your experiences on the board, actually with the Caja Huancayo, which is it's a municipal bank in Peru, a savings and loan, and also your experience actually right here in the Amazon on the board of an energy company.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, IDB Invest, for letting me be here as part of this amazing panel. I'm going to switch to Spanish. Yo soy directora independiente en empresas públicas y privadas en los sectores de finanzas, educación y energía, y soy también observadora del BID Invest en el directorio de la Caja Huancayo. Como en mi experiencia, como ustedes saben, las incertidumbres tienden a terminar siendo riesgos. Y en el caso de Caja Huancayo, yendo directamente tal vez al ejemplo, este riesgo, habiendo otros, el más importante y el que más resalta es el político. Tal vez no están, o todos ustedes saben que en el Perú, que es donde está la Caja Huancayo y al sector al que me refiero, las cajas municipales tienen como su mayor accionista a las municipalidades y, por lo tanto, al jefe de estas.
Then the reference that we have, and then the election every 4 years. That's why the major shareholder, he changes every 4 years. So this is, the political risk is there. The institutes of the institution. It is a risk and an uncertainty. And in the case of the institution that we have been done and make governance partnership with the shareholder in the institution, Caixa, it seems to be easier than it is. It is a constant work and daily. We get a written document by support. He can change, like he changes the policy of the other countries. This is something that we can construct and do in a daily manner. In this case, the major advice is listen and communicate, because this has allowed us to have a comparative advantage with the other stakeholders, because it allows us, for example, that IDB Invest will be part of the bank, saving bank, because it makes a difference for the organization, not just from the point of view of the reputation of IDB Invest partners. It generates value for the brand, but also in a tangible manner. It has the benefit of line of credit, and we have a better issue among others. This leads for us to be included with that financing with our clients, as you know, the vulnerable populations. In the case of referring to the board that I am, the chair of an energy company in the area of Peru and Amazon, actually border with Brazil, the governance, it did not allow to be the first and up to the moment the only one, but then it's going to be another one for sure of renewable energy. It is a company of the state, so many of you know the company of the state is not characterized by the effectiveness and opening. Usually it is supervised and controlled, and it has a bureaucracy that goes far beyond that, is focused on those things and do not make innovation. So in that point, what we got from the board, and surely by means of communication and opening, listen and be able to have an app with private solar power supply chain. This was the only certainty that after that will not have issues. I always have a question with a sentence. But we have to replace the regulation, we have to modify the law, and then the licensing that allowed us to change the energy matrix or in the middle of the forest that is not connected in Peru, which is a division with Brazil, and solar power with batteries. Going back to governance, be clear about the role between the shareholders, either the one I talked in political terms, the board, the managers and stakeholders, or indigenous people, providers, and potential partners that have allowed us, by means of active listening communication, able to get the benefits that will be managed from potential risk and value offering that is different in the sector. Thank you very much.
Turning now, let me introduce yourself, Evelyn, a little bit more. Evelyn Franchi, the CEO of Athena Bank in Suriname. And actually, we know that being a successful company in turbulent times is really hard, and it just keeps coming. It just keeps coming. And doing well in Suriname is even harder because of the economic situation of the country. Since 2019 has had an economic crisis and is beginning to improve, but it's remarkable to have seen Athena Bank have been so successful through all that turmoil to maintain solvency, profitability, and also liquidity during that economic crisis. Even when the IMF was coming in and doing a review of the entire banking sector, to have seen Athena Bank come out of that review not only strong, but not having to capitalize itself. Tell me what the key to your success has been, and if you could talk a little bit about your risk and compliance framework, and if that plays a role into the success through this really difficult
Thank you,
period.
Rachel. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you for having.
Do you hear him well?
Do you hear me well? Yes, now. Okay, thank you, Rachel. Thank you, IDB, for giving me, Suriname, this opportunity to be here. We hear a lot of Latin American banks and companies here, but Suriname It's a small Dutch-speaking country in South America, actually only Dutch-speaking country in South America, which needs to blend within South America and the Caribbean. I'm a blend Franchi. I'm already 13 years with Finabank now. And during the past 13 years, we have gained tremendous market share, but also we increased our governance and profitability during the year. Yes, Rachel, indeed, even during the crisis, we experienced a tremendous, severe economic crisis since 2020, where our GDP decreased with 30%. Imagine we have a GDP of $4 billion US dollars approximately. It decreased with 30%. We experienced inflation of cumulative more than 100%, in which 2022 was the max of 60%. Imagine what that can do for the normal people living in the country. Purchasing power went down. They needed to survive. They couldn't live anymore. They needed to survive, which meant the impact on businesses was tremendous also because revenues declined. People couldn't buy normal stuff anymore, consumer goods anymore in the stores. And there was an FX shortage because Suriname is a small open economy, resource-based, and within a crisis, there's a shortage of FX, so we couldn't pay properly our imports. So GDP declined with 30%, inflation cumulative more than 100%. What did we do as a bank? Actually, we had a couple of ingredients which helped us to survive, even increased our financial position at that moment. First of all, we had a proper, strong, independent governance structure. We have a strong board of supervisories, strong directors, and we had strong, committed people in the bank, of which I told Rachel 70% is women. They always tell me that the success of the bank is because of the 70% women. But also, we had a strong, forward-looking risk management framework in which we very preliminary identified that the economic conditions were declining. And of course, having a proper independent governance framework in the bank also results in the fact that we take measures. Whenever the framework goes on alert, we take the proper message. We went into a long foreign currency position. We increased our capital, and we had stricter loan conditions in order to put safeguards for our customers. Because if you overlend them and there is an economic crisis, they will have problems. So, but also to protect the bank. Those ingredients resulted in the fact that our customers could survive the economic crisis, which means that we could maintain our low non-performing ratio. We had a long currency position, which means it protected our equity because of the raising FX rate. And actually, due to the fact that our customers survived the economic situation and we had a lot of tier one customers in the bank, we were able to grow further in the market. If you can remain your equity position, your liquidity position, and your and a proper non-performing position, and it's below 1% still, also during the crisis, we could continue with with lending and providing services to our customers. Even during the IMF program, which is still going on, they requested from all the banks in Suriname to have an independent asset quality review they were very surprised that our bank didn't need to have any capitalization due to the fact that actually our risk management framework was robust enough to survive the crisis and still going on.
Thanks very much. I want to highlight your comment about 70% of your employees are female. Also, you told me before the presentation that 50% of your board is female. I also want to highlight the point that you mentioned about the controls. The controls during the crisis established in the framework and the board level was one of your secrets of success. So thank you for that. I want to turn now. Thank you, Darius, for being here. I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself, and I'd like you to help us. Talk to us about how incentives and being able to build a culture of incentives at the board level can help with transparency and can help improve the corporate culture across, up, and down throughout an organization.
Thank you, Rachel. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very privileged and happy to be here, to be invited to this distinguished occasion. Most of my professional life I spent in a sister organization, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Currently, I'm heading independent think tank, advising various clients on sustainability issues. I also serve on independent review panel for IDB Invest for the access to information policy. But there is one more reason why I feel privileged to be here. Before joining European Bank, I actually worked for the United Nations, and I was on the Secretariat preparing the first Rio conference. So in 1992, I was in Brazil, then I came 20 years later for Rio Plus 20, so I'm very privileged here to be here in Manaus. Regarding the question, I believe that good transparency at the board level is absolutely essential for good business. It has to start with the board. The board has to be absolutely committed to transparency rules. If the board is committed, the board should ensure, and just for the sake of clarity, the board is responsible for the integrity within the organization. The board can instigate the changes. So the board should ensure that there is buy-in from the top management, that they champion the transparency rules. And transparency rules, I mean real disclosure. Disclosure, not releasing of information, it's disclosure which is driven by the duly diligent mind. It's not required by legislation. Of course, we have to adhere to legislation, but it is very important that we use this duly diligent mind of disclosure as something which is conducive to good business. The board should also ensure that there is proper training for the staff, that transparency means not only transparency outside, but it is transparency also inside, that people are well informed what are the rules and why we need to apply these rules. The board also should assign someone who is heading this, who is coordinating. Of course, we will have sustainability reports, we'll have financial reports, someone has to coordinate. So the board is responsible for breaking the silos culture within the organization. The board should also support the implementation of the right technologies for collecting information and disclosing this information. Now, what I wanted to say, I'm currently in business of helping many European companies in the implementation of the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive. This is the first financial year that they have to prepare the report for. There was incredible panic among many companies. How are we going to disclose this? Not only companies, also financial institutions. Now it started to actually bring some positive results, because if you have to report something, You have to actually collect the data. To collect the data, you have to review the processes, and already now we see that within the companies, this review of the processes, this collection of information is conducive to actually identifying opportunities, identifying the measures which actually, when implemented, contribute to the better business. Moreover, the transparency disclosing more information, it doesn't result in more risk. It results in much less risk. This is de-risking of your operations. Why? Because if you disclose more information, you actually give confidence to the market, to passive and active investors, to financial institutions. It strengthens your positions in the supply chain if you're a manufacturer. So my thesis for this particular seminar is that transparency, good governance at the board level is conducive to positive changes within their organizations. It strengthens the organization's position in the market. It allows better access to financing. It actually makes good business sense. This is the introduction. Thank you.
I appreciate it. I think one of the takeaways from what you've just said is truly about there needs to be a coordinator in the organization. Who is responsible for coordinating the data disclosure? Your other point was that there has to be a commitment at the board level to that disclosure. And I think those two things are fundamental points of success that you just talked about. You also talked about internal transparency and external transparency. So I want to turn back to the topic of external transparency, bringing in stakeholders. Who else is important? Who else is important from the stakeholders? And talk to us, I think, Rosa, about the role of third parties in terms of good corporate governance. Who else do we need? Do we need civil society? Do we need NGOs? Do we need the government? Talk to us about your lessons learned.
Escuchaba extasiada a Darius porque me parece que muchos de los grandes fundamentos
Many of the main fundamentals that make a successful this, it starts with transparency and the clear management of the information.
I'm going to ask you to talk about the information to the director, to the board of directors. We receive a macro information and the level of responsibility to raise information for us to acquire the information in a way that the way may generate making decisions. And sometimes it doesn't look to be enough for us to make decisions. And with 2 clicks, to get data that allow us to make decisions. And it makes our participation very valuable considering the transparency. It works for the third parties, for outsources, especially in the Amazon system. Sometimes we involve native communities which are local suppliers, and sometimes they are dealing with, let us call, informality, and sometimes it is not legal. It's not because they want that, but because what they have around is difficult to deal with. It is very complicated for formal economy, the informality. It is more natural, to be able to share with them transparency, our intentions, to make use of active hearing to know about the pains and how we can incorporate it in our value chain of the company and the organization. This is that we, considering our experience, I refer to myself, an Amazon energy company. We have been able to incorporate local suppliers, local communities, for them to participate. Not only the basic idea, but the whole economical process for to be suppliers. What is there in this chain for them? Not only the services, but to be part of the company, getting involved, giving the financial inclusion. We're not giving them only the service, they will have it regularly, but also to make them part of the value chain of the company. So transparency, hearing, communication, to have clear information in and outside the company that allow us to be part of the decisions.
Eu vou continuar na conversa, mas eu quero agora. Eu acho que tendo um pequeno banco no Suriname,
Strong AML, CFT, and sustainability frameworks are very important. But at the same time, you have to balance the costs of having that control and building your network. So how do you afford it? How do you balance it? And how do you roll them out at the same time?
So, being a bank on one side is serving the general public and supporting them as most as you can. On the other hand, you're a gatekeeper for the financial system, so you have certain responsibilities. I think in our strategy, we have mentioned we want to implement the best-in-class standards, which means that a lot of customers in Suriname currently have challenges with complying to the best of class standards. However, it's your sustainable responsibility to not de-risk them immediately, but start educating them on the why you have to comply to the best of class standards, but also educating them and giving them the proper tools for complying. On the other hand, it is a challenge indeed to implement because we need a lot of, it costs us a lot, it costs a lot of effort and financials to implement those standards. However, if you know Suriname and the economics of Suriname, you know that we are now at the forefront of finding oil, and the oil explorations will probably start very soon, which means we have a lot of international companies coming into Suriname right now. So our investments to implement the best of class standards now are fruitful because those international companies are looking for banks that comply with the international rules and regulations, which they can see proper and transparent governance, as was mentioned before, which they can, banks that have a sustainability policy. And that is very fruitful because that is the other side of the coin, which lead to a lot of leads and commercial business for us because we are already prepared for those international companies. However, on the other side, we are putting a lot of effort with our Surinamese companies, Surinamese customers to increase their level of governance in order they can comply. And at the end of the day, the companies and the customers that are not willing to comply, you rather thank them and let them go to somewhere else because at the end of the day, as we have mentioned in the beginning, banks don't like surprises.
Absolutely, absolutely don't like surprises. You know, and it has served you well, turning those kind of requirements into successes and advantages for your institution. And it's truly empowering to see that even when it isn't a requirement at the national level, you took it upon yourselves to have best in class, you mentioned, also AML, CFT, you've talked about your sustainability framework. So I want to bring that back to not only the balancing the cost of having to roll out good corporate governance for small companies and banks, but we've also been talking about the role of the regulator. The role of the regulator as in order to help establish those best practices and the requirements. So can you talk to us about your lessons learned about the regulator? And then I'll turn it also to Rosa to talk about how you've involved in the municipal bank that you're on the board of. What role has the government played as a shareholder in that bank, and how have you been able to use that and as an advantage, and how have you worked through that? So let me start with you, Darius.
Thank you, Rachel. I'm actually very glad that you asked this question within the context of SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises. I'm a firm believer that they are the core force behind any market changes. They are also quite vulnerable. They don't have sufficient resources to actually introduce all the measures. Sometimes they are not even aware of these measures. However, let me start like this. They are the most agile type of part of economy. And for example, when you take circular economy, which has been discussed here already in few seminars, they were in many places the first to change business models, to start doing things differently, absorb this. And then they wanted to raise financing. So they were treated like startups. Many institutions are reluctant. I know that IFIs, are very reluctant to actually finance startups. Then it was a question that financial institutions wanted to treat them as corporate financing, not project financing. So they came across several barriers. And now I want to go back to transparency, to good governance. Actually, when they introduce the measures which could be, as I mentioned before, conducive to improvements within the business they are running, at the same time, more disclosure will be resulting in better transparency and better access to financial markets. They will be easier for them because their risk of investing in them will be much lower because they actually disclose the information, corporate information, financial information, information about their discharges and releases. So all these elements will reduce their financial credit risk. But then I'm coming back to regulator, as Rachel mentioned. Regulator putting all the regulations in place for corporate disclosure, corporate governance should help these type of companies with some advisory services. This is what IFIs, including IDB Invest, you are doing. You're advising how to do these things. This should become a part and parcel of actually doing business with SMEs, that they are supported with advisory services. Like, they are being supported in preparation of business plans, access to technologies. They should also be supported in terms of implementing the transparency rules, which will result in better business and better access to financing. Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely. And as part of our new business model for IDB Invest, what we really envision is really taking advantage of the whole group. So not just at the private sector level, but creating the enabling environment that involves the public sector, because it has to work together, private companies, and you mentioned the role of the regulator, and I think the value that IDB Invest can bring together with IDB. Let me ask you, Rosa, tell us a little bit more about the Caja Huancayo experience and the role of the municipality and how that came to play in terms of the governance of the bank.
En Caja Huancayo, además de este primer ejemplo que mencioné antes,
In this first example, I mentioned about an agreement. We are developing the law of regulation in order to fulfill the supervision, and that reports directly to the board. So it's one more step of the supervision led by the board, whose final objective is an example that is vulnerable. Then we are able to have this contact, let's say, very close with the first agreement of Peru, because we are committed to the issues of the board through the regulation of governability, establishing bridges, and involving what goes through the subnational councils and other municipalities that are originary, that depend on Peru, that has helped us establish lines not just of credit, of experience, sharing experience with good practices, and do that with the taxes. And that's what we're doing with the population, the involvement in the level that require company, but also go beyond those that have an account to know that now it is on the strategy that we can have this knowledge of experience that they bring, and then the credit line that will allow us to take sustainability, the gender inclusion, diversity to places where so far we may be the only bank for the population.
You briefly mentioned the importance of systems and technology as part of the solution to good governance. I think, Evelyn, I'd like to turn back to you. Talk to us a little bit more about how do you see technological advancements in the role of improving risk governance? Is it an advantage? Is it a disadvantage? And perhaps there are some examples on the ground for FINA Bank.
So, as we have seen, one of the global risks is the shortage of proper people, proper well-educated people, and I think it's a global issue, but it's a huge issue, especially with the crisis in Suriname. Therefore, within the banks, we had a discussion about outsourcing non-competitive processes to shared resource centers to reduce costs, because, as I mentioned, Suriname is a very small economy and the banks are relatively small too. What's left is high-end work, high-end in the bank. So we needed the people that we in the bank that for the work that we kept in the bank. However, what we see is that there is still a shortage on good people, and we see that what we have identified and what we have put in our strategy is the usage of more technology, especially AI, to support our people to do the risk analysis, especially to do the analysis, the forward-looking analysis, in order to identify the proper trends, the proper risks, in order to mitigate them. So technology with the global trend of scarce human resources, technology will play a bigger role. In banks, especially in risk management, AML, CFT, I mean transaction monitoring. If you look at the amount of transactions that we are processing in the bank, we are unable as people to look at all the transactions. So AI is the only solution at this moment. Banks are transforming into IT fabrics. So if you see the trend of within banks is a lot of risk compliance, but also IT people coming into the bank just to support the analytical work and the thinking of the processing of the high-end work in the bank.
Thanks very much. Anything you'd like to add on technology?
Technology is very important, but also the awareness of the issue and how important it is also equally important. So I would like maybe to leave everyone with the thoughts that good governance and transparency is good business. It allows better access to capital markets. Actually, it reduces the risk. So this is something which we need to embrace in the future.
Thanks so much. And we've talked a lot about the things that we must have for good governance, and the fact that surprises are not a good thing for risk management or the board. And we've also talked about how non-financial risks become a credit risk. And so we need to turn that into opportunities. And I think you've shared with us today some key fundamental points about how to turn those corporate governance, I think, risks into opportunities. And as we close, I'd like for each of you, if you could say one thing, one response, one sentence, or one word in keeping with the panel, and the question to the panel is, tell us the one element that you need for long-term business success. Let me start with Rosa.
Fantástica pregunta. Se me ocurren varias, pero insisto en que tomando a Darius y diciendo que la transparencia es sumamente importante, comunicarla, insisto, la escucha activa y la comunicación.
To communicate with all the success, to construct a future with the transparency and use it. It gives us stability.
Everything is good governance, culture, processes, technology are all implemented by people, and it is set by good governance. Without proper governance, you will not set the proper tone in the organization, which means that there will be no long-term business reliance.
People, processes, and controls. I'll give you 3 words. Add transparency. Okay, Darius, now bring us home.
Many crisis situations in the past were caused by lack of proper governance and transparency. We don't want this anymore. We need to embrace the new approach where we actually disclose and base our business on better information.
Thank you. I'll take that as a disclosure is a must-have. So thanks to my panelists for all this information. I hope that we have convinced you that ESG sustainability is important. The must-have is good corporate governance. So I'll close and ask you to thank all of my panelists.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, all the panelists. This was a great discussion. And now we're going to have our last panel of the day. It's about responsible and sustainable investing in the Amazon. I'd like to invite the panelists and Terence Gallagher, Head of Financial Inclusion at the IDB Invest, who will be moderating this discussion. So welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Terence Gallagher, Head of Financial Inclusion at IDB Invest, and today we'll be having the panel on sustainable investment in the Amazon, but more specifically, the Amazonia Finance Network. Quick question, has anybody heard of the Amazonia Finance Network? Raise your hand if you know who we are. Okay, that's a good start, with some progress there. Let me explain who we are. We have here a little snapshot of the Amazonia Finance Network. Mayra from Harinasuayo, the second largest Ecuadorian cooperative, segunda más grande. Diana from Banco de Bogotá.
Diana from the Bank of Bogota. Rafaela from...
And Liliana Pozzo from the IFC. I'm going to make our translators go completely crazy by trying to speak in English, Portuguese, and Spanish, all with a horrible accent. So I hope they can keep up, and I hope my colleagues on the panel will be able to understand me. We'll see if it works. First, a few words on the Amazonia Finance Network. This was an initiative launched by IDB Invest together with our co-sponsors, IFC, in December of last year at the COP in Dubai. We were following on the example from the public sector, who just a few months earlier had launched the Green Coalition, led by the BNDES, which is a group of 20 public sector banks from the countries which host the Amazon rainforest. The Amazonia Finance Network is an initiative of the private sector, which is a sister network to the Green Coalition. When we launched the network in December in Dubai, there were 24 founding members. That's the two co-sponsors of the network, IFC and IDB Invest. We have 3 cooperative groups. We have a number of large banks, such as Banco de Bogotá and Santander. We have microfinance institutions and investment funds. A small word for those who saw in the agenda, we had originally announced that Viviana Kwan from Santander, Brazil, would be participating in the panel. Unfortunately, at lunchtime, she wasn't feeling very well, so she's gone to her hotel to lie down. So I'd really like to thank my co-sponsor, Liliana Pozzo, for stepping up at the last moment, keeping the gender balance on the panel, and representing IFC and their role, to talk about their role in the Amazonia Finance Network. So the network was launched in December at the end of last year, with a focus very much on promoting the economies of the Amazon region. We feel that a lot of initiatives that have focused on investment in the Amazon in the past have been focused on philanthropy, or at least have been prioritizing the conservation of the forest first, second, and third. We're trying to flip the paradigm a little bit. Of course, the conservation of the Amazon rainforest is first and foremost, but we feel that we can do that best by working through the communities in the Amazon region and the economies that are there. Okay, so with no further ado, I'll ask the first question and test the translators on their ability to follow my Spanish. Maida, ¿Puedes hablar un poquito sobre la experiencia?
Can you talk a little about the experience with the construction and sustainable development of the Amazon in Ecuador, please? Thank you, David. Good afternoon. I've been inside for 28 years in Ecuador, bringing a major cooperative in the Amazon. We are in the Amazon since 2003, supporting the sector, the state of Morana Santiago. The difficulty there was be able to get resources from the city to the western, because the western is a very deficient part. There aren't many resources. So we've been able to work over these years. We have an important core. We're talking about 100 million and 130 million. It's almost closing with the capitals and with the revenue. We have 8 physical offices, but we have some offices that not cover of them, but cover the other offices that have the point of balance. But in the case of cooperative, we want to improve the conditions of our partners. We do not look for profitability, but sustainability. That's why we have offices that are not able to have this point of balance. Thank you very much, Maida.
The Amazonia Finance Network has been meeting to discuss potential pilots that we would like to implement over the course of the next 14-15 months to take a strong message of the impact that we can generate to the COP in Belém at the end of 2025. Diana, hiciste ayer una presentación fantástica.
There's a fantastic presentation to open the first session of the Amazon. So about the initiative of the project of Bogota Bank, please. For Bogota Bank, it's a pleasure. It's a pride to be part of the network. It's a consequence of what I've been working on. Listen about what we have heard and the project that we presented yesterday. The target of debit of the Amazon is a debt card, like anyone, that makes that every purchase, 1% of the purchase we have will go to buy trees. For every two trees our customers buy, the Bank of Bogota will place another tree. We will take 60,000 debt cards, 83,000 trees in the Amazon, with an extension of 1,500 hectares. We are benefiting 300 people of 3 communities in 2 different departments. So I want to tell you a little about this benefit that we are doing. Initially, the idea is to reforest. We did this reforestation with this seed, and we want to go beyond and talk to the communities, to work with the network, a foundation that has lots of experience with the communities, and with that we will involve much more. And then we have that these communities in Colombia are communities that are so far away that they don't even have their basic needs satisfied. They don't have the money to survive, but also for livelihood. In a more special manner, we have the women, and 60% of the jobs that are generated are for women, and they are administrated, and that's what we are doing. We are very proud of this debt cut, but we want to take one more step, is that we believe in the huge potential of the generation of carbon effect of those communities. I guess we all agree the aspect is regulated because we are in a market that has done a lot in this event, that has lots of questions in terms of what are the communities, their value. It is a market that incredibly bilateral public market and not necessarily is the market we want to have a technical assistance in order to guarantee and have a methodology to value what is the contribution those contributions have and guarantee first that we are going to these communities that correspond to them in a fair manner, that respond for the work in right way, and then making sure they can invest their money in their communities, in their own social and economic projects they require for the next generation. And this is it. Rafaela, you represent one of the few investment banks in the network. Can you talk a little about BDG, mobilize the resources for the investment in Brazil, and then to bring more resources for the Amazon? Good afternoon, all of you. I'm gonna be the only one speaking Portuguese. Thank you for the invitation. For me, it's a pleasure to talk to you, to tell a little about the BPG, what we have been doing. I guess first of all, it is the major investment bank of Latin America, a bank that works for 40 years in the sector. We started in Brazil, we are expanding to Mexico, Colombia, Chile, Peru. When we are talking about investment, mainly in the Amazon, I like to say we are in three major sectors. The first of them is that within the GG Group, we have a grain trade business, and then we buy and sell from producers in the whole country, especially in the legal Amazon. And for this business, we have the commitment of zero deforestation, either legal or legal from 2008 following the moratorium of soybeans. The other two vertents are the ones that we started. It was born from an area of call for impact groups that were created in 2020 by the bank, because we understood we needed to think about financial products in a different manner and then connect the sustainable products with investors in Latin America. We had this difficulty, then we started to invest in two companies. The first one is Road Ferry that does the acai. It has a beautiful work with local communities in the state of Pará. And the second one was Investment Systemic, which is developer of a carbon credit focusing on reforestation, and which is mainly maintenance of a native vegetation. In red, there will be a pit of tambaqui. Talking about this project, I guess the major capability of BTG is the connectivity with the Latin American investors, with investors that are worried about issues linked to ESG, and also the possibility for us through all areas to establish a better governance for this company. This is our investment. When we invest in it, when we invest in systemic, the idea is to provide a better governance for these companies, for them to be able to invest in the communities. Thank you very much, Eliana. We are co-sponsors together with the Finance for the Amazon. I am curious, what are your expectations for the next years? Thank you very much. Obrigado, quero compartilhar os desafios. This network is a possibility not just for the other countries to share the campaign, but we can create it here and then we can explore other geographic areas with the same type of challenges from the perspective this perspective, we have investment and assistance to support the financial and the actual sector to identify new opportunities, new sustainable business models. We are talking to Diana. The word is corporate social responsibility. It's no longer what we're doing. It's trying to find social opportunities that are sustainable in the long term. Focus to bring private capital, local and foreign, in order to invest in those communities, but also help create opportunities in order to grow this sort of activity in a holistic manner, identifying new types of assets, financing green assets, construction, sustainable construction, carbon market. And when we create this sort of asset, it gives us concrete opportunity for the development of this market in other countries that we are talking about, but also in an organized manner where we do not have the risk of greenwashing, because by talking to different actors, they are all saying, I don't know if I would dare. This is a geographic area that has lots of risks because of the social environmental risk. So how can we help take away these risks and help manage those risks in order to create these opportunities? So this is an issue. And then about it, it seems to be very interesting, and count on the IDB and IFC for investment and also technical assistance in order to strengthen, create this knowledge, and create the concrete opportunities in which we can bring this private capital. Ecuador, Mario, one of the walk lines of the financial networks of the Amazon are innovation in products and structure. We eventually will do it well for the Amazon, if I'm not mistaken. Last year, he made an emission for $20 million. What are the experiences and the lessons learned that you could share with us as members of the network? Last year we did this. It's within the DNA of the cooperative, try to find the induction with all the sectors that support diversity. It's our part. It was a major difficulty, and now we have information that is being processed. Those data, with the support of IDB, were able to identify this portfolio, and we made more than in the part of indigenous. We have a major sector there. This mission helps us get resources for the Amazon as an indication, but that helps us bring those results and stress the part of the credit. We have 30 million, out of which we can say 55% of women. We have an important sector that has been strengthened, 28%. We have a low level of education, we are on 15%. So that helps us trying to find new alternatives that will allow us continue supporting those sectors, alternatives that will allow us have resources and sectors that are followed by a financial education and be able to make them aware on the right use of the resources. This is very important. And then these are the resources, they don't know how to announce that. In some cases, it could be even jeopardy, and then we follow with this financial education. So this is a very important difficulty with the resources. Investors, new partners that we may contribute to this important sector Diana. Yesterday, when we were talking at the session about the pilots, I remember it was a fantastic presentation, very interesting about our reforestation fund. And then you asked a question, what about the people? What's the contribution for the community and the population? I'd like to ask you this question. In this important project for the Amazon, where are the people from the communities? For us, the most important is what is being done in the Amazon, what we do. Thanks to the community, it's not sufficient to plant. It is necessary to give these communities the resources so they may subsist. At least in Colombia, 50% of the indigenous community are in the Amazon. They have no basic needs satisfied. So I'd like to say there is no internet, there is no power, there is no water supply, but we believe that we need to generate value, and we all know the Amazon has lots of value. How are we paying back for us? Maybe I repeat what I said yesterday. More than planting, we need to understand those communities. There isn't much transportation, it's not accessible. The contact, what they're living, understand they are not just survive with the income we generate for each team, but that will be their source of food. That changes everything. It changes everything because it's not just give money. It is to go beyond and understand this is the social reality that we as banks may change by means of the debt card. Uh, I was listening about the risk when we're trying to make more investments in the Amazon region. And you as an investment banker, you pretty much understand the risk better than anybody. Can you please talk a little about the challenges, the risk as you see to invest when we make investments in the Amazon region? Sure. I will split the risk into three main boxes. I guess the first risk is pretty much related to the fact that we think the time of the Amazon is like the time of São Paulo or Faria Lima. I guess we have seen several investments that believe enterprise in the Amazon will work the same way as an entrepreneur in Faria Lima, that it's going to be manufactured, that it's going to be quick, that it's going to become a commodity, and actually it is a reality that is completely different. We talked here about infrastructure, the location, the transit between the regions are very different. When you visit the project in Acre, it took me a day to get there. You go to Faria Lima, you make a call or hold a meeting to any company, it takes 50 minutes, 30 minutes. So I understand that's a major risk factor. If we measure that correctly, we can understand that project that happens in the Amazon is completely different from a project that will happen in the rest of Brazil. The second point of risk is the issue of social license. I guess we talk a lot. I have my environmental license to operate. I have me here my environmental authorization, but I actually have the legitimacy of the communities in order to occupy that region, in order to do that certain environmental program, in order to do that certain carbon credit project. And then within social license, we also have lots of projects that are weak in the issue of listening to the community. I was visiting a project yesterday. I found it was very funny that a Brazilian company with good intentions decided to make a library in a project of a traditional community. And the library, the first project they did of the library, did not consider not even a book from that community or the Amazonian region. When they installed that library, they understood what they wanted to do. that they really want the library. This issue of social license, I've seen many products go wrong because they didn't look at the effect of the social license. And the major um, other risk factors, not just the land issue, we have all the lawyers that help us sometimes. It does not just look at the raw, we must make a deep historical analysis to understand if that is true or not. Although maybe a product of carbon credit doesn't look at that in a direct manner, fragility in the license, if they are issued the wrong way, may cause risk. So we end up, the bank ends up getting prepared a lot for those points because we live on credibility. We live on what we are indicating project, and we believe that project. If we cannot look at this in a proper manner to make that analysis, understand that is the time of the Amazon and Faria Lima, we will have those problems that are happening today. Thank you, Rafaela. Even if I'm not wrong, the FCA is responsible for all the technical assistance for Latin America and Europe. Can you explain, as a group of upstream and technical assistance, what's the importance of those tools to facilitate and promote the investments in the region? As you just mentioned, it's not the Caribbean. As I said, it is a topic of creating opportunities, and the role of and their role is to help with our customers to create the opportunities, to strengthen the opportunities in many ways, to identify the asset, the portfolio, as you mentioned, but also help the bank adapt to its risk appetite for this, not just identify opportunities, to work for the bank and try and understand the commercialization of the opportunity. What is going to be the model? What are the types of partnerships that we could strengthen? How will we make that profitable? How will you manage the risk? Typically, with a traditional commercial bank, not a target sector. So depending on the institution, it is cooperative with the commercial. How can we manner for this entity to work with these events, providing commercial sustainable products and bring the financing that we follow. Something we would like to do when we talk about the Amazon, not to forget the urban centers and how we can work in those urban centers to strengthen the sector to base on getting price deforestation. So how can we create an institution in the system that may be sustainable and then not just think about the green Amazon in the area, what we're thinking about, but also in the cities and how integrate this of intelligent cities in a more realistic way and in the perspective of the ISCC of consultancy and working with our customers, identifying the opportunities and take this. And back to Ecuador. Can you talk a little about the difficulties of promoting more investments in the Amazon region of Ecuador? And what are your expectations of the financial network for the Amazon? We are in the Amazon with a culture of almost nothing of saving. We also have debts supporting some locations. There are other institutions What they are doing is getting people in that part of the Amazon. It depends on the public sector. Now it's very complicated with the payment of the public sector. It's very complicated. So that's what the economy does in the Amazon region. One of the difficulties is the education, is to strengthen the education. And usually with the bonus, we have technical assistance that is focused on providing grant for the third level in the institute that creates the cooperative, which is a popular economy. So we want to strengthen the education and provide opportunities for women so they may improve their abilities and their knowledge and they may in a better way manage their business. It's very complicated as well, this issue of agriculture, and we also have to consider because we need to survive. So it's very complicated. If you are not afraid of what can correct you doing this and the resources that may somehow compensate what you will produce or will compensate with something else. So it's very complicated, it's very difficult. We try and get partnership with the other institutions, try to get the technical assistance from the cooperative for some sectors, but those costs by the costs that's not possible. You go on improving it. What we find to be important is the strengthening of the digital means. This helps strengthen the digital areas because the money is in those locations. So it helps strengthen local economy. It helps improve the accounts, their budget for each of the families. It allows the cooperatives to see a history on how is the behavior of their business and with that help in the issue of credit or other alternatives that will be presented. Support in the communities for pilot projects in order to have ecotourism. I believe this is very rich in the diversity. I believe it has supported the projects of ecotourism will pretty much help the Amazon region to get to know each one of the communities, how to support and understand the culture, because it's also a fully different culture. So it's very important. So we hope with the network we may strengthen the means of payment. We cannot be as partners as physical office, but those means allow us to provide more accessibility to our services that focus on the financial solution that we may have a good impact in our lives. Thank you very much. And I am very curious with this issue of the card. How difficult was it to be in the market? I am curious about the issue of the green area. Is it facilitating the penetration in the market? If you could answer with your expectations. I will answer in two parts. Why is it so important? When we started in the Bogota Bank, our card was very small. Our ambition was big, but our card was small. And then we said that the card in pesos colombianos and 4 billion in 2025. We started with a portfolio of 300 million pesos because of the inflation. You know, in 2021 we would multiply the quantities, and when we proposed this target, we proposed as ambitious target. In the bank market, we are not so relevant. But in order to make the story, we got to this target in 2024. We multiplied the card over 20 times. This is a very good result. And the green card is the sector that has more growth in the bank. There is no customer, and then we're gonna have a conversation of sustainability. In fact, we are going through a small success crisis, but all clients, when they know the bank has an offer, I want them to help. I want to understand what this means, and I always say when we do the training with the commercial teams, they always come to the training saying I don't have a customer who has done it all. And when they leave, there isn't anyone who will not say he doesn't have a green card. So the construction of the green card has now in the bank is a major source of offer. And we consider it is a major trust of the bank to answer your first question. And on how we can double the effort we are making in the Amazonia network and etc. We have another planning that we are contextualizing this morning. Climate crisis, contamination, and biodiversity. So this helps us facilitate to finance the circular economy. For example, water, construction, the major contributions we can provide to approach those three ones. And then to summarize, in the Amazon, or known far, Bogota is in the capital, in the Andes, and sometimes we believe we are far from the Amazon, but what happens in the Amazon goes on the water we drink in Bogota. What we do in Bogota goes to the ocean. When we understand we are in the middle of all this, we are aware that we are associated to this. You you talked about the experience. You work with our products of the capital market in Brazil. How do you see the opportunity for the capital markets to promote more investments in the Brazilian Amazon? Well, BTG is the major investment bank in Latin America, so we work a lot with the capital market. I guess the major opportunity is in the data operations. Somehow we help make these companies located in the Amazon may emit debts that are cheaper and one for a different investor that is worried about those issues. I think if I can say something about what I see of the role of the IDB and other multilateral banks today in energy transition session, I said the private banks are the impatient capitals. The multilateral banks are the patient capitals. So we needed to work together in those markets that are new and the markets that are more complex when we talk about Amazon. It's not trivial. The investments, the risks, what's happening, and we need not just the IDB and other institutions. So we may be able to invest here. So we may have the guarantees. It is a major problem to life the way it is. But we needed to use the networks to create frameworks to have objective and clear objectives to give safety to the investor. And then for the whole IDB, we have the credit. The risk of the credit, maybe the balance is not okay, but also have those environmental, social risks, and for all the other issues, it's the same way as the bank use the standards of performance of SD to make the decisions of major projects of infrastructure, that we will have our standards for investment in the Amazon. Thank you, fellow Liliana. Well, the FCC has a global reaching. I guess you are participating in several initiatives for the network. What are the lessons learned that we can learn from other experiences in other parts of the world? This is a good question. As I was saying at the beginning, for me, it's an opportunity not just for the countries that are in the Amazon and those that are.
Os países que fazem parte dela, and to share experience, learning in the network. It seems to be very important and strategic. We are doing interesting things at a global level in terms of whatever has to do with the climate change. In Europe, for example, the European Union has been very strategic in terms of regulation. And for me, this leadership, the leading the theme of the financial sector in all these themes of climate changes, not only of introducing this kind of a product, but to measure the effects and report all these themes to assure that what we are doing, what they are doing is being measured in terms of disclosure, and this effect is real. It's not a brainwashing. But there are many scandals of brainwashing. That's why the financial regulations, we see them moving the sector towards this way. Yeah, but for me, it helps to us to be more conscious on the direction we shall go. It helps us to understand to where our countries shall direct the regulations. We as entities, we can support the governments in order to establish the best practices necessary, reinforce that push the financial sector towards this direction. So the regulation shall have a continent as a Europe is in this direction already. But in Latin America, we can use this experience in many of the banks, Spanish banks, for example. They are in Latin America, so the effects are being more real once they feel the regulatory pressure of the Spain, for example. So they have to put into practice in Latin America. To summarize, this is an opportunity not only to share experience. This is an example of what we are talking about. But and at a global level, where the sector is in other region, what can we learn with them, with the different region? What has worked in our region, Amazonia? What has worked, what has not worked, and what are our experience with that? Well, our time. Thank you, Liliana. As a co-sponsor, as a briefly comment of each of the comment, what do you expect of the multilateral? What is the role of EFC and BID Invest? What do you expect from us? In our case, we expect to have your support in order to implement all the projects. To know the sector of cooperative, it is important to the sector because the big banks do not reach us. And considering what we are planning, what considering our demands, it is not a capitalist project. You not view profile, but sustainability. You're not going to have profit, but you're not gain profit, but gain sustainability. What we expect: support, money, capacitation, But let me give you an example. Last year, just an example, last year we made the first sustainable bonus of the region. Because Brazil was in the region, and this region. And thanks to this experience, we had the money and financial expertise. But if you see help at sustainable measures. Here in the bank, we had an area of sustainable construction, and we had this sustainability, but we didn't know exactly how to evaluate this sustainability. So for us to understand, and they help us to understand the process. Positive point, it was very good. Second positive point, it helped us to receive and to provide benefits to our clients in their projects of sustainable construction. Additionally, they are helping us to form and to follow up the clients in order to have a sustainable certification. This is a support. This is the way we really may have a big threat, big agreement. We did it with the IFC, and we want to multiply the economy of nature of Amazon to have a Amazon card or other cards. I believe we can do much more than that. Well, the time is over for a while. I'm very happy for being here. We had a great opportunity for bringing the sustainable and responsible investment for Amazon. But we need to have your patience. We need financial guarantee in order to provide the safety for our clients, investors.
Today, Mayra, Diana, Rafaela, Liliana. Thanks again, Liliana, for stepping up at the last moment. This is the financial network for the Amazonia, a diverse group of institutions, multilaterals, cooperatives, banks, microfinance institutions, and investment funds. We have to cut off here because actually we all have to run to the next meeting. So if any of you would like to see the Amazonia Finance Network in operation, we'll be in room number 8, Tucumán, for the next hour and a half, reviewing some pilot projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Terence. Thank you all the panelists. I'm going to switch to Portuguese. Bom, é chegado o momento do coffee.
This is the time for the coffee break. And this is it for today. For those who are with us online, thank you very much for being with us during the whole day. Now we have some space for networking. And the more we interact, thank you very much for today. We're going to be waiting for you tomorrow. And then we have at the entrance of the convention center, we have a special experience with IG project. You can know the zoning for vulnerable areas in the Amazon region. Thank you very much.